assuaging the sufferings of the workers while teaching them how to fight against egotism. Up to now we have been for them merely philanthropists, savants. We have not enabled them to live our Saint-Simonian life. Yes, the work we are performing today is a work of matter, a work of industry. It is the flesh we are rehabilitating and sanctifying. But remember what Eugene 10 said, the sacred fire of enthusiasm is not lit at the feeble hearth of philanthropy. Yes, we have done well in entering the worker's chamber, taking him out of it, and associating him with his brothers. We also do well in establishing workshops, watching over the moral, intellectual, and physical betterment of the children who come to us. But we would be abdicating the mission that Saint Simon gave us, and we would deserve the accusations hurled at us, if we were to reduce the new temple to the shabby proportions of a barracks, or, rather, a hospice. Those are not the forms of aid that the poorest and most numerous class expects from the sons of Saint Simon. It wants an entirely new life, a life of religion and poetry. It needs greatness, glory, artists who exalt and captivate it. The laborer wants festivals. Point 11. An entirely new life. Here the contradictory relationship between proletarian individualism and Saint-Simonian communion finds an optimistic solution. It was only the philanthropic, dualistic character of the love shown to the proletarians that thwarted the growth of their love, which was wedged between the narrow confines of shopkeeper demand and the excesses of liberal passion. It is because the would-be apostles were still only philanthropic savants that they attracted a population that always fell short of the ideal of the religious worker or went too far beyond it. That would include not only the incompetents and invalids ready to profess any dogma for food but also the worker savants more interested in the cloudy reaches of the dogma of love than in the religion of productive work. It is easy to see that the vast majority of those who have come to us are worker savants rather than rugged, vigorous workers. 12. It is by way of art, prefiguration of the religion and work of the future and paradigm of the new social individuality, that the contradictions of egotism and association, of work and love, can be surmounted. Work will be religion only if religion becomes theater. The new church is founded, and it is also a new theater. The Christian churches are deserted, the playhouses are filled with the faithful, the actor is replacing the priest. The fulminations of the Vatican slide over the theater. There is no way they could reduce it to ashes, because the poorest and most numerous class is there en masse, it lives only there. 13. The communion of the theater in place of the lacerations of suffering? The imaginary unity of a representation that soon reveals a new duality. The laborer wants festivals, but the apostles barely give him one. And it is a strange festival indeed, literally designed to lay the temple foundations of the festivals of the future. On July 1, 1832, in the garden of Menilmontant where they are on retreat, the apostles have invited the workers of Paris to the opening of the temple constructions. It is a festival of work, then, a Labor Day celebration. But the performance, punctuated by the words of Bar Alt and the music of Felician David, does not offer any particularly aesthetic intensity. The shovelers fill the wheelbarrows. The wheelbarrows set off in file, preceded by the fillers walking 2 by 2 and followed by 4 additional fillers as reserves. The wheelbarrows come 4 by 4 to take on a load. They go to the excavation by the left road and return by the right road, thus circling the upper part of the lawn. 14. The official chronicler of the ceremony shows us that the crowd of visitors is not gripped by the rapturous intoxication of this new theater but by an approving curiosity that leaves it at a respectful distance from the spectacle. If the spectacle does make an impression on it, it does so because it is in the nature of a moral demonstration. The crowd looks with a mixture of astonishment and respect on these young men, bareheaded in the hot sun, devoting themselves to hard work and thus preparing themselves for the wearying life of the apostle. The crowd of workers is offered simply work as a spectacle, but this work is elevated to a religious stature, which they themselves could never give it, not so much by the accompanying song as by the nature of those doing the work. This work, consecrated in the abstraction of fatigue before being so in the finality of the undertaking, is the work of bourgeois men inoculating themselves with the proletarian nature. In reality, however, the spectacle divides in two. Each group of shovelers, wheelbarrowers, and fillers is composed equally of members of the family and men of Paris. The latter come to offer their Sunday as workers to apostles whose every day is for the people. 15 So we have a double sacrifice of men submitting religiously to the same discipline. But it is clearly not an equal match. In offering their surplus labor for free, the men of Paris demonstrate not so much their own apostolic ability as that of the bourgeois men capable of organizing them religiously to the extent that they themselves lay down their savant's pen for the worker's tool. Similar though the discipline of the two parties may be, it is not of the same nature. The apostles are going through the classic apprenticeship of command, which involves a stint of obedience. The workers are demonstrating the already present capability of this command. In the peaceable army of workers, as in any army, the important thing is not the recruiting of soldiers but the training of officers. The proletarians who have to be trained are the officers of the army of work. But these proletarians, officers of the future, cannot be people who were made proletarians by the accident of birth. They can only be people who have chosen to become so, an inverted image of the revolutionary and imperial army taken as the model of the peaceable army of workers. The worker of the New World, the smith of the army of the people, cannot be the old proletarian regenerated but rather the young apostle transfigured. Barold's excitement prompts him to express it in terms more brutal than he may actually intend: the apostle is the hammer, but the people are the anvil. 16. As a matter of theater, an exercise in military training. Enfantin was right to correct himself when he denounced the shabbiness of an association of workers reduced to the proportions of a barracks or, rather, a hospice. For it is indeed an army that must be put together to resolve the contradictions in the organization of workers by attacking their material basis. If one no longer wants to deal with savants or recipients of aid, one must no longer proffer fine words or little jobs to proletarians, but a real industrial project. To do that, one must appeal to bankers, proposing to them an apostolic undertaking that is at the same time a profitable industrial enterprise, the reform of some branch of the workings of the globe, or some new and major step forward in communications between human beings. 17 The sound execution of this plan would be guaranteed by the industrial worth of the Saint Simonian engineers, but also by their ability to transform the soldiers of riot into soldiers of work. The houses of association on Rue Popincourt and Rue de la Tour d'Auvergne, which are nothing in the way of an industrial effort and house semi-idlers whose monthly earnings do not even cover the cost of their food, already bear witness to this moral effort that seems to be far removed from the pageantry of the theatre. They have given us a life of love, attests cabinet-maker Boissy in paying homage to the directors of the Popincourt House. 18 But the communion that the apostles should have with proletarians now takes on a very different import. The kind word or caress of the savant, philanthropist should now become the practical education of the apostle, commander. Your affection for them is still merely theoretical. It is necessary that it become practical, mingling with your blood and your flesh. To command workers, you must first know the worker, have his lifestyle, commune intimately not only in the depths of your heart but also in raw practice with the poorest and most numerous class. God has providentially brought the rudiments of this peaceable army to you. He has sent us our workers. So begin your industrial education with them. Of course, you will fall short of sharing their labors, of being at work with them, of living their life completely, but at least you can mingle your bourgeois life a bit with that of the proletarian. 19. The new communion shows up as the opposite of the savant's educational relationship. The educators need to be educated, and the workers must instruct the bourgeois members in the realities of proletarian life. But in so doing, the workers are merely educating their own masters, of course. In this task they are merely anonymous representatives of the class whose material and moral characteristics must be completely familiar to the future commanders of the peaceable army if the latter are to be equipped for their task, which is first of all a task of selection. So communicate with them and see which of them are ready to respond when we make our big appeal to the engineers and bankers. Seek out especially their industrial worth, not, as we have done so far, their intellectual ability. We have given medical doctors to our workers and we certainly have done well. But in this medical effort, what have we done in the way of hygiene? Nothing. Isn't that one proof that we have looked on them more as sick people than as healthy, robust beings? Today the worker is bound to expect more of us. Let us make every effort to discover the needs and desires of the robust people, full of health and life. 20. Thus, among the suffering workers and the savant workers, the apostles have nothing more to do than to select and command the robust workers. In the game that will be played henceforth between the proletarian to come, the officer of the army of work, and his solid recruits, what place remains for the chance proletarians whom the doctrine had attracted earlier? To the workers responsible for the 4 propaganda centers, which have replaced the district directorates, Stefan Flachat offers directives that one would readily assume had been designed to discourage them or their visitors. Before speaking to them of the political economy and the politics we have taught to the world, you will develop for them the new morality taught us by our father Enfantin. You will also say whether your new industry is attractive to you. You will say what you feel about the pleasures and the glory of your apostolate. You will tell them how you accept its fatigues, love its hopes, bless its joys. Don't forget that in your propagandizing work among the workers you are to keep in the background what you might know of our Supreme Father's plans for industrial implementation. 21. It is indeed a radical way to put off petitioners. But one can appreciate the difficulties of the newly promoted Vincart in trying to argue for the prescribed developments. Clearly, neither he nor his colleagues are being relied on to command or serve in the army of workers. At most they might wield a pickaxe and regulate the drill in the festivals of work, or, better, be counted on to compose hymns bearing witness, alongside the manual apprenticeship of the savants, to the intellectual and spiritual ability acquired by Saint Simonian proletarians. Men for representation, in other words. Hence the déclassé architect Voilkin will be off base in his comments at the time of the community retreat at Ménilmontant. He is mistaken in denouncing the mediocre work of the doctrine's common laborers and the attitude of proletarians who are more concerned about finding an elusive rhyme than helping the apostles who are being initiated into proletarian labors. In my excursions around Ménilmontant, who were among the most intense workers that I saw, some of those fathers whose social position in the outside world should have rendered them the most unfit for hard, material work, while some of their sons, brimming with youthfulness and health, were lazing on the lawn and searching for the measure or caesura of a verse that would not come. Others, proletarians not long ago, should have been setting an example but were retiring gravely to their chamber to meditate on ways to harmonize worship with industry, incapable of being disturbed in their reveries by any call except the call to meals. 22. The allusion is without a doubt directed first and foremost at the giant Bergier. Besides Deloges and Charles Pennicara, he was the only proletarian to participate in the retreat. But the point is that Bergier is not at Ménilmontant to prove that he knows how to work with his hands. While explicitly denouncing this bad apostle, Charles Mallard indirectly justifies his behavior with the question he poses to Father Lambert: is the proletarian, who has experienced each and every misfortune of a badly organized society, called to the apostolate? And what good can he do for humanity by becoming an apostle? 23. In any case, it is clear that proletarian Bergier has not been called to an apostolate involving initiation into the proletariat. Getting up at 5 a.m. to the sound of a horn, devoting oneself to the full range of domestic labors, wielding wheelbarrow and trowel, gardening, digging, weeding, donning full dress at 5 p.m., dining, conversing, singing, exercising, sleeping on a hammock, and observing a religious celibacy, all that curiously hardens young men. Soon the proletarian will be in our midst. 24. True enough, Chevalier does not rule out the possibility that this proletarian, poet of the future, may come from the ranks of the empirical proletarians who come to Ménilmontant on Sundays. For example, there is that joiner introduced to him one Sunday in May by his friend Bergier. Perhaps this bard is among the proletarians around us already. We see some remarkable ones indeed. Last Sunday I chatted with a joiner brimming with a great future. 25 Exactly what the future of this joiner might consist of, Enfantin's lieutenant does not say. But Bergier, for one, has a very definite idea as to what it is not to be. Soon the plane will be broken for you. 26 No future in joinery work, then. But is it really a question of the future? In any case, it is nothing resembling the long apostolic marches for which the Menilmontant exercise is a preparation, rather, it is the suspended time of vacation, a souvenir or presentiment of other existences. The workday Bergier invites Gani to come and share with him resembles that of Apostle Chevalier about as little as the country party of the Proletarian resembles the initiation of the bourgeois to the labors of earth. Day has broken. The morning wind balances on the tree-tops. The bird chanting the return of day brings such emotion to my heart that I fear bewilderment. I cannot tell you all the charm this life has for me in comparison with my life a year ago. There are the works, the exercises, the games. On the lawn in the evening there are the various little stories. Last evening, for example, Cavell told us of the conversation he had had with two May beetles, whom he had expiring of love. 27. Bergier is not inviting his friend to days of idleness, however, and he is not unmindful of fraternal labor even though he may put particular stress on the music lessons. But the glance he gives to the disposition of labors and tools evokes more the trappings and games of vacations at the country manor than the rough apprenticeship of the apostolate. On one side the spade, the rake, the watering can, for gardening work, then the axe for chopping down trees. On another side the mason's hammer for smashing and the joiner's hammer. On still another side the painter's brush and the brush to polish rooms. Finally, all these jobs, presented under their natural face, i.e., the welfare of humanity, are performed with unflinching zeal. They do not tire us. Their purpose dominates all our thoughts, and our hearts are also stimulated by the chants of some, the presence of our Supreme Father, and the puns of Father Lambert. 28. A variety of natural labors that love for humanity enables one to perform painlessly. Would the defect of the bad apostle be not so much fearing fatigue as not finding it in the description of these children's games? There is always the same foreshortening from the domestic and sentimental economy of the small family to the great maneuvers of universal association, the same confusion that retains and remembers, of the laborious work of the apostles, only the sweetness of loving relations. Gentle embraces, words of love and dedication to humanity, you heard only sighs. How sweet this emotion is. Bergier certainly has not forgotten that the emancipation already won by him commits him to the rough task of emancipating all his brothers. Of stopping for them the chariot of misfortune at the risk of falling under its wheels. But the ideal of natural work he describes today and prefigures for tomorrow, rendered alluring by humanitarian love, is itself suspect. Enfantin takes pains to offer a reminder to one disciple attracted by the Fourierist craze: the retreat at Menilmontant is not made to attempt an experience of attractive work by means of fraternal love. In short, it is not an attempt to realize Fourierism by Christian means. It is not work done we are supposed to show the world today so that it may know us and, above all, love us. And so I am little concerned with regulating fixed and variable functions, with establishing the occupations and pleasures, the work and leisure, of a peaceable workshop that might make us known. For, in truth, I am thinking only of having us loved, respected, glorified. 29 Menilmontant is not a phalanstery imaging the future organization of work. Here there are neither druids nor hordes as in Fourier's theory for the drains of our family, but neither is it a simple initiation into manual work for generous savants anxious to serve the people. It is the laboratory for training an apostolic body, a new type of human being who possesses both the gift of tongues, i.e., the art of speaking to the common people, and the ability to train his body to any and all conditions. The apostolic nature must be formed. For that, we first had to leave our Monsigny shell, in which we were suffocating. Then we had to leave behind our habits of mastery and idleness, shape our bodies to work and exercise, our voices to chants, our ears to harmony. Before all else, Apostles must be, don't laugh, good bedfellows, good children trained to a common life that is quite up to date. They must know themselves from the tops of their heads to the tips of their toes. We need characters that live everywhere, off everything, and with everyone. We need human beings who have been ground down by daily poverty yet are so full of life that they get up again always, and always greater. Here we have something very different from bourgeois savants educated in proletarian labors and sufferings. In his couplets for the inauguration of the temple construction, Bar-Alt described them as neither masters nor servants / neither common people nor bourgeois. The new human being has not only left the shell of the bourgeois savants, whose hierarchy had smooth white skin. He has also shed the weakness of those worker savants whom mothers swaddled and rocked in their cradles and whom the privations of an undernourished childhood and the rages of an adolescence condemned to accursed work have rendered too frail or vindictive to proudly wear the leather apron of the illustrious Charlotte. The new human being steps in to make up for the impossible identification of the proletarian with his image, a hierarchy with bronzed skin and caul-used hands, men no longer with leather apron but rather with leather skin. So the apostles of the new work have managed to slip between the proletarians of the old world and their image. It is a substitution without too much violence. The proletarians are cheated of the promised delights of fraternal association, but exempted from the rough maneuvers of the new work. Seizing from them an image that was too heavy for them to bear, the new human beings leave them in exchange the envied power of simulacra, the hymns of Vincart, Bergier, and Jules Mercier, the promenades with song and the impromptu choruses in the theatrical performances organized by Julien Gall, the exhibition offered on the Montereau hillside, apostles sowing the apostolic habit of Delos, for Bazin, guarding the temple of Menilmontant and Enfantin's habit. To makers of measures who love work more than their own craft, tailors weary of sewing little stitches, overqualified tapestry workers who recoil from a future of enrichment, painters who sleep during the sermon on self-interest 30 and like to promenade their faith with their industry, the new human beings propose this exchange. Instead of the promised land, they give them the task of guarding the temple of faith and bygone loves. They leave in their care, along with the function of choristers, the singing of those couplets for various occasions in which posterity will be quick to see the hymn of the artisan happy with his work, when they may well be only a well-understood misunderstanding set to music, the glory of the new work modulated by the obsolete rhythm of their dreams of love. But it is also the only theater that will issue from the epic of the new human beings who set out to raise the peaceable army of workers throughout France and then effect the marriage of East and West in Egypt. Quickly, indeed, does the theatrical dream of Enfantin and Michel Chevalier vanish, the contagion of the apostles going to every city and town and fanning out to every inn and post office, becoming ferrymen and postilions to recruit and send everywhere, by land and sea, new detachments of the soldiers of work, with proud chests wearing belt and red beret, the cockade of the party of workers, 31 the medallion of the Father and the collar of the apostles, the captivating singing of the Appel. Or the Salut au Père, the new dramas and the festivals of the people. Vanishes as well the revelation of the apostolic body in the very midst of forges, mines, and workyards, the spectacle of the Word made flesh presented by these artists, engineers, and officers turning the wheel or bearing the burden of manual labor. Far from Menilmontant, the fatigue of the apostles represents nothing more than the phraseless, aimless work of the proletarian. I write to you with hands blackened by iron filings and oil. In the capacity of a manual laborer turning the wheel, I have given proofs of courage, strength, and perseverance. I have known what it is to eat bread moistened by the sweat of monotonous labor. We thought our behavior would be such as to impress the least impressionable. It has been nothing of the sort. 32. The letters of musician Roge and military engineers Hort and Bruno bear witness to a double failure, the failure to forge a body of apostles who would transfigure the sufferings and routines of the proletarian body, and the futility of the sacrifice itself, to which the demonstration of the missionaries was then reduced. True enough, even this lack of success offers to the dialectics some material in return. If the sermons and living examples of the apostolate have failed to hatch the seeds of the future, the reason may be that they are already present someplace where the old ratiocinating and philanthropic habits of savants do not permit the apostles to recognize them. This is the revelation offered to Captain Hort at the workyards of Grenoble. There Captain Hort, while keeping his apostle's uniform, has again taken his normal place as a leader of men. The surrounding world, admittedly, is too cold and glazed for any labor of words, for any political, religious, or military enthusiasm. But this very void surrounding work, not commanded by the enthusiasm of any humanitarian project and not given rhythm by the music of any festival, lets appear the seed of the future that can only sprout in a place where production is the only activity and consumption its only end. In the workyards there begins to sprout the idea of work as a point of honor. A worker who has acquired a reputation for courage and strength that is validated by the foreman and his fellow workers in the yard would regard himself as disgraced if he shrank from difficulties. Is there a perilous passage to be cleared for a wagon? The leader walks ahead and the passage is cleared. All these phenomena of life are still quite undeveloped, but all make clear that the future lies there. At the moment, the stimuli for this life are hunger and orgy. The human word has little power to command work. Hunger drives people to it, but today it is orgy, especially, that develops their forces, multiplies them 100-fold. The worker moved by the desire to avoid hunger applies himself to the day's work. But the worker who is driven by a desire for great consumption works wonders, he applies himself to the task. 33. The whole balance of the system has seized on one and the same representation, the petty appetites of a worker moved only by the desire to avoid hunger. No longer is it a thirst for justice and love that stands over against the hunger of the self-interested worker, but rather an even bigger hunger. In the workyards where no altruistic dedication or dream of the promised land steps in to stay the worker's arm, where there is nothing else to do but produce more so as to consume more, the solution to classification according to capacities and retribution according to works thrusts itself upon us. It is the intensity of the worker's desire to consume that grounds a hierarchy of capacities and retributions self-evident to all. The justice of the workyard is recompense according to one's works. In this connection the worker has such scrupulousness that he can detect the smallest mistake made in the matter. He loves the person who carries out this justice, even when that involves curtness or even harshness. This effectuation of justice does not represent the perfection of industrial association to come. Of course, enthusiasm for production is ready to blossom, but only ready. The workers have only a vague awareness of production from a general point of view. They do not yet sense clearly its political value. But even that opens the way to a future as remote from the dreams of assured retirement as it is from the restful strains of that love which performed fraternal works without fatigue. It is in these vast workyards that we come to see how much we must transform the language we once addressed to workers. We felt sorry for their sufferings. As in El Dorado we offered them a future of muscular repose, of work without fatigue. We showed them machines producing everything and demanding little material activity. All that was still bound up with Christianity. They were philanthropic Jeremiads that could penetrate the hearts of men of theory only. Good workers want fatiguing labors because they love glory, because work is their life. You cannot hold them back for long without employing their powers. They would sooner destroy houses or give themselves over to debauchery, to orgy. Wanting to bemoan the sufferings of work is like pitying the savant because his head is fatigued by the elaboration of ideas. We will not see the sorrows steadily diminishing. Rather, we will see the joys coming more and more into harmony with the sufferings. The time separating fatigue from recompense, from pleasure, will become increasingly shorter. 34. Is this the solution to the Jewish question of Raymond Bonheur? Shortening the arid interval between pain and enjoyment was the project that brought together the tangled contradictions of the apostolate of work between the impatiences of egotism and the infinities of love. In moving beyond the moral formulation of the problem, which sought to link merit to disinterestedness, Hort does not yet move out of the paradoxes of the infinitely small. To the greatest fatigues, to the greatest sorrows, will correspond ever more immediately the greatest pleasures, the most delightful rests. there is difficulty because the interval separating suffering from its reward is not infinitely small. 35 But how could the immediate know of degrees, and division to infinity cease to separate enjoyment from suffering? Fortunately, the solution surfaces at the same time. Intensity, perfect jack of all trades, and promised land of dialectics, comes along to resolve the antinomies of quantity and quality, work and pleasure, egotism and unselfish dedication, the ongoing intensity of a labor whose intoxication, i.e., glory, anticipates pleasurable enjoyment, and of a pleasurable enjoyment that is not rest but consumption, i.e., destruction. In this identity of the intensity of creative expenditure and the intensity of destructive expenditure, the progress of industrial work participates in the progress of divine work, and the life of the worker is in the image of God's life. God is the greatest producer and the greatest consumer. The many creatures consumed and produced all at once. The countless metamorphoses in an instant. But let us not forget that this immense consumption tends unceasingly toward an ever greater development of all that is, toward an ever more complete production. God never stops consuming and producing. That is his life. Producing and consuming, that is the life of the people, the life of God. 36. No more need of festivals of work or of common people for this new divine mystery that the well-informed self-interest of the manufacturers celebrates every day without knowing it. The leaders of industry instinctively know this fact because, in their practice, in order to achieve great results they offer a great deal of money or provide wine and meat. 37. Remember parents' proposed solution, to establish love more quickly by relying on already existing relations, CP 207. Might it be enough to shift one's place and travel a bit along the roads and railways and work yards of the future to find already at work the new worker whom preaching sought in vain to forge in the common people made up of shoemakers and tailors, in the city of workshops and stores of egotism, of fleshes and theaters of love? But wasn't it first necessary to change one's skin, to incarnate the word of the savant in proletarian flesh, in order to be able to recognize the elect of God in this beast of work marching to stick and carrot, producing to consume and consuming to produce? The new worker has been found, and he bears a curious resemblance to the slave of old. And so they will go looking for him a little farther away, to the east, in Egypt, the new promised land that the Jews deserted and that is to be the place where the work of the future will be accomplished. To us outsiders, men from the liberal nations where the human being no longer marches in dense masses to the stick, a work yard of 40,000 men seems to be a dream out of 8,001 nights. It is an ordinary thing here, where 300,000 men dug the Mamadi Canal and left 15 to 20,000 dead on the battlefield, where the traveler beds under the stars and lives on a few beans. 38 A modest orgy, cut to the measure of the sham direction exercised over this work, on a canal that will not be made, by apostles serving as voluntary engineers who have no authority over the troops of fellows marching to the tune of fife, tarabuk, and reed flute other than the authority accorded them by their dream. One more time, one last time for the apostle become proletarian, the illusion of a command and the reality of a sacrifice. On the banks of the Nile, only the plague awaits Captain Hort, the new man, who first among the privileged delivered up his body to the harshest sufferings of work in order to incarnate in the temple a new life of hope and love. 39. What is taking shape between the metropolis in the west and the desert in the east is not so much the industrial command of the future as its ghostly double, the staging of a piece in which the old image of the happy smith is divided up among the three partners in a new game of doubles. In the marches of the east, the engineer apostle of industrial religion, bourgeois reborn as proletarian, sometimes commanding the labor of the new slaves but more often forging its heavenly image, facing him. The beast of work consecrated as the worker for glory, unwitting pioneer of the new work, in the metropolis of the West, the choir of old world proletarians, tailors and shoemakers and joiners and painters and floor layers. Their loyal and distant homage celebrating the new work in which they have no part except to recognize in it, or pretend to recognize, their own dreams as loving children, illusion, lie, truth who knows, on the banks of a different river, the Lethe. Such is the souvenir of love wherein the guardian of the abandoned temple of Menilmontant evokes the joy of an August night between the release of the father from prison and his departure for the East. Often, in private among ourselves or to visitors, we talk about the delightful month of August 1833, the release of our father, the nighttime entry, the star of our mother, the handshake to the old man, the first visit to my Adele, our emotion. And our eyes are moist that's with happiness, father, and that, father, is like the first love, it cannot be forgotten. The sky is blue in Paris at this moment. Shall I see that of the East one day? Are the minarets of Cairo impressive? Shall I trample underfoot the sand of the desert? Shall I share the sufferings of those peoples? Father, count on us always. Your devoted son in this life and the next. If the beautiful mythological fiction, the river Lethe, is not a fable, on the other side, Father, when caterpillar will be butterfly, all gods, and the Father's point 40. Chapter 9. The holes of the temple. From caterpillar to butterfly, from the banks of the Seine to the banks of the Lethe, the root of the chrysalis will not pass by the banks of the Nile. In vain does the apostle Moses, who has decided to go and find his mother again in the new promised land, urge his friend, joiner Ghani, to follow his example. I have already resolved, and given my word to others, that at the Father's signal I shall go with the workers and women to Egypt, the Egypt that today calls back the people of God in the name of liberty, with the promise of justice and the hope of abundance, the Egypt where the daughter of the Pharaoh is to definitively declare herself the mother of life's abandoned children and restore every infant to its mother's breast. Ghani, think about it. Soon, very soon, Gabriel, I shall be on my way. And you, what about you, my brother? You helped me to sense it, something said it to you the other day through me, I swear by the immense, by the eternal, we will not always be enchained, wretched. One Ghani, go seek it. West into East, the proletarian of France fertilizing the Arab's desert and liberty, the free woman of Europe tearing away the veils that envelop the beauty of her sister of Asia like a cloud and converting the ancient despot to the gentle sweetness of an unknown kiss. Seek yet again, the streaming voluptuousness of labor's sweat and toil, the well-beloved land, jealous and throbbing with love, the ravished and radiant heavens. Gabriel, don't you see our place in this great battle of the powers of goodness establishing their empire, to the envy of the fading powers of evil? O my brother, Gabriel, stout worker! Will you deprive me of your robust strength and your bold courage, you, my dark-eyed brother, too? The blond preacher surely knows his answer already. What joiner would travel so far to seek the streaming sweat and toil that he found long ago without ever having yearned for them? What liberty could he ever expect from the robust strength, just another name for necessity that daily obliges him to hire out his body to the enemy? And how might he identify with those companions of Moses whose ordeal he is invited by his friend to share? His daily renewed misery identifies much more with the journey of the wandering Jew, Ahasuerus, whose story Edgar Quinet, 1803–1875, has just retold in a prose poem that borrows Herder's and Ballink's ideas about palingenesis. And the attributes of glorious work, in whose name Moses summons his brother of the proletarian tribe, are nothing but the stigmata of forced labor. The streaming voluptuousness of labor's sweat and toil? How would you know about them, since you have never worked? Moses mine, I am not a stout worker. I am, for myself, a fatal, necessary worker. My robust strength is simply nervous energy, my bold courage is galvanizing courage, and my dark eye is a fool's eye. Point 3. To correct the inversion that turns the marks of the proletarian's bondage into his glory is also to return to the free space of the Eastern desert the meaning that Enlightenment thought gave it. The very same necessity that forges in the worker's body its illusory power puts into the proletarian soul the liberal anguish that prevents it from finding, in the classic space of despotism, the unity of a grain of sand. What would I be in the face of the Arab and his desert and his liberty, I who pulse all over with agonies? What a grain of sand is in the face of the pyramids, and besides, For ancient and modern despots my thinking has all the looks of Brutus's dagger. 4. Once upon a time the religion of progress had managed to transmute revolutionary energies into the power of love. The new exodus sends proletarians back to the insurmountable reality of their exile and splits the faith in progress into the divided state of a consciousness constrained to live on two levels, in the here and now of forced labor accompanied by all sorts of republican bitterness and sporadic hope, and in the presentiment of a hereafter or beyond more closely linked to the mysteries of Orpheus, rejuvenated by Balanc's palingenesis, than to the promised land or the kingdom of the sun. From one to the other, the journey, the ordeal of the proletarian cannot be redeemed by the march of any industrial army or transfigured by any project in time. I have already told you, I no longer have faith in time. I no longer believe in its organic missions. My existence is too twisted by its subversions. For me liberty, love, the collective action of my duration, my social necessity, it's something beyond the skies. Did you get me right when you quoted me? I take myself as the authority, for us the immense, the eternal, are in the realm of futurations. My place is where my presence will be more useful than my absence. I will be a nothing in Egypt. In France I will help sustain infectious days. 5. So his choice has been made, here and elsewhere, but not down there on the great highways of the industrial future. Only destitution will be able to push him, much later than some of his co-religionists, to try a stint in those workyards of the future. At the peak of the 1846 to 1847 crisis, he, like them, will have to resort to Enfantin's patronage to get a small post in the railroad administration. It is not the work of the railroad pioneers that attracts them but the hoped-for quiet of a little job in the shadow of the offices and warehouses of the vast railway enterprise. More fortunate than switchman Charles Pennicara and overseer Deloges, who have been thrown out into all the material perils and disciplinary rigors of the new Moloch, Ghani will glean a job as a railyard watchman from the very special patronage of a father he persists in addressing as citizen. There, for 4 years, besides fine leisure activities and plenty of open air for both the lungs and propaganda work, he will have an opportunity to find both the calmness of solitude and a multitude to be inflamed with his rebel energy. 6 But there he will also apprehend the full extent of the slavery and the new feudalism embellished by images of the peaceful army of workers. There he will observe the 4 circles of the model industrial hell, where machine improvements are refining the despotic tortures of the cellular prison into instruments of a production serfdom. It is, first of all, the temple of the machine, transformed into sanctuaries of penance by the numbered forges, the alignment of stations and lathes, the monotonous hum of the motor. There matter, obedient accomplice of the inventor's conceptions, exercises command without pity and sits on its throne amid its servants, demeaning their dexterity and their thinking with its inert comprehension. 7 Sacrifice to the reign of things, these human beings are parked in their places, locked up henceforth in the perfection of a single detail and obsessed anew with the peril of gears that neither hear nor heed when a human being howls with pain. Hell is also in the vast rotundas of traction where the locomotives are repaired and stoked up. In this second circle of tortures, there is no lack of room and yet air is wanting. 8 For the masters had gotten wind of the subversion that used to circulate in workshops through the tiniest of sighs or gestures, and so they had the genius of architects build them armed citadels against this new peril. They have borrowed what they could from the system of cellular prisons, constructing their workshops on the panoptic model so that, from a central point that branches out into divergent mirages akin to radiating threads of a spider's web, the foreman can see the most private acts and relations of his subordinates. 9. In truth, however, no peculiar architecture is needed to stamp the omnipresence of mastery and servitude on the body of the workers. On the lines and landing platforms as well as in the depots, the satraps of capital do it by obliging their subordinates to wear the livery that vainly tries to pass for the uniform of the peaceable army of workers. This traitorous linguistics is denounced by the lesions and contusions that inscribe the arbitrariness of capital's power on the body of the damned. If it is his whim, won't one or another of these satraps order the worker to get a crew cut, or to trim a beard whose fullness outrages the strict mustache of the officers of the railroad army. But that is not yet the last circle of hell. It is there in the signal towers and excavations where the switchmen and roadsmen, harassed by the dreaded spying of their foremen as well as by their anxious wait for trains, bestialize themselves in order to endure their lot as automatons 10 and in order to escape the schizophrenia of a spirit filled with thoughts in ruins, thoughts scattered and broken into an expanse of shadowy fragments seeking vainly to reunite 11 the animal kingdom, the return of spirit to matter there where the epoch of the new human being was presaged. In the final analysis, then, to the egotism of the Jews of Egypt and the lacerations of Republican Protestantism, the light of the East and the hierarchy of the future offer only a return to the archaic realms of the human dialectic, the immediacy of feudal servitudes or animal religions, the serfdom of the worker chained to his specialty, the panoptic will of torture, the livery of domestic service, and ultimate return to the beast. Such, in minted coin, is the materialized dream of the new human being, of the kingdom of God on earth. From this reckoning up of the new world, Ghani does not draw any resignation to the familiar fatality of the old world but rather the idea that the course must be run in the opposite direction. The kingdom of God, heaven on earth, can only be the reign of Baal, reserving for proletarians the role of crucified along the way. The course of their liberation must run in the opposite direction, from earth to heaven, and it can commend itself to only one hero, engineer, borrowed not from the new Christianity but from ancient paganism, Icarus. Over against the hellish industry of the railroads, which devastate the earth and rivet the chains of slavery on the body of human beings, he sets the great hope of a celestial science and industry, aerostatics. These aerial transports, admirable in their economy and wondrous in their flight, will soar over the sky like flocks of gigantic birds, covering the sun only with their fleeting shadow and not ravaging it. Then agriculture, clearing away the ruins of the railroads, will give the world back its sights and its forests, its grace and its emancipation, employing workers brutalized by the terrible locomotives in the regenerative work offered by a cultivation that is in the form of a national association. As for the aeronauts, they will organize themselves in accordance with the fraternal pact that will rule society. All will share in the common benefits in accordance with the time they have put in, and so each will feel his own good fortune grow with the good fortune of others. Then the rail lines, ripped up and covered with vegetation, after a few years will leave behind only the distant memory of their speculations and catastrophes. 12. A coherent industrial myth withdrawing the philosophy of progress from the necessity of a new feudalism and serfdom that is supposedly to end with the radiant dawn of the workers. Only a Icarian industry will make association possible, and the latter is to reign simultaneously on earth and in heaven. But this myth reconciling the here and the elsewhere of the faith in progress still does not eliminate the duality. The worker of the future will remain a double being, man of earth and son of sky. For the time being, however, the days of the pariahs are more modestly divided between this life of struggle, this individual life, the transient sorrows of the positive life, found again by the unfortunate Bazin, who has been chased out of the now sold estate of Menilmontant, and the peaceful dream, the angelic fiction of the faith, the ideal happiness of the life to come that serve as interludes. 13 He is always with another expectation, like the first soldier of the peaceable army of workers, the man of 1,000 trades, Deloges, whom caring for an aged mother, a wife, and 3 children has kept far away from the apostles who were summoning him to Egypt. This hope has to be strong to chase away the bitterness of the former missionaries' current labors. Deloges, who has taken back from his rival Bazin the lodge at Menilmontant, is filling up the holes in the temple's foundation for the benefit of the new purchaser, a man of the old nobility. Deloges needs a truly religious strength to live under such management. There is no sense in trying to express it in words. One has to live the experience. 14 But what does the master's personality matter, after all? From now on, can the worker for whom the plane has not been broken do anything else but fill up daily, with the work of his own hands, the holes of the temple of hope? Is the proletarian, who has experienced each and every misfortune of a badly organized society, called to the apostolate? The man who asked that question, Charles Mallard, has already paid with his life for his attempt to answer it. Emigrating to establish a fraternal colony in America, he managed to experience the egotism and duplicity of his supposed brothers before dying of cholera. 15 But his sister-in-law, Suzanne Voilkin, will take up the challenge again upon her return from Egypt. What is impossible for the proletarian man may not be for the proletarian woman. After being trained in obstetrics and homeopathy and getting certified as a midwife, the former embroiderer means to turn her profession into an apostolate, forming the woman of the future while taking care of her present ills, delivering the future humanity as well as the babies of proletarians. I sought certification as a midwife only to use it as a means. I said to myself, let us heal, let us embellish the flesh, and the spirit will be with us and the heart will love us. 16 Of course her destitution compels her to turn this fine profession into a trade, but as seldom as possible. But she has in mind something very different from a modest livelihood in exchange for offering medical services to poor women. With my profession and my free, independent position, I plan to establish a center of major influence that will later produce great good, not only with respect to motherhood but also with respect to all the sentiments that go to make up life. I have no desire to see pale copies of the Sister of Charity reproduced around me. My focus is woman, whom I want to see elevated in all the beauty of her nature. 17 And thus it will be possible for the proletarian, midwife, and healer of her sisters, to reconcile concern for the material with a humanitarian priesthood, to help a type of future humanity blossom both materially and spiritually. But the mischances of proletarian existence are never long in hitting, especially for those who expose themselves to protect others from them. Soon the dedication of Suzanne's brother to the cause of his fellow hatters will lead him to prison, from which he will emerge innocent but felled by a fatal languor. Suzanne will then have to take in charge her niece as well as her aged father, who has not garnered any wealth from 40 years of business ventures. Responsible for supporting a family, she will have to give up her independence as a priestess and again separate her exchange of material services from the apostolate of the future. That requires more than a month of routine, something counter to my habit that is more difficult to get into. It means turning my profession, which I would like to link to the priestly service of the future, into a matter of speculation and money. That wearies me, displeases me, puts me in a bad mood. Then I look around me and say to myself, that is the way it must be since your existence tripled a month ago. You are a midwife of 1838, not a priestess of the future. I immediately resign myself and quite simply start trying to drum up a clientele as others do. 18 The arithmetic of social contradictions is strict, an existence tripled is a life reduced to 1/3 of itself. To gain an independent existence that will benefit her father and niece, the priestess will have to abandon her social and religious life. To fulfill her duties to her own relatives, she will have to travel far from them, drumming up a clientele in St. Petersburg, Russia, in the east of cold work as opposed to both the Egypt of the prophets and the America of utopias. From that moment I became part of the world in order to get a decent, independent livelihood from it through my work and let you and my aged father enjoy it. Forced to sell all my time, talk, and exterior life, I had to suppress my own heart and will, retaining only my freedom of thought. 19. Another exile in the realms of phraseless work is that of Desiree Verrett in the England of machines. There she has nothing to do but work instead of serve, and look for pleasure instead of love. The work is so unappealing that I would prefer to be in the galleys. We must work from 7 a.m. until midnight, at the earliest, and we are subjected to the varying caprices of the stock market. Oh, what a stupid business it is, this civilized industry. You expect, my dear M. Fourier, that love will come along to distract me, the love of an Englishman, is that what you're thinking? In that they are the same as they are in mechanics. They can only handle the material side or a fanciful love that exists only in the imagination. Never shall I have the sort of love I properly need. I have made my decision about it and settle for pleasure. Point 20. Such is the decision of exiled women who settle for the material reality of duties and pleasures while dreaming, after midnight, of the phalanstery or the future humanity. By its very radicalness, their decision denounces the compromise by which their brothers try to overlook their own exile between the daily round of jobs which, on the whole, are more plentiful than they were in 1831, and the happy reunions of anniversary festivals, dances in the Barrière des Amandiers, get-togethers on the Isle Seguin or the Isle Saint-Denis to celebrate the Father's birthday or the inauguration of the temple works. But isn't that to reduce the temple of the future to the shabby dimensions of something that is no longer even the hospice offered to poverty by philanthropic generosity, though perhaps its equivalent in terms of worker aspirations, the Sunday islands of love or the goguettes of Saturday evening? A return to the sources or a withdrawal to the ordinary round of proletarian amusements? True enough, this withdrawal can appeal to the rules of strategy and the exigencies of propaganda. For the good cause Vincard, for example, tries to express the new faith in the old idiom of Republican Epicureanism. To get himself admitted as a demon of hell to the goguette of the Hellraisers, Infernos, he borrows the air of Rantan plan to affirm the transition from the table of Bacchus to the holy table. Impatient I am for orders satanic, wanton or Bacchic, and to officiate at the table unclean. I come all devout to give to the devil myself at your Sabbath. From my fatty appearance and my air libertine, you can see that by nature I'm a bit of mandarin. I'll not hide the fact that, as a true Beelzebub, human material was often my butt. You do recollect the devilish exploits we used to perform in our independence, spanking the butts off cops and stool pigeons I saw there behind, by firecracker light. If the infernal empire accepts my life's reckoning, it surely must know that those noisy days for me are no more than games children play. Yes, freeze in your terror. Demons, tremble you all. He who presents himself is more devilish than you. Know that in my soul a diabolical fire makes me believe in the woman as one believes in God. To the worthiest, I believe, belongs authority. But as devil determined, I have hated the power and prejudices of birth. For I must tell all you young scamps of hell, the big frying pan awaits me at Lucifer's. Be it said without mystery. And know in the end that your new brother is a Saint Simonian. A nice copying exercise, but what exactly is to be expected from this marriage of heaven and earth, this parody of a witch's Sabbath, which consecrates the murky wine of goguettes as the blood of the new covenant in order to raise the votaries of Republican Bacchus to the communion of universal association? It certainly must be admitted that this faith is a bit corroded by worldly skepticism. All that is song, just song, but it helps one to live, and one who lives will see 22. But it is not from the camp of Saint Simonian integrism that this impiousness will be denounced. After all, these prosaic wedding feasts of Cana merely pick up again, on the proletarian side, the use of symbolic acts and religious language, anticipating, in the realm of representation, the transformation of an as yet unchanged reality. In the image of those metamorphoses that had a bourgeois man in rolled-up shirt sleeves being taken for a proletarian, an embrace for the reconciliation of classes, and a few holes in a suburban garden for the temple of the future humanity, the proletarian family can certainly present their fraternal collects as apostolic acts and a goguette refrain as the canticle of the new age. Criticism of these sacramental parodies, then, will come from another quarter. Cabinet maker Lenore, who has moved on to Fourierism, will be the one to recall Vincard to the serious substance of the religious promise. It is not a matter of rebaptizing the good works and bad couplets of the past, of conceptually changing the wine of the goguette into the wine of communion. The table of daily bread must be transformed in reality into the table of universal communion. It is no longer a matter of giving new names to ancient practices but of producing new social deeds. You pride yourself on deeds that you have criticized in the philanthropists and that you do not even have the merit of having invented. Thus, you remind me that we helped this person or that person. I know it. I was there. Not being able to do better, we did good. But all that cannot be put down in the books as a social deed, unless you find a big difference in it because you did it for the sake of religion, which would change something for the ear but nothing for the intellect. It would be merely a more resonant word, the deed would be exactly the same. So long as you have performed only deeds like that, deeds put forward in goggets, you have no right to think you have done any work of goodwill more powerful than money. But when you have abolished the exploitation of the poor by the rich for some portion of humanity by bringing their respective self-interests into harmony, when you have managed to emancipate women from the authority of the husband, when you have preserved these same women from the horrors of prostitution by effecting their material emancipation, without which any other is impossible, when you have placed children in an environment where they can grow integrally and freely according to their capabilities, and when you have established a genuine solidarity for this whole portion of the human family, then you will be able to say, we have done something social. Kman, old boy, agree that our song-filled walks and philanthropic balls or religious balls, if you will, which were the feasible manifestations of our goodwill, are not deeds of such a nature as to save the world. Point 23. To save the world, the religion of the future must turn aside from miracles that flatter the illusions of the senses and turn toward those that give the common people the body's bread along with that of the soul. Saint Simonism merely reenacts the wedding feast of Cana, Fourierism offers the science of the multiplication of the loaves and fishes, which alone is capable of getting beyond the oppositions between egotism and selfless dedication, conflicting material interests and the imaginary enjoyments of fraternity. Later, Lenore will take it upon himself to offer the same sort of reminder to his Saint Simonian colleagues on La Roche Populaire. It is in the triteness of social cookery that the holy table of universal communion is prepared, and it is disdain for the shabby realities of matter that is delaying the fulfillment of the promise. You should realize that cries of sublime enthusiasm will issue from every human breast, that tears of unprecedented joy will fill every eye, the day they can say to each other, brothers, want has disappeared from our world, the table is now set for the whole earth, no more workingmen or working women, old folks or children, suffering from hunger, all are summoned to the universal banquet, and all are coming to quench their thirst. You should also realize that if our human race is still sunk in poverty, ignorance, and brutishness after almost 7,000 years of existence, this is the natural, logical consequence of its disdain for those labors that, in every age, have been deemed unworthy of the attention of the well-bred human being and good only for occupying the rabble, be it composed of slaves, serfs, or proletarians. It is the consequence of the stupid pride that, even today, deems trivial such products as onions and potatoes. Oh, the silliness of human beings, trivial things indeed. They are the works of God. 24. The rehabilitation of matter is not a question of apostolic ceremonies that fill up, by way of imagination, the gap between material labors and celestial harmonies. It is the work of union effected by scientific knowledge between providential calculations and household accounts. Over against the parodies of qualitative transformation are set the true miracles of quantity. Enfantin's outlook must be reversed in order to keep the promises of Saint Simonism. To oppose the great work of the industrial apostolate to the paltry realities of homely beef broth is to devote oneself to the imaginary campaigns of armies that are nowhere to be found. It is the science of housekeeping that is to provide the basis of what is promised in vain by the representations of the industrial religion. On this point the gastronomic fancies that Lenore shares with his master, Fourier, and Lenore's wife is, admittedly, a cook link up again with the experience that had led the female pioneers of the women's apostolate to societal science. It is not the free woman who should preside over the project of universal association, rather, industrial and domestic association, by taking the place of the parceling out evident in the family, will lay the material basis for the liberation of women and men. By 1833 Reinickendorf had already turned back on the Saint-Simonians the argument about formal liberty they had used against Republicans. If you say to women who are begging for a remedy for their own sufferings and those of their children, reclaim your moral liberty, aren't you like those who say to the common people suffering from hunger, reclaim your political rights, as if those rights could satisfy it and organize work differently. 25. The best way for women to acquire their liberty, then, is for them to preach in order to hasten the realization of a new social order in which association is to replace isolation, and in which all jobs are organized in such a way that there will be room for us in all those we are able to perform. 26. So there is a double exigency. On the one hand, women must be assured the means of an independent existence, without which they will always be the slaves of men, for the man who gives us our material life can always demand in exchange that we submit to his desires. 27. But this independence cannot simply be the effect on private life of a new organization of the production sphere. It also implies the industrialization of the private sphere, where the woman is a slave in a second way, prevented by household chores from devoting herself to all the careers she is capable of handling. When its organization is based on association, it will employ only a meager portion of women, only those whose inclination is in that direction. Then other women will be able to turn to anything and everything else that suits them. 28. The representation of moral emancipation must be replaced by propaganda efforts for the experimental realization of the material emancipation that serves as the basis for social emancipation. That is the only way to give all the people their daily bread while satisfying the thirst of those men and women who are held back by the obligations of family attachments and the inability of the civilized order to give free rein to their aspirations. So the phalanstery has a double advantage over the industrial religion. It begins at the beginning, with the material basis of emancipation. But this materiality is not merely an intoxication with production in which the calculations of some and the reveries of others are supposed to get lost. In place of the paradoxes of a doctrine arrested by the interval between work and enjoyment, the Fourierist science puts the calculus of attractions that socializes self-interests and makes desires for the infinite productive. To the impossible fabrication of the new human being it opposes a distribution of differences that shapes the harmonious order with the elements of civilized anarchy. It is the latter aspect, in particular, that maintains a hold on the mobile Désirée Verade. Her encounter with Enfantin had drawn her out of the egotistical quietude of her infinite and created in her a veritable anarchy, a living image of society. 29. This anarchy does not enable her to figure out how exactly she might contribute to the phalanstery she eagerly awaits. It is not that I have any hope of going there, because I often ask myself what I would be good for in a phalanstery. My nature has been broken and twisted by civilization. There is in me a chaos I cannot clarify. The longer I live, the more incomprehensible I find myself. 30. But the incoherence that prevents her from finding her place in the harmonious order is, for the man of science, a tool for giving definition to her. I give my pen free rein, certain that nothing is lost on you and that, amid the complaints of this poor civilized creature, you will find a few seeds that will make a happy and harmonious creature out of her. 31. Unlike Gani, then, whose absence of harmony kept him far away from the harmony of Saint-Simonian choirs, she will be able, thanks to Fourier's discovery, to see faces brimming with openness and happiness in place of the cold, arid figures of proletarian exile, and she will be able to abandon herself to her natural bent without fear of bruising those around her or being bruised by them. 32. The powerlessness of goodwill, the power of science, to satisfy the needs of the workers as it reconciles the divided nature of proletarians. By the same token, however, the conditions for this reconciliation fall outside their power. They are dependent on science, which calculates both attractions and the material resources needed for the experiment. The proletarians wait and look for the work of the savant. The savant, in turn, waits and looks for the money of capitalists, to whom he tries to prove that doubling the enjoyments of the proletarians will quadruple the product of their labor. Unfortunately, such lines of reasoning attract only the limited resources and scarcely enlightened goodwill of leftist philanthropists. At Condé-sur-Vesgre and Citeaz, and later in Texas, only caricatures of a phalanstery will ever emerge, simple communities of impotent goodwills, rebaptized rather than transformed by the associative theory. Even these failures, of course, can be used as evidence by the savants. Of the abortive project in Texas, considerant will later say that it had been productive precisely insofar as it had been invested with theory. Where savants can always find confirmation a contrario of the power of science and money, aren't proletarians led to verify the powerlessness of material conditions that exclude their own power? Having come to Condé-sur-Vesgre to find the solution to the contradictions facing a proletarian woman divided between maternal passions and duties on the one hand and the will for societal involvement on the other, Julie Fanfernot soon discerns the flaw in an organization that claims that the phalanstery would be an abortive endeavor if sentiment were to take the place of money. 33. So far as reconciliation goes, the community of attractive work simply leads the double life of the proletarian back to a unity like that of English mechanics or bloodless Russian work in the cold. Their organization was only a mass of machines, without movement and riddled with impotence. They want to regenerate society, yet remain enslaved to all that is most ignorant and stupid about society. 34. What the phalanstery lacks, quite plainly, is the power of the common people, a paradoxical power consisting in the very division that the Fourierist associative science, on the heels of the industrial religion, sought to suppress, the contradictory unity of egotistical needs and unlimited acts of dedication, of ambiguous submissions and unexpected uprisings, the power of songs or sentiments without object that put distance between the proletarian and the very order they embellish, the ignored efficacy of the illusion that has the inhabitants of shanties sojourning in the palaces of ideas. On one day only, the Fourierists of Condé saw the dreariness of their community enlivened by the songs of a passing Saint Simonian. To the Mecenas of the place, who discovers in the songs of Vincard the hardiness lacking in his community, the pastor, musician of the laboring family can point up the contradiction of Fourierist materialism. You mean you don't have people and hours for pleasure, musicians to set people dancing, a few joyous refrains on Sunday to put heart into work? In that case you will fight in vain against the old world, which dispenses pleasures to the idle to the point of satiety and offers none of that to workers. 35. To put heart into work, this heartiness is possible only if one leaves the definition of work sufficiently vague. The power of another expectation denounces the mirage of attractive work. The heart can go to work with the same energy of song that drove it yesterday, or will drive it tomorrow, to temple reveries, barricade gunshots, or the collective suspension of work. Lenore may mockingly contrast the twin powers of science and money with the mere goodwill of fraternal sentiments and the futility of song-filled promenades, but Vincard can turn the argument back on him. First of all, the cabinet maker who expatiates so well on the power of silver possesses it no more than does his debating foe. Moreover and more important, that power is real only as a power of exploitation. With the power of silver they have made social slippers that chase us drolly. Don't you agree? The hide they employ is a little less supple than the fur that adorns their own slippers. It isn't of deer skin, either, the feet are not too comfortable in it. 36. Of the two powers advocated by Lenore, one money is, and cannot help but be, the power of what is, the power of privilege and exploitation. The other intelligence is in actuality too accommodating to the first power for one to be able to pinpoint among its children those who are legitimate. The fact is that it has the larger family, and it evidently plays the prostitute because you see too many bastards strutting around with its name when they have no right to it, for example, intrigue, guile, cavilling, contradiction, chicanery, pettifogging, bathos, and real bloopers. 37. These travesties of an intelligence that has prostituted itself to the power of money are more terrible than the illusions of sentiment. Lenore had written ironically of differences between philanthropic practices and apostolic acts that are differences for the ear alone. Vincard returns the auditory metaphor: you talk of logic, but reasoning is a noise that often lacks even an echo. It is the surging surf that bellows and dashes but cannot touch the sky. It is a death rattle, a noise without effect and often without a cause. 38. Over against this noise without cause, effect, or echo Vincard sets the only power capable of rising from earth to heaven, a power that manifests itself in the throbbings of the heart, is a present from a God who gives himself completely, and has been placed in the heart of the common people and woman. It is not the mere illusion of grand sentiments and high-sounding words rebaptizing the charities of philanthropy and the rantan plantoons of the cabaret. For the fraternal help doled out among Saint Simonians was not aimed at misfortune but at the social value of individuals capable of returning 100-fold to the general project. The philanthropists do nothing. We were making human beings, and we actually did that. With the factitious power money, we make the power heart blossom. Do philanthropists concern themselves with that? 39. As for goguettes, song-filled walks, and philanthropic balls or religious balls, if you will, which the cabinet maker deems rococo from atop his scientific chair, they have shown recently that they were the locus of a religious sentiment capable of making the established powers tremble. Perhaps the temple of the people is not positively there at present, but, my friend, it wasn't so long ago that holy and religious things were being done there. Remember its high priest, Berenger. 40. Those holy and religious things certainly paved the way for the glorious revolution that, under the bright sun of July, proved to all the idolatrous worshippers of material or scientific powers that the power of the heart, the power of the common people, was not that of impulses and refrains without consequence. More than ever, then, the Fourierist provocation leads the most orthodox member of the Saint Simonian faithful back to the unimpeachable model of any and all popular emancipation, no other way for the common people except the one in which they manifest their power, the power revealed in that suspended time of July. The conflict here does not have to do with opposing interpretations of the 3 July days in terms of violence versus fraternity, success versus failure. It is between those who recognize in them the start of a new era, the era of the common people's power, and those who do not. This recognition should lead not only to an overthrow of the relations established by ancient and modern wisdom between the illusion of popular impulses and the reality of material conditions, but also to a redistribution of the old hierarchy sustaining the order of that city closed to illusion makers, the ancient Platonic city of nous, mind, intelligence, thumos, heartfelt feeling, courage, and epithumia, material desire. The utopians have been vainly employing these years of reflection in defining the new measures and proportions of the Trinitarian hierarchy. The trivial conspiring of print merchants and singing workers has already foiled the calculations of their science. From the warriors or from their image the proletarians stole the power of the heart that they today oppose to the complicities of science and material interests. Thus, the opposition between morality and material efficacy is turned around. Deprived of the power of the people, social science can only be the science of exploitation, and the only progress it can propose to proletarians is that which would turn them into a bourgeois people, that is, into animals enslaved to their bellies. A monstrous dream, if it were not unrealizable, but also, perhaps, unrealizable because monstrous, because in contradiction to the power of the people, which never works so well for the material development of progress as when it turns its back on the calculations of the science of material interests. Thus, the People's Action of 1830 practically inaugurated the era of the withering away of exploitation by transforming it from social practice suffered into calamity confessed by the greatest number. It is this slow but inescapable progress of principle penetrating the thought and action of the masses that the quick-wit mind of the social doctors wants to lock up in the mechanical movements of its parallelograms of forces. In La Ruche Populaire, it is quite naturally a former director of worker education, Gustave Bayard, who offers the following retort and lesson to apprentice Dr. Lenoir. Reality, judge of last and supreme resort of every theory begotten by the mind, makes short shrift of the integralities or organized systems of all these professors of social grammar. When you get right down to it, human beings and things operate as ordained by the infinite economy. And of all the proposed programs, it is ever and always moral thoughts alone, i.e., universal thoughts, that serve as a beacon to the people, i.e., the mass of human beings, in finding the main road amid the multitude of shortcuts into which the mob of quick-wit minds, with good or bad intent, tries to lead them astray. For these quick-wit minds are ready to take a rule for a gospel, an expanse of 100 square toises 1 toises equals 1.949 meters dotted with farms for a world, a few railway lines for a fusion of all interests, and a communal restaurant for an association. 41. A rule, 100 square toises, a few railway lines, a communal restaurant. This denunciation of the Fourierist parallelogram reminds us a bit of the four circles of hell described by Ghani. For this critique of Fourierism has a specific function: it allows the Saint-Simonian proletarians to pursue their dream by exorcising images of the worker as machine and the bestialized proletarian. It must be made clear that the Fourierist primacy of material conditions has no model other than that furnished by those privileged by fortune, whose belly is their god and whose head typifies that of an ostrich in relation to the carnal mass, atop which it sits like a marabou stork on an elephant. When you say that the first and most important thing is to establish domestic associations where all are plentifully supplied with the basics of food, clothing, and shelter, and you do not enact any parallel program to be carried out as a moral project, you are failing to notice that you are tending to turn society into an ostrich, that is, an animal whose belly is bigger than its heart, all egotism and totally devoid of self-sacrificing dedication. 42. If the article of the typographer, savant had not put an end to the fraternal debate, the quibbling cabinet maker would undoubtedly have asked for some explanation concerning the slippage of metaphor, whereby the heart is put in place of the head so as to more easily subsume the question of science under the classic opposition of egotism and self-sacrificing dedication, a steady slippage from logical possibility to material possibility, and from material possibility to moral acceptability. Because 3 terms, not 2, are needed to establish the practical privilege of dedication. Why appeal to self-sacrificing dedication, ask the Fourierists, if you can establish the common welfare without having recourse to this badly shared out virtue? Replies Bayard. Why dedication? Because your fine programs of association are merely programs and do not end up being realized in any way. Because the people, with all that, remain what they are, exploited by the schemers who put to good use and personal profit the time spent by the system makers in babbling. Because those schemers would soon vanish if, instead of preaching what cannot be even partially turned into reality, we all labored to perfect and complete our collective sovereignty. 43. The Fourierist friends of Lenore might ask in reply, doesn't that mean letting the people die of hunger while they wait for the perfecting of that sovereignty? Let them set to work, then, replies Bayard, but that material test presupposes a moral preamble. How can people work when the source of all the people's work, dedication, has been dried up? The incarnation of the monster, a people without self-sacrificing dedication, is happily arrested at its source and principle by the contradiction involved. The first task is to give people the wherewithal to live. Okay, show us your power to materialize the miracle of the 5 loaves and 2 fishes, and then you can chat to us after that. But, again, you don't accomplish anything. And it's a good thing, too, because if you were able to organize things without moral duties or dedication, you would turn the common people into what oligarchies have been in every age, a collection of impostors enjoying a carefree life, chatting about morality, justice, and public order with their backs to the fireplace and their bellies at the table, and wholly in the grip of the cunning appetites of an incurable egotism. 44. The former companion of the woman and his worker proselytes feel the same way that the intellectual laborers of Brook Farm will later feel. The experiment, so far as its original projectors were concerned, proved long ago a failure, first lapsing into Fourierism, and dying, as it well deserved, for this infidelity to its own higher spirit. 45. To them the Fourierist fare represents another relapse of the angelic dream, the animalization of the humanitarian religion. But now, in this year 1840, a morose 10th anniversary, the classical and distant image of the religion of castes immediate, animal, and oriental takes on an unexpected and close-up shape, that is, a proletarian class transformed into a flock of petty bourgeois, wearing Jerome Pacherat's cotton cap and spouting the opinions of Joseph Proudhon, the petty bourgeois cartoon character created by Henri Monnier. The image of a new political animal extolled by economists and philanthropists, the worker won over to the proprietary instincts of saving and the seductions of cheap comfort, and hence dispossessed of the illusory and real power of the people, the hard power that is the source of uncalculated dedication and incalculable subversion. How could the companions of the Apostle Vincard, who has just opened a little optical business in Sauce Lane and now finds himself a shopkeeper, all but bourgeois, 46 How could those apostles turned back to an individual use of their capabilities by the absence of work, remain insensible to the diabolic winds that are blowing from God knows where and, instead of fanning the divine fire of great affairs, lifting away, chasing, and extinguishing even the last tiny sparks of enthusiasm, 47. How could they not dread the reigning atmosphere of shabbiness fomented both by the preaching of the official economists on the virtue of savings banks and by the bookkeeping of an opposition busy analyzing budgets and endowments? Everything is wasting away, shrinking. Everything is paltry and mean. We are being crammed with brioche rolls, light, fluffy rolls that are very rich of all sorts, monarchical, liberal, constitutional. That does not cramp animal life at all. It kills the spirit and the heart, but so what? Just as long as one can live comfortably, that's the essential thing. 48. In the apologies for cheap comfort, as in the discourses of a liberalism that itself has passed over into the regime of brioche rolls, the proletarian faithful read a real menace. If among the people every individual could call himself bourgeois and proprietor, that would be the end of all glory, all nationality, for the people. What future might be expected of a people composed of petty bourgeois individuals? Of a people wherein each individual would make himself the center, would have to defend his own little property, his own little store, his own little workshop, his own little political rights, because everything would then be infinitely little, 49. This future rejected by Taylor Desplanches resembles, stroke for stroke, the destiny evoked by Bayard, a people consisting of Fourierist impostors chatting about morality, justice, and public order with their backs to the fireplace and their bellies at the table. To the lost children of Saint Simonism, who had been attracted for a moment by the new hope, the Fourierist gastrosophie now seems to be the mere point of honor of a world consecrated to the religion of the belly, the savants' version of the cult of Baal. But isn't this furious attack on the animal caricature of their religion the interment of their own faith as well? We cannot help but be struck by the words now being employed by the apostles of love and the heart's power, that would be the end of all nationality. A people wherein each individual would make himself the center. To perfect and complete our collective sovereignty. It is up to each generation to work for the benefit of the next generation. This is no longer the mystical and sensuous prose of the Saint Simonian priests, but neither are these the words and expressions with which the proletarian faithful try to effect some reconciliation between the former and the reveries of natural religion or the fevers of republican passion. If the vocabulary is different, the reason is that the imaginary universe of the worker apostles has changed perhaps even more quickly than the people's living conditions. You don't come across many workers chatting about morality, justice, and public order with their backs to the fireplace and their bellies at the table, but the image of the holy table is now shattered. Now you have on one side the evangelical and democratic altar of sacrifice, on the other, the oligarchic banquet table where the pigs grow fat. On one side the simple morality of duty and fraternity where each and every child of the common people can commune with the sacrifice ordained by divine providence, on the other, the aristocratic morality of pleasure and enjoyment, extolled for their own benefit by the oligarchic castes of all times and degraded by their needs into handouts of bread and circuses designed to consolidate the bondage of the common people. But what about these principles now being used by the last squad of Saint Simonian proletarians to beat down the Fourierist beast? It was 10 years earlier that Philippe Butches, a former Carbonaro and former disciple of Saint Simon, who has now returned to the religion of his Christian childhood, began to forge them, not for Saint Simonism but against it. The present Saint-Simonian criticism of Fourierism merely picks up the themes advocated 10 years earlier by Buches and his disciples of the New Science in their indictment of Enfantin's version of Saint-Simonism. It was back in 1829 that Buches saw, in the mystical form given to the new Christianity by Enfantin and Eugene Rodriguez, the absolute evil, the pantheistic beast, and he immediately set out to refute it. On the theoretical level, first of all, he showed that their doctrine, which turned spirit and matter into two finite aspects of the divine infinite, entailed a theory of necessity that deprived moral action and human progress of the two preconditions making them possible, a free spontaneity and a resistant matter. Then, on the practical level, he denounced Enfantin's rehabilitation of the flesh as a mere sublimation of the worship of the belly and the nighttime depravities of the banal flesh of the crossroads, proposing only to plunge human beings once again into the privileges of castes, the promiscuity of beasts, and the orgies of the cult of Pan. 50. From there Buches went on to construct patiently, in opposition to the new religions and utopias, the solid edifice of a few principles valid for all. The only religion that can ensure the moral redemption and material well-being of the people's children is the religion of fraternity announced by Jesus Christ, but the bonds of that fraternal religion had to be loosed from the equivocal entwinements of the new Eucharists. The true religion of the people can be recognized in four attributes. First, it is Catholic, that is, democratic, the religion of a salvation by and for the collectivity, opposed to the privileges Jewish, Protestant, or what have you of individual faith and individual salvation. Second, it is a moral religion, sending out an appeal to every individual, not in terms of enjoyment promised or even right recognized, but rather in terms of a duty imposed. And so its gospel hero is the centurion who knows that he is not worthy to receive the Lord but believes that the latter's word will heal his servant just as surely as he knows that his own orders ought to be obeyed. 51 Third, this religion is also social in both its means and its ends. It promises each individual his or her modest share in the collective happiness, but only to the extent that he or she has sacrificed a proportionate share of egotistical happiness. Fourth and perhaps most important of all, this religion is national, linking the specific duty of workers and that of all citizens to the ends pursued by a French nation that is the eldest daughter, not of the Church but of the Gospel itself. The whole destiny of that nation is actually inscribed on its birth certificate. It took shape, at the time of Clovis, in the struggle against the barbarian propagators of the Arian heresy. That heresy had a very precise import that makes it the very model of the religions of egotism. It separated the person of the Son from the divinity of the Father only to make his morality optional for people with power who are unwilling to sacrifice their privileges to the divine message of fraternity. The apostles of the battle against egotism must try to perfect and complete collective sovereignty, which in turn has a national mission to carry out against the egotism championed by the Protestant nations. It must subject the egotisms of castes to the reign of fraternity, completing this project that has been carried on through the anti-feudal centralizations of monarchical France and the liberating conquests of republican France. This belated settling of accounts between Saint-Simonian and Fourierist workers reveals the following new scene. Over against the Saint-Simonian communion promiscuity of hearts, sexes, and classes, and over against the Fourierist science of attractions of interests, a new religion has been forged under the cover of a return to the ancient one. It is a democratic, moral, social, and national religion, unraveling the ambiguities of proletarian liberalism for the benefit of workers and militants of goodwill. No longer an ambiguous religion of working, it is an unequivocal religion of works. Not a religion for workers, a religion for all. But something more real and effective for the future advances or submissions of work than the cults organized in work's name, that is, the source and principle of a reversal that proclaims the same morality of self-sacrificing dedication for all but specifies its measure and prototype in the class of people who have no way of escaping the law of sacrifice, the proletarians constrained in the ordinary round of their days to go out looking for their family's bread in work, and in exceptional times, to go out and defend the soil of their homeland. For proletarians it is no longer a matter of appropriating to themselves the night of bourgeois apostles and poets but of constructing a world wherein the bourgeoisie will know in truth, no longer in sham images, the workday of the worker. In vain, then, did the Saint Simonian proletarians of La Roche Populaire, the people's beehive, believe that they could still use the association of hearts as a lever to found with all the thoughts that occupy the world, a new social and truly patriotic party that might continue, embrace, and unite in sublime concert all the lost voices in this great Babel 52. The new social party, the Workers' Party, needs more rigid levers and less buzzing lodgings. It needs a doctrine that has the potential to be the law of the coming world. Soon some editors of La Roche Populaire will leave to found a journal designed to oppose the unitary and anonymous voice of a single principle to the concert of Babel and polyphony. It will be called L'Atelier, the workshop. Part 3. The Christian Hercules. Work is the Christian Hercules. Chev, Catholicisme et démocratie, ou, le règne du Christ. Chapter 10. The Interrupted Banquet. How many out of 10 are married? The question raised by the inquiry about work and workers by the workers themselves is not incongruous, it is simply pointless. For Citizen Cabet has already anticipated the answer in the form of a subsidiary question, why so few? The answer to this second question is no mystery, and it, too, is provided in advance under the heading Workers' Vices. The militant investigators will have no trouble finding that the percentage of married workers is in inverse proportion to the percentage of subjects addicted to familiar vices, alcoholism, barrier districts, cafes, gambling, fancy dress, dances, neighborhood bars, debauchery, carnival. 1. Such are the banalities of the 1840s, the clichés used by the friend of the workers, Baron de Pan, to embroider his interminable lessons on the regenerating virtue of savings banks. Is it really so surprising that we find them reiterated by his most radical adversary, the Pontiff of Communism, Etienne Cabet, 1788–1856? For when it comes to workers, Cabet does not really know any except the few respectable, well-dressed gentlemen whom he teaches on Sunday mornings in his salon on Rue Jean-Jacques Rousseau, for example, Tailor Favard, Mason Nadod, Baker Robillard, and Jeweler Prudent. It is this complicity that marks the novelty of the decade just beginning. Right after the uprising of 1830, the orators of the people of July needed only a stroke of the pen to brush away the allegations, more frightened than bold, of men of property on the defensive, allegations comparing the common people of the city's outskirts to the barbarians of an earlier day who were camped at the gates of the Roman Empire. Then there was no lack of images of the people's reality to refute such semblances of reasoning, and to remind those with smooth, white hands that under the rude manners and plain clothes of the men with caul-used hands beat a heart for great things. It is precisely this clear relationship between appearance and being that has now been lost. Here in the 1840s it is not a question of extolling the heart that beats under plain clothes. Everyone agrees, in any case, that the clothes are not as plain as they used to be, a benefit of machines, say the economists, which have brought both cheap fabrics and homely comfort to the worker, a growth of superficial needs, say the worker publicists, needs of appearance that are being satisfied at the expense of basic necessities. There is also less talk of caul-used hands and bronzed foreheads, almost as if the worker's body were losing the signs of its distinctiveness as the apparel of poverty grew more sophisticated, as if it were losing the hallmarks of liberty that distinguished the worker from the slave, even the slave in revolt. The interplay of being and appearance, reversing ideally the submission of working-class misery to the paneled rooms of idleness, has been succeeded by this mixed spectacle intermingling the stigmata of poverty and the stigmata of pleasure to shape the figure of an animalized people. And indignant replies to bourgeois descriptions have given way to a certain shared view of the spectacle of degradation. The monotonous bourgeois enumeration of worker vices is matched by the obsessive visions that haunt the journals of every stripe put out by informed workers dedicated to defending the interests of their own class. There is no point here in trying to separate out the Catholic invectives of L'Atelier, the Saint Simonian dislikes of l'Union, or the communist indignations of La Fraternite when confronted with the coarseness of popular amusements. We have finally gotten through those degrading days that bring back to life in our cities the obstinate traditions of the first savages. Yes, everything tends toward the beast during those days. Pasteboard faces, snouts, enormous beaks, and mugs hide the noble lineaments of the human being. Bodies are covered with bumps and lumps, heads with manes, horns, and scales. Everything is disguised in brutish form. Walk around during these festivals. Listen to the deafening screams and the dissonant sounds of the instruments. And if, amid these infamies, you see the savage woman devouring raw flesh, you may wonder whether you are in a civilized country or among barbarians. The voices are alike and no longer have anything human about them, something screechy, fluty, and shrill, like the cries uttered by wild creatures in the forest. Then, when the pack is satiated and the spirit-use drinks are fermenting in their empty brains, there are such shrieks of delirium and frenzy that pity grips your heart. Point 2. The degradation of carnival lasts for only a few days each year, fortunately, but every week has a Sunday and a Monday for those leisure time activities of workers that become, in the filthy sewer called the barrier district, identified with the work of debauchery. Point 3. And the confusion of the barriers tends to spill over into the streets of the working class outskirts or suburbs. We reach Rue Sainte Marguerite, a veritable sewer of demoralization and impurities. It is narrow, dingy, dirty, repellent. All sexes and ages are thrown together pell-mell, prostitutes without work, strolling singers, organ grinders who sleep there for 2 sous, sidewalk jugglers, fortune tellers, the whole medley swarming and crawling around, shouting curses or singing obscenities, and shamelessly indulging in acts of the most revolting cynicism. Point 4. A vision borrowed from the bourgeois, one in which social rejection of the other contaminates moral categories to the point where the effects of poverty are immediately identified with the hallmarks of vice, and the unemployment of a prostitute is offered as a further manifestation of her depravity. But the bourgeois gentleman, you see, does not need to prove that this terrible medley of vice and lewdness belongs to a different race than his own, to stress so obligingly the signs of animality that differentiate the flock of debauchery from the working class people, or to denounce in his columns the adulterated wine of the barriers, a melange of logwood and litharge. 5. In order to make clear that the barrier alcoholic is not just another drunken worker but the consumer of an orgiastic brew. That has nothing to do with the invigorating beverage of the worker. A bourgeois gentleman can overlook these distinctions, but not locksmith Gilland, poet and militant of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. The more precarious he finds the borderline, the more anxious he is to point up the division between the two populations. But let no one think that there we have the people of the Saint-Antoine district. Those who think so are seriously mistaken, taking the froth for the wave, the less for the liquor. It is at their work that the people must be estimated. It is in the workshops, and nowhere else, that you find them. If you go there, you will see a human being of rough and ready labors, not a human being of laziness or debauchery. So let no one go looking for them where they aren't, or pretend to see them where they have never been. Point 6. But everyone knows that in these difficult times the vivifying sojourn in the workshops is the lot of the privileged, that the common people are often where they ought not and would rather not be, in the streets of the outlying district or at that point Saint Eustache where the workers out walking and the unemployed making the rounds of the workshops on the right bank meet up with the commissionaires in search of assignments and the itinerant dealers to hum the songs played by the organist of the sewer. Le manage à la mode, la lorette, les amours d'aujourd'hui, and le dimanche d'ouvrier. And, above all, by what strange metamorphosis is the workshop, the temple of popular morality, becoming the school of depravity for the worker's wife and children? The workshops are infested with a gang of dirty creatures differing from brute animals only in the fact that they use their reason to sink to a level even lower than the animals. 7. Granted that these dirty creatures are few in number, why is it that the decent workers seem to be powerless against their influence? Everywhere the froth is corrupting the wave and the lees are denaturing the liquor. In the very place where the people should present themselves truly, there appears the character shaped by the gaze of the bourgeois gentleman. Mask, dress, and ribald refrain alter the physiognomy and voice of the worker. and all the distinctions between true and false people, appearance and reality, are powerless against this confusion, this loss of the identity that had been achieved by the people of July. 10 years later, it is again in the look or representation of the other that the working class people find their identity. When a worker appears on the stage, he is drunk, coarse, or ridiculous. Lack of manners, stupid ideas, vile expressions, and obscene gestures, he has them all. What hurts us deeply is seeing workers remain impassive in the face of these daily insults and sometimes even applauding them as if they were the true, spiritual depiction of their morals and ways. 8. It is futile, then, for l'atelier to maintain that the popular types in the songs of the Gauguetiers are without models among us, that they are merely hideous phantoms peopling delirious imaginings. 9. If those delirious imaginings are understood and then picked up by other workers on their own, that is enough to give them verisimilitude, in the eyes of the bourgeois person, as a depiction of the popular body. Among our adversaries today there are men who have an interest in believing that these monstrous personifications are our true portraits. There are people for whom these infamies are a stroke of good luck. They retail and spread them around, saying, "What do you expect from the common people? There you have their own self-portrait." It is against all that our protest is directed. It is with a view to the evil that may come of it that we contemptuously denounce the blockheads of our class who, out of blindness or vanity, unwittingly turn themselves into accomplices of our enemies. 10. Types without models, delirious imaginings, products of brains deformed by the excesses of nighttime orgy, so the orgy is real, then, people who have an interest in believing personifications taken for portraits, unwitting blockhead accomplices of an evil that may come of it in this tale of drunken creators, blind actors, and malevolent spectators. The visible matter is fully produced, and continually reproduced, for the representation that confiscates the identity of the working class in the upper class view of the dangerous class. Look, there you see this people that is claiming its rights and complaining about its poverty. Look at it indulging in its natural instincts and passions. Once upon a time, at public festivals, one gave it fodder as one would feed a dog, and it was not indignant. It is always the same. Don't we see it every Sunday when we pass through one or another barrier district on the way to our countryside? 11. This view does not simply justify the authority of the dominant class, it constitutes the dominated class as such. For it is not the mechanical necessity of the mode of production that puts the working class in its inferior place. It is the judgment of the dominant class that condemns the working class to incessant work by denying it the attributes of a free human being capable of using its leisure for some activity other than the orgy of the slave. Remember what M. Guizot said, that incessant work, keeping the worker without respite in order to guarantee tomorrow's bread, was the indispensable condition for protecting society. M. Guizot is no ignoramus or crusty bigot. He is an inflexible logician. For him there are two species of human beings, the upper class, the bourgeoisie destined for command and all the benefits it reaps, and the lower classes, destined to obedience and exploitation. 12. The working class is, first of all, a caste constituted by the decision of its masters, as every caste is. And it is kept in its servitude by their gaze, which, like that of the ancient master at his slaves, sees the hallmarks of their membership in an inferior race in the materiality of their labors and the coarseness of their pleasures, in the emptiness of their thinking and the brand on their flesh. At a time when the great concentrations of industry and finance are imposing the theme of the new feudalism, there is a heightening of the complementary fear of the fatal road to industrial serfdom. It would take the workers back to the abject condition of the ancient slave, which consists precisely in the lack of differentiation between material poverty and moral decadence. There is one thing that does not seem to have gotten through effectively enough to the working classes in general. That it is absolutely impossible for those classes to remain in their present position for long. They must either sink back lower than they have ever been or rise to the level of the other classes. If they let themselves be carried down the fatal road toward which the industrial regime is pushing them all the time, they will soon arrive at the state of abjection and shameful misery to which the working class population of England has fallen, perhaps never to rise again. We shall be like abject herds of slaves, our anger or revolt no cause for fear to those in power, since they will know that we have been greatly enfeebled by distress of body and corruption of spirit. 13. The battle to be fought, then, is not one of revolt. The slave revolts, tries to throw off his yoke, but his only standpoint is the material interest of his caste. Neither is it simply a clash between the producing class and the idle class. The opposition between work and pleasure is secondary in the constitution of classes. The master's decision first separates those to whom has fallen the function of the universal from those who are condemned to serve the needs of others by their inability to rise above their own needs. And the fact that the master falls short in the vocation he has arrogated to himself does not affect the validity of the principle he usurps, or of the gaze that sets it to work. To win their emancipation, the popular classes must, in the very eyes of the bourgeoisie that defends nothing but its own interests, prove that they are something other than a productive force, a brute force that must be driven and contained by the intelligent will of the educated classes. 14. And to prove that, they must be able to suppress themselves as social classes defending their own particular interests. If July once established the dignity of the producer class, the reason was that for 3 days it had served only the cause of liberty and the nation, while production, its clash of interests, and the related purchase of pleasures were suspended. It was neither violence nor fraternity that had advanced the people's cause, but their identification with the general cause. This legitimacy was then lost in a decade of insurrections, plots, and surprise attacks of an increasingly minority nature. They brought the violence of July 1830 back to the mere manifestation of a brute force, homologous to the degradation of the productive force. Hence the decision and solemn appeal that is echoed and re-echoed in the early 1840s by the communists of La Fraternite and Le Populaire, as well as by the neo-Catholics of l'Atelier, to exchange the gun, weapon of a combat that has become obscure to everyone and to itself, for the pen, instrument of the conspiracy in broad daylight that propaganda is, establishing the legitimacy of the common people's claims in the manifestation of their intellectual and moral dignity. But this choice of reform immediately runs up against the cutting edge of its own contradiction. The way of peace alone can wrest the common people from their fall into disgrace, but the only cause of this fall into disgrace is the peace itself. The battle has lost its meaningfulness and sunk into the murkiness of brute force because it has become alien to a people whose energy has fallen back again into the twofold brutality of productive force and material appetites. And it is here that the relationship between the abjection of the people and the gaze of the ruling class takes on a twist. For the relapse of the people is something more than the normal fate of a peace that is always the peace of the oppressors, something more than the old peace strategy of bread and circuses. The caste put in power by the July uprising is novel in this respect. It is the first not to justify itself in terms of some service, not to legitimate itself in terms of any principle other than that of egotism. And this is evident in Baron Dupin's phrase that sums up and serves as the motto for the regime: everyone at home in his own place, everyone for himself, chacun chez soi, chacun pour soi. The approximations of the age-old corruption have been replaced by the rigor of the system of material interests, a vast system of corruption and brutalization whose logic is to divert the people from social and political questions by stimulating in them the attraction of gain and the desire for accumulation, a passion that excludes all others and completely demoralizes the individual who succumbs to it. 15. The gross debauchery that serves as an argument for the bourgeois gentleman as he passes through the barrier district is the common people's application of his own principles. But the whole business of corruption goes deeper than that. In correcting the grossness of popular pleasure, the bourgeoisie offers to initiate the people into the secret of its own pleasure. The great remedy offered by economists and philanthropists to moralize the lower classes is saving, which teaches people to postpone pleasure in order to multiply it and to exchange every particular pleasure for the fundamental pleasure of profit or gain. And the heroines of this initiation, celebrated by the inevitable Dupin, are those women cooks who, in those critical but respectable years between 40 and 50, found in thrifty saving the means to marry young men enticed by their savings. 16. To be sure, the menace of corruption is still quite localized in this instance. The caste of workers so taken by the passion for gain as to marry those enticing cooks does not represent the working people any more than does the teeming, servile mob on Rue Sainte Marguerite. The radical perversion, the one that moralizes proletarian pleasure into pleasure postponed, i.e., into an exploitative force, is exercised mainly on the enlightened fraction of the working class, on those who reject the bondage of incessant production and brutish consumption. That is how L'Atelier interprets the plan proposed by Émile de Girardin's La Presse, the most enlightened organ of the material interests. It would transform the militant avant-garde into a working-class aristocracy at the disposal of the rulers. There are intelligent, capable men among the workers. Society does not give them much consideration. Seeing that they are not classed as they should be, they enter into conflict with society and lead the masses to plunder the rich. The only way for society to defend itself against this proletarian invasion is to create a credit bank for loans administered by the government. It would provide workers possessing intelligence, good behavior, and love for work, with the means to establish themselves. 17. Such is the picture of one world, between the blind depravity of the barrier districts and the circumspect corruption of saving lies the daily routine of production and reproduction that turns each individual worker into the enemy of all and makes him the servant of his own egotism. In this system the course of reform is singularly exacting. It is not enough to go the people's own way and simply replace this gun by means of which they serve as so much cannon fodder in battles benefiting others. The way or course must be that of a different principle, and the latter cannot be the simple, classically celebrated dignity of hands fashioning the object that serves to give pleasure to the idle. The forced practice of work has no value in itself, any more than do the two aims it pursues, the wage that feeds the worker and the product that serves the pleasure of the rich. The emancipation of the worker can only be the disappearance of the working class as such, that is, the sovereignty of the people. But the latter must be the sovereignty of a principle that transcends peoples even as it suppresses classes, that is, the principle of morality presiding over the forward march of societies. Over against the egotistical reign of the bourgeoisie, the right and proper way of the working class is the way of universality, the way of morality. And so the unanimous watchword of the avant-garde of the people's movement is, a return to morality. Such a return will prove to the bourgeoisie that workers are not what it pretends they are, and it will also purify workers of bourgeois vices. The exploited worker is doubly the victim of the demoralization of a society that, in order to exploit him more surely, disarms his revolt by fashioning in him the soul of an exploiter. He can emancipate himself only by a surplus of morality that would transpose the material constraint of the double workday in order to reverse it. He can redeem himself from his deprivation only by redeeming that of the exploiter as well. To the surplus of material labor imposed by proprietary profit he must oppose the surplus of moral work known as selfless dedication. The latter, then, is something more than the solidarity of workers engaged in a struggle. Slaves are solidary in revolt, and even egotists stick together as long as their interests dovetail. Selfless dedication is the counterweight to the system linking the worker's surplus labor to his moral inferiority. The working class must prove itself to be at least equal in intelligence and superior in morality to its rival, not just to answer bourgeois slurs but to win its equality. To re-establish the proper balance, it must become the worker of the moral reign of humanity, by its surplus dedication linking up with the surplus of providence that creates and preserves the harmony of the world. Identity seems to reign, then, both in the diagnosis of the malady and the prescribed remedy. The Catholics of L'Atelier could readily sign the invocation directed by the communists of La Fraternite against the timid offensive of the materialists of El Humanitaire. For 10 years now the materialist system has triumphed, with the Guizos, the humans, and all the enthusiasts of material interest and the fait accompli. And what have been the results? Egotism, isolation, war, competition, poverty, and hunger. Creeds become of friendship, patriotism, disinterestedness, abnegation. All such virtues have been relegated to the rank of prejudices. Let us get back to healthy morality. It's about time. No, the human being does not exist for itself. No, the human being is not the brutish and unintelligent result of games of chance, the combination of a few molecules. The human body is merely a garment concealing an intelligence, the latter being the child of a higher, eternal, working intelligence that creates and preserves the world. 18. Isn't that a credo that could be professed by all who belong to what L'Atelier calls the purely popular party, that is, the party of those who seek the emancipation of the people by their own works, excluding the pure revolutionaries, who take it back to a political upheaval, and the materialists or Fourierists, who promise it to them as a result of their science. The workers of L'Atelier are perpetual republicans and former non-believers whom the eloquence of Lamennais and the logic of Butches have brought back to a Catholicism now identified with republican duty. Shouldn't they subscribe to this creed that is suitable for uniting all the forms and variations of the republican and socialist religion? The moral religion of fraternity actually does integrate the two fundamental aspects. The first is the egalitarian cult of human unity, heir of the fraternal banquet, whose genealogy is traced by Pierre Leroux from the laws of Minos to the Eucharistic table, and from the disappointments of Christianity to the coming kingdom of God, humanity. The second is the aristocratic morality of the Philadelphians, already practicing today the virtues of the Republic of God, the realization of which is proposed by Constantine Pecker to all those who know only one theory, love, only one praxis, love, only one politics, equality, only one duty, renunciation of the miseries, follies, and infamies of egotism, only one goal and faith, God, and only one means, dedication or sacrifice. 19. What better to oppose to egotism's hierarchy of pleasures than this community of artisans of the moral reign of God, the theory of which is formulated in a verse of the Epistle to the Romans: we, though many, are one body in Jesus Christ, and we are all members one of another. 20. Corresponding to the abstractness of the principle is the clear lesson to be drawn from the favorite symbol of socialist writings of the day, the cluster of grapes carried by one believer to a recluse in the Thebaid region, carried by that recluse to his nearest recluse neighbor, and so gradually making its way around the Thebaid and returning, sanctified by fraternity, to its starting point. A beautiful image to adorn the standard of the battle against egotism. But can that standard be adorned with an image without contradicting its principle, without proposing, in place of the coarse allure of material pleasures, the more venomous charm of the image itself? If there is one thing that the workers of L'Atelier should have learned in Butch's school, it is certainly this: to ferret out egotism in all its folds and forms, to check out every image in terms of its social value and every association of individuals in terms of the aim of its activity, the only thing permitting one to form a judgment about its moral character. But in the last analysis, there are only two aims of activity: the egotistical satisfaction of appetites or the dedicated performance of duty, only two types of association, communities of work or groupings of self-interest, and only two types of images, those which represent to the human spirit the majesty of social labor, or those which seek to please the eye with arbitrary subjects of fantasy in capricious tones and chiaroscuros, that is, those which stimulate dedication or those which call up pleasure. Thus, one must press the fraternal cluster of grapes to see what comes out, the beverage of the worker or the liquor of orgy. And the intention of virtuous devotees of Eucharistic images has no bearing on the matter. Human egotism is so subtle. It knows so well how to blend into everything, even under highly respectable appearances, friends, that we must be as wary of it as we would be of our most dangerous enemy. Let us go down into ourselves and ask what flatters us in the appeals that are made to us every day. 21. Let us go down into ourselves. It is worth pausing over this invocation, this summons to an entirely new journey. Up to now, workers summoning their brothers to moral reform have offered them a simple either, or choice: did they want to remain sunk in the mire of exploitation and ignorance, or rise to the intellectual and moral dignity of human beings? It is still in those terms that La Fraternite de 1845 summons workers to the holy work of study required for their emancipation. Workers, how many things must be reformed in us? Let each individual undertake a serious examination of conscience. Let him ask himself what needs reforming in his tastes, his pleasures, his relationships, and the use of his time. Let us cut back on the idleness, uselessness, or viciousness in our present way of life and dedicate the results to the life of the mind. Are you resigned to living eternally the brutalizing life that the present-day world offers you? Are you going to say no to the complete development of your being? Wise up, at last, and lift yourselves out of your intellectual lethargy, your shameful degradation. Point 22. The division is clear, the heights or the depths, matter or spirit, sleep or wakefulness. So what possible purpose can be served by this other movement, this descent into oneself, into which the editors of L'Atelier are transforming the examination of conscience and the value judgment proposed by their colleagues of La Fraternite? If they tried that descent into self, what would those colleagues find to say about the attraction exercised on them by the cluster of grapes? What might be the response of shoemaker Savary or bronze worker Mallarmé, the most respected spokesman of the communist workers, of the former Saint-Simonian Voinier, who had revolted in disgust at Enfantin's moral heresy, of typographer Stevenot, colleague and companion in arms regarded highly enough by the Republican typographers of L'Atelier to have been given a seat on the first committee of their paper, of locksmith Narky, a disciple of Pecker, and of all their comrades of La Fraternite, whose communist apostolate is underwritten by what they can contribute from their meager wages and their short supply of leisure time. Surely they would say that in the symbol they see only fraternal happiness based on material sacrifice. And to their testimony of persecutions endured as the price of their lives of dedication, they would add all those who attest to the evangelical legitimacy of their ideal, the bread and wine of the Eucharistic sacrifice, the vineyard where workers of the 11th hour receive the same pay as those of the first hour, the community of the first Christians and the punishment meted out to Ananias, the long series of homilies preached against individual possession, inequality, and usury by all the pastors of the ancient church, Saint Clement, Saint Ambrose, Saint John Chrysostom, Saint Augustine, and then Saint Gregory of Nyssa, Lactantius, Origen, Tertullian, Saint Benedict of Nursia, and 100 others who turned community of goods into the only mode of material life measuring up to the purity of evangelical morals. But the new Christians of L'Atelier have nothing to do with fathers of the church. Never do they reply to any argument based on patristic authority. The letter kills, the spirit alone gives life. And the spirit of Christianity is this one question: what is your aim of activity? What is it that flatters you in this image? The answer surely is in the question itself. If the image flatters, the reason is that it is flattering. In the edifying journey of the cluster of grapes one cannot help but see, under the trappings of sacrifice, the same vice that sullies moral reform as understood by La Fraternite, that is, reform of worker tastes, pleasures, relationships, and use of time. There really is no need to go down very far into oneself, a slightly more attentive rereading of self will do. In that pretty thought there is not a word about duty, there is only a calculus of pleasures, a refinement of enjoyment. And in the circuit of the grape cluster there are actually only two attractions, that of being received gratuitously, undoubtedly from the hands of some philanthropist, in the manner of the day, who had gotten it from the work of others, and that of being given gratuitously, without any obligation, hence out of caprice. For there is no other word to use for this love of neighbor that is not governed by the law of any authority and the safekeeping of any collectivity. The fraternity of these men of good desire 23 has no principle except the caprice of the idle. Through it, therefore, the standard of egotism is again introduced into the ranks of the popular party to divide and corrupt it. However austere the language of the communists and however long the list of their patristic references, the aim they propose to themselves as a task, and to others as a state, can be summed up in one word: happiness, that is to say, the egotistical satisfaction of individual appetites. But why jump to that last conclusion? The communists, after all, make a point of proving the contrary, that is, that the happiness promised by fraternity cannot look to any model in the realm of egotism, since for each individual it consists only in participation in the common happiness. So let their opponents have done with their stupid imagery of procrusts, bed, partition, pillage, and orgy. The common happiness. For our detractors this expression is the equivalent of an alarm bell, signaling the dissolution of all societal elements. But what does this formidable expression really mean? A social situation resulting in the fusion of sentiments, unity, harmony of wills and interests, the complete development of people's abilities in terms of each one's function in society. This principle, based on reciprocity, brings all human beings together, unites them, and immerses them in one and the same communion of sentiment and action. How could it be a solvent, or detach them from common duties? 24. The answer is easy. One can always twist the meaning of words for the benefit of philologists, and take away the color of standards to prove that they are colorless. In this case, however, the standard of the common happiness is not unfurled before philologists but before the popular masses crushed by poverty and prone to hallucinations of hunger. And the words have a meaning consecrated by usage, that is, by the personal experience that human beings inscribe in them and the dreams they project into them. This is true of the French language, at least. For there are languages that are less solidly fixed, in which the words slide over each other to the point of erasing the contrast between active and passive, being and nothingness, desire and duty. That, according to Butches, is the character of the still immature language of the Germans, a floating and drifting that pushes words toward identity and sanctions confusions as well as all the twists of dialectics. 25. The editors of La Fraternite have allowed themselves to be contaminated by this Germanic virus. With their use of language, they attack the benchmarks offered to morality by common experience. One need only look at the space taken up in their columns by quotes from the Jung generation and the latest developments beyond the Rhine in the neo-Hegelian critique of religion. One also has to translate into everyday language their big words and their sentences that put you out of breath, subjecting them to the rule of usage that holds the same place in the order of interpretation as does the primacy of practice in the order of certitude. And usage establishes well enough that by happiness people mean a satisfaction of needs that knows nothing of the common rule or equitable sharing. Should you take it into your head to ask the authors or propagators of those publications the question, what is happiness? Some will tell you right out that it is eating when you're hungry, drinking when you're thirsty, sleeping when you feel like it, procreating when you want to, and working as little as possible. 26. But that is not what the workers of La Fraternite say. Month after month they persist in trying to make their adversaries realize that for them the satisfaction of material needs is not happiness but merely the elimination of the material preoccupations that prevent individuals from pursuing the supreme happiness, the harmony of souls. We call for an order of things that will satisfy all necessities and thus eliminate all the causes of degradation associated with the defects of social institutions. Yes, we seek for our unfortunate brothers the bread of the body they often lack, and at the same time we seek for all the bread of the mind that present-day society distributes so stingily. We are communists, finally, because we want to raise our brothers up from the moral degradation, the coarse materialism, that blights their soul. That, in the future, public foresight will be such that the human being need no longer worry about the satisfaction of his needs any more than he worries about the air he breathes, such is the extent of our desires. So what is immoral about them? 27. What is immoral about them? Quite simply that they do away with the distinctive feature by which every mind aware of the meaning of words and uncorrupted by the sophisms of the time recognizes morality, constraint. To set up an opposition between a material world of necessity left in the care of social foresight and an immaterial world of love and dedication is the most subtle way to justify egotism. For it eliminates the very precondition for sacrifice, the material opposition of duty to pleasure. The communists of La Fraternite do not summon the masses to pleasures of the flesh, of course. More crafty, they say that this satisfaction of appetites is not pleasure, and they turn the accusation of materialism back on l'atelier. Would you have human pleasure on earth consist of eating and drinking? One would think so when one sees the inscription on the masthead of your paper, "Whoever does not want to work should not eat." Which means, if you do right, your reward will be to eat; if you do wrong, your punishment will be not to eat. A doctrine made for the belly of beasts, not for human hearts. 28. To this brutish happiness the communists of La Fraternite oppose the true pleasure of fraternal dedication, which is wholly of the moral order and never practiced for the business of material life. 29. A sliding of words from sacrifice to duty to dedication to fraternity to happiness down the slope toward the total collapse of the morality meant for the artisans of God's kingdom. So thinks L'Atelier. Does it take much reflection to see where that leads? When you have put in the minds of all humans that they have been made for happiness, no one will want to fulfill their social duties, because every duty is a pain. No one will want to submit to moral prohibitions, because such prohibitions are obstacles to our pleasures. And let no group of people come along and tell us that by happiness they mean the pleasure of dedicating themselves to each other. Dedication is an act of sacrifice, and in no language have sacrifice and happiness designated the same thing. 30. In no language, apparently these self-taught workers and Catholics of recent vintage do not understand the Latin of their Mass. Common experience, on the other hand, is there with its evident truths to confirm the law that makes pure obligation the only possible motive force of moral action. We know very well that the communists say that there is very real moral happiness in dedication and self-sacrifice. That is not the way we see it. True, there is great moral satisfaction in having performed an act of self-sacrifice, but the pain almost always wins out over the pleasure. For dedication and self-sacrifice, there must be a more powerful motive than that of moral happiness. The proof is that opportunities abound today for people to procure that happiness for themselves, and those opportunities do not decrease because very few people are tempted to taste and enjoy that happiness. 31. If dedication is to cease being the exception, it is as evident as any first truth that it must become the rule. The fatal slide of fraternity toward pleasure must be countered by a movement in the opposite direction, from the dedication of people of heart to the constraint of duty. And this identification can be established only a contrario. Dedication should be defined not as an attraction, but as a resistance, as man's battle against his instinct for self-preservation and his desires for pleasure. 32. And its moral sway is established by a negation that reduces all happiness to the positive enjoyment of material pleasures. If each person is to be thoroughly convinced of the necessity of self-sacrificing dedication, no depiction of pleasure, even of the most ethereal sort, should be part of his idea of dedication. Such is the circle in which the sophisms of the communists must be enclosed. It is impossible to conceive of a happiness different from mere material satisfaction, impossible, therefore, to call upon workers of the world of material interests to work for a social arrangement that is supposed to provide future generations with an inconceivable happiness. Doesn't the very frame of mind of the editors of La Fraternite prove this? Those men, for whom prison has often been the price of their dedication, admit that they themselves are too corrupted to turn their ideal into reality. And they criticize the initiatives of community founders. With people perverted by the world of egotism, such efforts end up in failure and thereby compromise the communist cause. First, there must be a new education to shape the pioneers of the new world. But it is obvious that this remedy merely pushes the problem further back and radicalizes it. Who will these educators be? The problem is not exactly that of knowing who will educate them. There really is no lack of educators, of people who feel sure that they can bring to the masses brutalized by ignorance and egotism the education that will alter their instincts and turn them toward the city of harmony, that they can deliver them from habits that prevent them from finding satisfaction as individuals in the collective arrangement. But right there, says L'Atelier, we can see the immutable principle of the science of educators, the calculus of pleasures, the science of the Fourierist beast. So far as harmony goes, this science can offer only a refinement of the egotistical corruption whose effect is both the depravity of the individual and the division of the community. Look where that leads. By the most elementary logic one would be forced to end up in Fourierism, which excites and promises satisfaction of all the appetites, even the most shameful ones. There will always be division in the community. But, you say, education will forestall those divisions. Well now, who will do the educating? Those who want marriage or those who don't? If the whole community is called upon to express its view, then whatever its decision may be, there will be malcontents who will break away and found a rival community. Who could rightly prevent them from doing that? They are seeking their own happiness. And if they find it, pardon this gross thought, in sodomy or bestiality. Wouldn't you recoil, comrades, if you were on the slope leading down to those infamous practices? 33. Of course they would recoil. At a distance of 40 years their brother in communism, Sebastian Commissaire, will still remember the disgust he felt as a boy on discovering the pleasures of a young shepherd with his goats. 34 But their disgust has a very specific cast. To them the pleasures of shepherds are loutish country games. They, too, have fled to civilized metropolises to escape the coarseness of rustic labors and delights. But the editors of L'Atelier, convinced, more by Butch's than by their own personal experience, of the native purity of country ways, mean to show the communists of La Fraternite that those are, in fact, the civilized pleasures of their ancient models. The Romans were sophisticates in matters of pleasure. They were given an education in happiness, and they gave themselves over to the squalid pleasures we have just mentioned. 35. But notice the shift in meaning embodied in this Roman example. No longer are we dealing with the pleasures of slaves in which their masters detect the inferior race. Here we have the pleasures of the masters, the orgies of juvenile or the mixed pleasures of bacchanalia intermingling masters and slaves. This shift of scene is crucial. No longer is it a matter of justifying, under the master's contemptuous gaze, the rising above hard labors and coarse pleasures with which the people's militant avant-garde summon their brothers to begin their emancipation. Along the pathway to this emancipation comes a different gaze to alter the meaning of moral work. It is the gaze of the working people, which, spontaneously or at the instigation of interested polemicists, identifies the noble ideal of the communists or other reformers with the depravities of sloth, orgy, or the community of women, ultimately, then, with the pleasures of the idle. Now this superficial gaze from below, like its equivalent from above, sees rightly. The communists would be wrong to charge calumny. Here again appearance cannot be separated from being. However far removed they may be from the depravities imputed to them, the communists are incapable of putting a stop to the representation of them. For, on another level, to be brought out by the double register of reasoned argumentation, their theory is merely the philosophical form of those perversions. In all its pairings of words, the very austere language of La Fraternite makes clear that the core of its thesis dovetails with the common perception of it as a revival of the vices of Sodom and Gomorrah. Doesn't the human being find itself again, whole and entire, in the human being? Doesn't it see its own intelligence glitter there, its own passions reign there? Doesn't it hear the voice of its own affections and inclinations there? Haven't individual weakness and the sympathetic attraction of like for like fashioned an imperious law of association? And is it really so far from the manifold, profound relations and incessant intermingling between diverse intelligences affected by the needs of human nature to sharing in common the things produced by those intelligences? 36. In vain does the communist doctrine seek to establish its evangelical legitimacy. Each of its metaphors and circumlocutions betrays the fact that the love for one's fellow creature that serves as the basis for its community of property does not derive from the preaching of Jesus but from the discourse of Pausanias. Instead of being the fulfillment of divine law, this love means to be its very principle, immediate relationship of the one to the other, providential attraction of like for like, which, under the pretext of laying the basis for dedication, reduces it to the passivity of a universal harmony sweeping hearts and spirits willy-nilly toward the great goal of humanity, that is, impelling them to mingle all their efforts and movements in the mysterious scheme of universal activity. 37 So we get a confused jumbling of the great whole, which, in order to blend communist fraternity into the harmony of the celestial spheres, identifies the human work of association with the instinctive finality of animal unions. In this voice of one and the same affections and propensities, this sympathetic attraction, this incessant medley, how can one fail to recognize the language of the beast slain by butches, the teacher of those associated with l'atelier? It preaches the fusion of souls and the republic of the pure instead of the rehabilitation of the flesh and women's liberation. But it is ever the same principle, the pantheistic philosophy that grounds the vices of sodomy, bestiality, and incest in the order of universal reason by eliminating the three preconditions for moral work, the opposition between active and passive, the separation between the animal kingdom and humanity, and the difference between generations that measures the distance from performed work to its product, from law to pleasurable enjoyment. There is no point in retorting that this is the pleasure of mere representation. For it is the representation itself that destroys the principle of dedication by rendering present its outcome. It is an anticipation of the one, a presuming of the whole, that encloses communist fraternity in an insurmountable dilemma. Either it proposes to the masses the motive of happiness and thereby destroys any and every moral tie between individuals, or else it teaches them the incomprehensible ideal of a happiness alien to everything they invest in that word. Instead of a common obligation, then, it would lay the basis for the reserved knowledge and secret loves of the Republic of the Pure. The orgy promised to the masses and the unperformable ideal of the society of Philadelphians freed from the brutality of popular appetites have the same effect. They both ruin the preconditions for the only truly realizable unity, that of individuals associated in one and the same community of work. The bad faith of the people that accuses the communists both of wanting community sharing of women and of paving the way for the generalization of monastic life is not mistaken. Society as a whole is not so witless that it does not know very well, where the application of your theories would lead it. 38 Not to the community sharing of women or to the monastery, actually, but simply nowhere, to the unresolvable flux of a love indefinitely shuttled between the promiscuity of the common Venuses. Orgies and the elitism of the celestial Venus's pleasures, to the confusion in which the pure fraternity and love of Philadelphians and monks display the same ferment of dissolution as a commonplace orgy, that is, the overturning of the dualist principle that grounds the social bond and the real work of dedication. By either aggravating or denying the opposition of spirit to matter, they likewise reduce the activity of the one to the passivity of the other. The principle of pantheism in all its forms is always the same: immobility, absence of performed work. Thus, the duplicity of popular reasoning sanctions the truth of dualism. Communism is unrealizable for two reasons that come down to one: it is impossible because immoral, immoral because impossible. It is a mere hallucination, in other words, that must necessarily be dissolved by practice. But to leave it to practice to do this dissolving is, on the other hand, to let it do its work as a dissolvent. There is no mere representation for the theory that makes morality the criterion of certitude. Image effects are always real effects, and every representation involves an identity. There is a real menace represented by the ambiguous images of fraternity, the Republic of God, humanitarianism, fusionism, and the countless other masks of the pantheist beast, and it must be repulsed by theory under pain of corrupting practice. The menace is the loss of popular identity by the very ones who were claiming to liberate it from the bourgeois view, that is, the militants of the People's Party. The question of identity governing the emancipation of the people has now been shifted and placed inside the party made up of those more active and energetic than the mass. That portion of the people in whom all the revolutionary energy of our time is summed up and in whom the memory of the great victory of July feeds a burning round of activity. That mass of human beings betrayed in their political hopes, violated in their national sentiments, and humiliated in their situation as wage earners. Those people naturally provoked, exposed to the most urgent solicitations of all sorts, excited by everything that can humble the senses and flatter the spirit, in a word, by everything said and done around and above them. 39. It is among the elite of those dedicated to the fight against class and the power of egotism that pantheist immorality, enjoyment anticipated, takes on its importance as a social issue. For there was an element of bad faith in Butch's argument against the Saint Simonian apostles. The young preachers of that doctrine did not need to proclaim the rehabilitation of matter and women's liberation in order to win a large share of material pleasures and good fortune, whether aristocratic or common. Their social position was enough to assure them of such things. Such is not the case with the decent workers and courageous combatants of the Republic, who, without realizing it or choosing it, succumbed to seduction and wanted to taste the voluptuousness they preached, that is, the intellectual pleasure of knowing the nullity of the principles governing the social order and commonplace thinking, the moral pleasure of tasting, under no constraint except that of enlightened reason, the pure happiness of dedication, in short, the key to the city in the Republic of Revealers that raises its Babel right in the ranks of the People's Party. 40 In these new loves of poros, wealth, and penia, poverty, that ground illusions of the fraternal banquet, poros is now the seducer. The enlightened philosophs and the young bourgeois in love with the people have inoculated their proletarian disciples with the poison of a corruption that, under the flattering appearances of the intellectual happiness of sages and the moral happiness of saints, simply makes them desire the free activity and pure enjoyment of the idle. Egotism is a crafty devil, working its most radical effects at the very heart of the dedication of dedicated human beings. It comes along and takes up its place in the surplus, the intellectual and moral excess, that is indispensable for proletarian emancipation. To foil its stratagems, one must oppose to every other motivation the pure exigency of a duty whose sole representable effect is not the good but the lesser evil. But at the same time, one must somehow lessen the importance of this duty, stripping it of the aristocratic presumptuousness that still clings to representations of rational legislation and the realm of ends, bringing it back down to the common condition of work and the obligation deriving not only from the law but also from the condemnation. We must never forget, that we have been made to work always, and that the only thing we might be able to demand is sufficiency of life, that is, sufficient well-being for us to carry out our functions suitably. Anything beyond that is absurd and dangerous. 41. Only the dogma of the fall of man can give morality to the work of emancipation. We must have done with the old Saint Simonian sophism that still fetters the apostles of natural religion and republican virtue. It simply is not true that the dogma of original sin entails the slavery of the worker. Quite the contrary is true. By grounding the obligation of work in the universality of the human condition, that dogma shatters the system that made labor the lot reserved to the lower caste. We must also have done with word games involving the equivocal use of fraternity and communion. If Christianity can be the religion of the Republican Trinity, the reason lies not in the fraternity of the Eucharistic meal but in the equality of the fall. The Christian idea of sacrifice must be stripped of everything that, through the representation of shared bread and wine, goes back to the pagan games of transubstantiation, confusion of bodies and sexes at the banquet of Pausanias and Aristophanes, confusion of classes at the nighttime nuptials of poros and penia, and in the animal disguises of the mixed bacchanalia wherein the historical tradition sees prefigured the egalitarianism of the Christian community. The Christian religion will be the religion of emancipation only if it says goodbye to all those images that make bad apostles glow, to all those representations of sacrifice as the here and now communion of the fraternal banquet. So, no bread and wine that is transformed into anything else but the power of life-giving work, no divine flesh and blood offered on the table of any meal, no members mingled in the body of the God, man, no epistle to the Romans, incurable in any case, no need to learn Greek or to know anything of Paul's message except the clear rule opposed to both the insatiable appetites and the uncontrolled generosities of the Thessalonians, whoever does not want to work should not eat. And it really does not matter that, in order to restore to the Son of God sacrifice its strict meaning as family dedication, we must paradoxically return to the animal figures of paganism. There is a touching symbol that the ancient world has bequeathed to modern societies and that should always be present in your memory as the most beautiful of examples. It is a bird who is tearing away at its own chest to give life to its offspring, and who will die after performing this sublime sacrifice. Don't forget this symbol, people. Be generous to the point of giving all your blood for your own. Don't fear death. You can overcome, and you would not know how to succumb. Eternal life is yours through the veneration of those who will follow, and for you the future holds a baptism of eternity, the approbation of future ages. 42. A strange figure replacing the crucified Christ, whose body and blood nurture fraternal communion, Christ the Pelican Father, not brother whose last sacrifice for his children prolongs the daily dedication of life-nurturing labor. The convergence between the learned critique of pantheism and the judgments of the crowd expresses the preconditions for the covenant that is indispensable for the people's work. To realize the Christian law of progress, summoning all to the performance of free sacrifice, 43. The excess of sacrifice must be brought back to the intensification of the workers' dedication to family, which already finds its model in their supreme dedication to the national cause. To make sure that dedication's pure forgetfulness of self, which is a battle against the instinct for self-preservation, does not lose itself in the pantheistic indifference between life and death, pleasure and suicide, to make sure that it becomes the progressive heritage of generations, a twofold principle of conservation must be interposed between the negation of sacrifice and the infinity of lesser evil work, the family of paternal authority and life-nurturing labor, and the nation, whose community gives to labor its collective sense of work. The religion of workers can be fraternal and cosmopolitan only in the androgynous reveries of intellectuals who are friends of the people and of workers who are victims of their seduction, of that intermediary people that takes its borderline position in the order of caste barriers for an avant-garde position in the emancipation of the people and humanity. The work of popular dedication must be paternal and filial before being fraternal, national before being humanitarian. To take morality as the criterion of certitude is to make its rationale that of the masses, to abdicate its own proper name and its particular standard in the collective identity of an actual people, of a work community already in existence. To bring the multitude to the moral reform that will make it worthy of political and social reform, the party must first reform itself, must again find in the ways and reasons of the multitude the principles of real dedication, the manifestation of which is blocked by its own profligacy of ideas or habits. Communists, none of the ideas you have taught as new mark any progress over the old French ideas. Have you found any formula more perfect than the national formula of liberty, equality, fraternity, unity? No. Well, then, what is the point of fashioning particular communities in the great community? In our opinion, the mass of the people has not left the path of progress. If it does not proceed more quickly, the fault lies with us all, or, rather, with all those who have divided and misled us on the pretext of making us move forward. Workers, let us discipline ourselves. Let us get back into the ranks. We do not call you to gather around us, because we are neither a person nor a party. We are the multitude. Be the multitude as we are. 44. Get back into the ranks, then. To make these words of advice more effective, their authors are modest enough to make clear that they are merely proposing the way that enabled them to be the first to leave the pathways of error. We can admit it. We too have had our moments of doubt and falling away. We have all been more or less tormented by the ideas that now torment you. We have been led to social conclusions like yours. We were wont to use the same language as you, and we also thought we were among the most advanced. Today we have returned to different sentiments. We follow the ordinary course among the multitude, step by step. It is not for us to decide whether you too will abandon the theories that divert you from works to be performed right now and thus make you the terror of society. 45. But the honest editors of L'Atelier strive in vain to convince us that this rude discipline by itself holds back their appetite for debauchery. As for ourselves, if we had not returned purely and simply to Christianity, we would have become materialists and concerned ourselves solely with satisfying our instincts. 46. No one is fooled by the argument. The main heresy threatening L'Atelier is not to be found in the lure of outside things. On the contrary, it is to be found inside, at the very heart of its militant orthodoxy, in the nihilism of sacrifice, which, beyond the opposition of instinct and duty, links up again with the pantheist principle and its communist effects. If the battle against heresy is interminable, we can be sure that heresy is in place and that it even identifies with the Grand Inquisitor. In the redaction of L'Atelier, that role is played by the most implacable nemesis of the false prophets of love, the former comrade in arms of Catholic Poland, the martyr, the friend of Dominicans who once thought that he might don their habit, bookkeeper Chev. We cannot help but recognize the ineradicable pantheist heresy in the mystical language used by this economist of L'Atelier to communicate with the most virtuous and hence most insidious of the false prophets, Pecker, author of De la République de Dieu, God's Republic, 1844. We are in God and God is in us only through sacrifice. There is your faith and ours, and some day it should be that of all humanity. So we all have only one religion, sacrifice, because God manifests himself to the world only in and through sacrifice. So let us really sacrifice in spirit and in truth. Let us sacrifice all our own sentiments, thoughts, wills. Let us sacrifice them not only vis-a-vis our brothers but also vis-a-vis ourselves and God. In a word, let us all die to ourselves in all things so that God may live in us and we in God. There is our morality, our dogma, our worship. No sentiment, thought, will, of our own, except universal love, unity, and sacrifice, that is universal communion. God in us and we in God, each in all and all in each, that is creation, immortality, and life. The finite is transformed into the infinite, multiplicity into unity, the contingent into the absolute. We die as humanity to rise again as God. 47. To this profession of faith we can apply the infallible criterion of Butch's, since the assertion that all things are identical, that opposites are the same and identical, is the essential constituent of pantheism. The system must be brought back to this question and judged in terms of it. 48. Here the case is quickly judged. There is not a single phrase in Chev's letter that does not ruin 10 years of Butch's teaching, that does not take the supposedly rediscovered faith of their grandfathers and reduce it to modern heresies, over against the egotism of Protestant individualism, the heresy of Spinoza the Jew, transmitted by Lessing to Eugene Rodriguez and, through the latter, to Enfantin, and making the finite a modality of the infinite and each individual a part of the divine whole, over against the brutal language of exploitation and animalization in the British vein, the refinements of the German language, which reduces opposites to identity. The dualistic morality of Christianity and France now sees the mediation of sacrifice being reduced to the direct, immediate pleasure or enjoyment of the one. In the pantheist night where the human equals the divine, the absolute alienation of dedication joins up again with the absolute of egotistical pleasure, pure consumption or consummation of self. The identity of sacrifice and egotism is called suicide. So one must face up to the logic of two suicides, the extreme consequence of Saint Simonian pantheism as pointed out back in 1831 by the disciple of the New Science, 49, and the end promised 10 years later to victims of dedication by the testament of another editor of L'Atelier, Adolphe Boyer. Wrote Boyer: "If you want to know the cause of my death, here it is. As regards the worker, in the present condition of society, the more egoistic and selfish he is, the happier he is. If he loves his family and seeks its welfare, he endures countless sufferings. But if he sincerely loves society and his fellow creatures, he must end like me. 50. It is no easy matter to qualify the egotism that drove to suicide the ill-starred author of a work on the condition of workers and how it might be improved by the organization of work, de l'état ouvriers et de son amélioration par l'organisation du travail. For the bourgeois press has already seized on the incident and is using it to kill two birds with one stone, to denounce once again the presumption that prompts workers to abandon their own tools for the writer's pen, and to liken the dedication and projects of the reformer workers to the egotistical desire to rise above the common people's condition that has already killed people like Gilbert, Malfilâtre, and Hégésippe Moreau. And so L'Atelier must first vindicate the memory of its collaborator against a journalist of Les Débats, who has contrasted the fatal vanity of the worker publicist with the assured happiness of the hard-working, economical laborer. 51 But to stick with this opposition between dedication and thrift is to sanction an even more pernicious version of Boyle's act. Someone has already vouched for Boyle's unselfishness, the patron who had found him a place at Paul Dupont's, the executor attentive to the letter of his testament, but also a perfect example of those seducers of the people blamed for all the perversions of the popular party in the same issue of L'Atelier, the Saint-Simonian Isaac Prior. The latter depicts Boyer as the victim, not of his own presumption, but of working-class incomprehension. He presents the case in his own peculiar terms, of course, contrasting the worker anxious for serious, peaceful reforms with a mass led by demagogues to understand only the language of revolution. 52 But once one has refuted the old Saint-Simonian stereotype, one finds oneself at the heart of the problem. If it is not revolutionary frenzy that makes the masses deaf to reformist writings, mustn't it be the opposite, their apathy, their inability to understand the language of dedication in general? People saw him as a fool, a man of ambition who wanted to make himself famous and popular by overthrowing society. 53 What reply is L'Atelier to make to the funeral eulogy given, it so happens, by a Saint-Simonian typographer who prefers to set aside the great theses and focus on the bare facts? Notes typographer Van Ostal. Boyer had contracted obligations that he could not meet when they fell due. To this embarrassment was added his sorrow at seeing that the majority of the working class did not yet appreciate its full power and looked with apathy and indifference on everything that could contribute to its emancipation. Their slowness in signing a petition to the City Council of Paris against the Prud'homme's joint management and labor arbitration boards, put the finishing touch to his discouragement. He ended up in doubt, that fatal malady of our century, and he put an end to his life. 54. The typographers of L'Atelier refrained from responding to the speech by their colleague Van Ostal. They simply cut it in two. They stoutly approve his condemnation of the fatal malady and refute the argument about working-class apathy elsewhere. 1,067 signatures from the typography craft alone on the famous petition are enough to prove that the working class is not indifferent to its enfranchisement. The cause of the malady fatal to Boyer must be sought elsewhere, not in the ambition concealed under his dedication but in the confusion that caused the latter to take the shape of the former. The anonymous letters of workers accusing Boyer of wanting to make a name for himself bring out clearly the contradiction in signing one's name to an act of self-sacrificing dedication. The idlers are the ones who want their generosity to be repaid with thanks, for example, the benefactors of the Petit Bourg orphanage whose philanthropy is rewarded with little plagues on the headboards of their protégés' beds. 55 In choosing to sign his name, a dedicated worker loses his right to the only identity that can legitimate his message, the people's collective identity. It is to merit that identity that the editors of L'Atelier insist upon strict anonymity for their articles, thereby opposing the Babelien principle of the worker, writers of La Roche Populaire. The book of the people must be one in its appearance as well as in its doctrine, unshaken by the signatures of proper names and particular theories. The vicissitudes of reality and the judgments of common sense confirm the accord between the commandments of morality and the rules of political action. It is less a matter of giving luster to proper names than of giving luster to the collective name of the people. Besides, rarely can a worker compose a book on his own, and even more rarely can he make the sacrifices needed to publish it. It is because he wanted to walk alone and speak in his own name that one of our unfortunate comrades was led to surrender himself to death. 56. The haughty pride of gratuitous dedication, the desire for individual recognition, the sin of egotism. Having put down the feuilletonists of work and thrift, L'Atelier must now pick up their judgments insofar as they are also the judgments of Boyer's anonymous correspondents, representatives in their own way of the public opinion that, in practice, exercises the theoretical sovereignty of morality. Boyer's dedication had been contaminated by the teachings of educators, and his militant force had been diminished by a youth of debauchery. This ill-starred man must be assigned a place among the second-rate capacities, the badly governed imaginations, that legion of suffering spirits who feel but do not do, those feeble combatants doomed to the exemplary fate of the failed authors Escus and Lebas, who were saved from oblivion by their joint suicide and a poem by Berenger. And you too, Boyer, did you not disregard the power of a holy and fraternal union on the day your hands lit the fatal furnace? Shall we call to mind the pale pleiad of all those lost children without friends or mother, of those pitiful muses, Gilbert and Malfilatra, whose miserable death was their only fortune? No, let us leave their ashes in peace. But let us say to adolescent vocations that the moral tale of the fabulist is ever true, and that there is something in the world weaker than infancy, haughty isolation. 57. This condemnation must be put back in its context, to be sure. The writer is trying to refute the bourgeois argument that every worker who concerns himself with something besides his craft necessarily becomes a déclassé outcast harmful to society and himself. The association of workers for intellectual works is the third way to escape the dilemma of incessant work or perdition. But it presupposes a transformation of the ideal opposing the gratuitous surplus of moral work to industrial servitude, a discreet acquiescence to the ministers and feuilletonists of the existing order. The primary opposition now is no longer between the dedicated ones and the egotists, or even between workers and pleasure seekers. The opposition is between the preserving social principle and the corrupting social principle. And this latter corruption is no longer equated so much with the order of the Guizos and the humans, with a system that commonly produces the drunks of barrier districts and the fanatics of thrift, as with the presence of an alien, mixed element that confuses the barriers between the sexes, the classes, and morality. For the workers' association to display its full force, which constituted the majesty of parliaments, learned societies, the university, and the Roman Senate, it must be led back out of the pathways into which it has been misled by Fourier or the so-called disciples of Saint Simon. 58. The pathways that serve as the meeting place between bourgeois pretending to be proletarians and laborers pretending to be philanthropists and writers. The root evil lies in this realm of mixed loves and misconstrued devotions where workers try to lay hold of the acme, the ne plus ultra, of aristocratic pleasure, not the mansions of wealth, but its leisure, the odium that is even more pernicious as the principle of devotion than as the principle of ociousness. A conversion in outlook, a change in the arithmetic. People had to do more, but the evil lies in excess, love overflowing into debauchery, nights made feverish by the chimera of the golden age and the mania of sacrifice. In a way, the minister of material interests and incessant labor is right. The moral principle preserving society should be identical to the material principle preserving individuals. Dedication had first been presented as man's battle against his instinct for self-preservation and his desires for pleasure. Now it is time for those who are not philosophers to recognize in morality the best means of individual and societal preservation. 59. This is the mathematical demonstration performed by Supernant, repentant Gauguetier and former editor of La Roche Populaire, as he concludes his diatribe against Gauguettes. If you consider the smallness of wages today, if you realize that only with stubborn perseverance and dogged employment of his time, his sole and precious capital, can the laborer satisfy his most basic needs, then you can readily appreciate the serious upsets produced in the lives of those people whose minds are continually preoccupied with anything and everything but their work. Application without respite is a matter of life and death for the worker. 60. If the evil lies wholly in the leisure time that serves as the basis for the perverse pleasures of intellectual happiness and moral happiness, then the most effective and radical way to uproot it is to deny the very existence of leisure for any worker who is anxious to make a living for himself and his family from his work. But while that denies existence to the perversions of dedication, doesn't it also deny the very possibility of dedication itself? Mustn't one find some place for the activity of the militant in this employment of time that condemns to disgrace and death those who want to do something besides their work? Among the workers there are men of energy and conviction. To attend to the improvements and reforms demanded immediately and imperiously by the position forced on the laboring classes in our day, these men generously sacrifice a few hours out of their workday and nobly face the crises they must endure for interrupting their daily work. But what an enormous difference there is between such men, who deduct a few moments from their 13 hours of fatigue and devote them to the lofty point of view of the well-being and enfranchisement of all workers, and the jackasses whose diversions have no aim but the satisfaction of their own egotistical and sterile vanity. In a situation where application to work without respite is a matter of life or death for the worker, so to speak, the moral preoccupations of the former are those of dedication, the preoccupations of the latter are suicide. 61. The opposition of dedication to egotism is clear, but the opposition of sacrifice to suicide is much less clear. How can the enormous difference in quality between the lofty point of view of enfranchisement and the satisfaction of egotistical vanity alter the simple arithmetic indicating that any quantity subtracted from the vital minimum has to result in the killing of life? The only way to separate Boyle's dedication from Esquisse suicide is to say that the subtraction in the former case is not a subtraction. This solution is effected imaginarily in the argumentation and projected really into the future of association. The hours of dedication, deducted not from the time of work but from the time of fatigue, are counted as hours of work, so they can be added to the other hours of work as homogeneous quantities. If the time taken from work for dedication is not suicidal, the reason is that it is really not taken, that the work of dedication is interchangeable with labor. By the same token, this means that labor, the material exercise of strength serving the reproduction of life, is immediately and directly equivalent to the work of dedication. The labor and the work must be interchangeable. For that to be possible, however, the two must have a common element. That common element can only be obligation, which must be felt to be immediate and imperious in both cases. The fatigues of devotion and the fatigues of life-nurturing labor can be interchanged or added to each other in the calculation of common work because and insofar as they are products of one and the same effort to obey constraint or compulsion. This is a curious equality indeed, which can provide a foundation for the work of popular dedication only by turning it upside down. In the image of their leaders, working-class people were to do more to re-establish equality, to disprove the bourgeois view that saw the hallmarks of their degradation as so many signs of their condemnation to incessant work and, at the same time, saw this incessant work as the only way to prevent that degradation from turning into the dissolution of the societal bond. In the course of this battle, however, those involved encountered the communist heresy and the hapless victims of dedication. This encounter has forced them to go back over their arithmetic, to link corruption with the excess of leisure and morality with the impossibility of leisure. Here we have the generalization of a whole category of impossibles already encountered when the view and strategy of those in power had to be denied. It was impossible that the animal creatures crawling around the sewer of Rue Sainte Marguerite were workers, because the latter were in the workshops. It was impossible that the bourgeoisie, in line with the scheme of La Presse, might buy off with credit the workers who had the confidence of their comrades, because workers are suspicious by nature and trust only those who earn their trust and more. It was impossible that the working class people would let themselves be corrupted by savings, because they did not earn enough to satisfy their immediate needs. They had no time for loitering in the streets, not enough money, no trust. A simple arithmetic of lack was always there to exorcise the image of corruption and bolster the common wisdom that idleness, that is, excess time, was the source and principle of all the vices. Thus, the wholly beneficent influence of almost all women in the ranks of the common people does not signify any status grace attached to commoner identity, it merely signifies that their situation, in line with the precept dictating that each person should live by his or her work, does not allow them those obligatory periods of leisure time that give rise to all the proclivities of egotism. Their position forces them, as it were, to employ in the service of society an activity that our fashionable ladies think should be expended in the opposite way. 62. It is here that the argument making a virtue of necessity comes to take its place at the core of the militant ethics of dedication, that the obligation to do more in this line, in order to move from the material realm to the moral realm, is reduced to the impossibility of excesses opening the way to immorality. The time to do more can only be the time for corruption or suicide. Just as there is no happiness other than physical happiness, So dedication cannot be defined in any terms other than those of constrained or compelled work. The surplus of dedication is an evanescent quantity that must be identified with the fatigue of the worker's effort if it is not to be confused with the time of corruption that condemns to death misconstrued dedication as well as the vanity of the gauguetier and the depravity of orgies. In vain does L'Atelier try to oppose free will to the law of progress as understood by La Fraternite, the latter reducing liberty to cognizance of the laws of social harmony. 63 This free will, true principle of progress and morality, is never exercised so well as when it is strictly compelled by material obligation. Once again the identicalness of free morality and material necessity surfaces at the core of emancipation, and work takes its place at the center of God's moral kingdom, thanks not to the grandeur attached to productive work, but rather to the lack that removes time from immorality and preserves dedication from suicide. So those who furnish the model of moral work are those who cannot do otherwise. To be sure, L'Atelier denies having succumbed to a narrow and exclusivist sentiment in its definition of the word worker. We declare once and for all that, in general terms, we recognize as workers all those human beings who, by whatever sort of labor, participate in the societal task, and we regard as unworthy of this designation only those who do not give to society at least as much as they receive from it. 64 This definition makes room for the surplus value of dedication as well as that of material labor. But L'Atelier must quickly return from the confusion of such vague generalities to the usage of ordinary language. We give the name workers to that class of laborers who are obliged, in order to live, to hire out their arms to someone wanting to employ them. 65 Now, who is unaware of the fact that the very precondition of this hiring out is that the worker is always compelled to give more than he receives? And no foresight that comes down to charity, no mere whiff of instruction, no non-existent political rights, can make up for this subtraction, to which are added the sacrifices made to beget new workers and the blood shed unequally for the cause of the nation. So doesn't it turn out, by simple arithmetic, that the egotistical workers, whose labor generally has no aim other than the reproduction of their labor power, are in fact the workers par excellence, the artisans of the kingdom of God in the social order? Well, yes and no. In becoming identified with the surplus value of labor, thanks to the constraint of time and measure, the excess of dedication cannot stop being its contrary. It is only in the writings of Professor Butches or student Professor Ott that idle identity eaten away by corruption meets its opposite in the simple and robust dualist principle of working spirit and resistant matter, metal to be forged and instinct to be mastered. For the organ of the moral and material interests of the workers, L'Atelier, the whole problem lies in this conjunction whereby the division of the one into two and the identity of opposites end up besieging the royalty of work at its very birth, the identity of the life of morality and the death of sacrifice, of the death of egotism and the life of societal preservation. The reign of associated workers both will and will not be that of the hard-working multitude that is supposedly more advanced than the dedicated avant-garde. Now you will ask us what association will change. We, in turn, will ask you what it will not change. Replacing a worker bowed under wage humiliation and his master's disdain, induced into self-contempt by other people's contempt for him, and often led thereby to the brutish self-degradation of vice, will be a free and honored worker, now bound only by the laws of association to which he has freely consented, regaining his complete dignity as a human being and taking full cognizance of his moral worth, prompted by the respect of others to respect, rehabilitate, and ennoble himself by practicing the virtues. 66. Here is a reasonable ideal of a worker for the future, combining the nobility of militant obligation with the respectability of the good worker. But in this perspective picture, which is supposed to prove to communists and skeptics that worker association is something other than a form of collective egotism for workers, heresy is never far away. The anonymous article on the organization of work soon betrays the hand of our enthusiast, Chev. All were necessarily bitter adversaries. One worker would try to supplant his rival by an even more base submissiveness to the master's wishes, by acceptance of an even more degrading wage, by treachery even. And behold, now they are as one, the interest of each has become the interest of all, they are as one and the same body, and someone who wrongs one wrongs the others. 67. One and the same body, the dream of a society of equal exchange that this as yet unconfessed disciple of Proudhon would like to found on a single little article of the Code, the suppression of the rente, a world of non-exploitation in which the work of each is passed along to all and that of all is passed along to each, like the circulation of blood in the human body or the fertilization of the earth by the great arteries of our rivers. 68. A Holy Communion quick to lay claim once again to the all too celebrated lineage of the despisers of usury and wealth, Saint Ambrose, Saint John Chrysostom, Saint Basil, Saint Gregory of Nyssa, and all those fathers of the Church whose writings leave them defenseless against those who would transform them into fathers of the community. It is the chronic pantheist error of the mystical bookkeeper, but it is only a momentary lapse of vigilance by the screening committee for articles. One looks in vain for the follow-up article promised for the next issue of L'Atelier. In its place the committee, though hardly infatuated with workshop versifiers, inserted a satire of several hundred Alexandrines against fraudulent merchants. Better to let the heretical inquisitor celebrate, in his own writings and at his own risk, this new deity wedding the pagan idol to the Son of the true God. Woe to anyone who rejects work as an abasement, for it is the only title of nobility that traverses time and is even inscribed in the book of eternity. It is the throne where the human being displays its full royal majesty and moves toward the Eternal One to receive from his hands the crown of glory. Work is the Christian Hercules. In his left hand he holds out two swords, one for subduing the earth and the other for subduing his own passions. In his right hand he waves two torches, the torch of genius and the torch of liberty. Science is his strength, charity his triumph. Idleness is the adulterous Venus. Vice is born of her, and ignorance is her child. She is life devouring itself, the crossroads prostitute selling her flesh to death and her soul to Satan. 69. Right on. With regard to the adulterous Venus, but the militants of association wouldn't get much of a grip on the workers' future if they encumbered their hands with two swords of negation and two torches of affirmation. The kingdom of associated workers must be announced in more modest terms. We foresee a time when money will no longer bear interest, but that day is still far away. No one will take that to mean the absence of power. In our contract the former or present master is replaced by the manager. This word is more suitable, but the directive function is the same. To repeat, it takes many qualities to make a good associate: lowly dedication at all hours, the spirit of discipline, the virtue of voluntarily submitting to the yoke, which is so necessary. Here we have 10 workers who borrow 10,000 francs to start a business. Their labor fertilizes the borrowed capital, and within 5 years, more or less, the capital is paid back and the instrument of work is the property of the association. In our system, and at the end of an obligatory contract, this property would not be divisible among the associates in its totality. There would be a reserve fund that would accumulate indefinitely out of a specified portion of the profits 1/4 or 1/5. There lies the start of the indivisible capital, the impersonal property, that will ensure the indefinite growth of the association. Suppose this reserve capital is 5,000 francs today. So we enlarge our operations, take in 5 new associates if we can, and in a year the reserve capital will be 10,000 francs instead of 5,000. With it we shall then emancipate 10 exploited workers. So there is our snowball. The bigger it grows, the more hands will be needed to roll it. And these emancipated hands will bring in others down the line. We agree that this is small potatoes, but everything begins that way in the world. 70. But the problem is not that the snowball of association rolls slowly. The problem is knowing what exactly makes it roll. For the obvious dichotomies governing moral work become curiously compounded when such work translates into the organization of labor. The initial demonstration, which had been entrusted to Jacques, seemed clear enough. The aim was to unite contraries and thus get beyond the opposition of two systems, the free competition of exclusively individual property or ownership and the doctrine that starts off with the societal unit, denies the individual, and wants everything to be communal, both production and distribution. 71 This union of contraries is not effected in the German style, identity. It is done in the French style, which the writer for L'Atelier has quite obviously borrowed, though he does not breathe a word about it, from a recent work, What is Property, by a printer, philosopher from Besançon, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon. Each of the opposing principles is assigned its place on the balance scale. In the realm of production, collective appropriation of the means of production is supposed to put an end to the exploitation rooted in individual expropriation. In the realm of distribution, one must challenge the communists, who deny all ownership and promise an optimal satisfaction of needs. In opposition to them, one must propose individual ownership of consumable riches that are the fruits of labor. The problem of distribution can thus be formulated as follows: to find a combination that reconciles, unites, and coordinates these two apparently contradictory principles. 1. Equality in the satisfaction of all needs, in accordance with their nature, proportion, and intensity. 2. Equality for each member of the social body in production value and value received. 72. Obviously, this equality is possible only through collective possession of the means of production, which frees labor from the tithe expropriated by idleness. But it also presupposes that between the two realms, production and distribution, there exists a principle of equality, the remuneration of work. In the absence of such a principle, the communists are caught in an unresolvable dilemma. Either they promise the satisfaction of every need, but without the means to provide it, or else they ensure that satisfaction, but using a compulsion that eliminates the most precious pleasure they dangle before the worker, that is, the freedom to work or relax when one feels like it, to shift from one place to another at will, or even to take those trips around the world that editors of El Humanitaire promise 5 or 6 times in a lifetime to those who will adopt their principles. Notes L'Atelier. If the community were to grant the liberties we have just mentioned, it would perish, for the number of people who would abuse them would be immense. Thus, the preconditions for its very existence would prevent it from granting such freedom. But if you remunerate work with an exchangeable token, then the human being is free to work more or work less, to come and go. In worker association, distribution takes place, always equally for each worker, according to the degree and proportion of what he has produced. Then each one, absolute judge of his own desires and needs, is in charge of satisfying them as much as he wants, giving to society a value equal to the riches he desires. This also preserves the ongoing motor of work and progress, which consists mainly in the freedom, desires, and needs of the human personality. 73. A value equal to the riches he desires, the equality is simple. This equation of value created and value received, of effort expended and the satisfaction of needs, defines justice. Unfortunately, one of the terms in the equation divides in two. For the value of work cannot be measured in terms of wage exploitation. It should reflect the new social principle being implemented. In the distribution, each performance should be assessed only in terms of the effort and dedication it has cost, not in terms of its intrinsic value. 74. If it is not to degenerate into a shabby collective of petty proprietors, the work of an association of workers cannot disregard this principle of remuneration. The wage should be based, not on differentiation of skills, but on the dangers and fatigues to which they expose people, and on the aversions they evoke. By giving this basis to wages, we believe that equality will find its value reckoned all the better insofar as it goes hand in hand with justice. 75. Except for one thing, it is not the same equality or the same justice. The sum total of aversions overcome, you see, might not add much to the total of riches to be distributed. To be sure, the pleasures desired by the pious Chev and his comrades are not the sort that call for a surplus of manual labor and productivity. But then one has every right to ask at this point exactly what sort of dedication it is that permits the free personality, judge of its own desires and needs, to purchase pleasures for itself. Is association simply to be a better way of procuring for oneself the pleasures of egotism, be they refined or not? A better way of producing more to consume more, as our Saint Simonian apostle and engineer might express it in his logic? A better way of working more to rest more, according to the Babylonian logic denounced by the people's priest? So let us abandon this terrain where Proudhon's individualism of means converges with the communist or Saint Simonian immorality of ends. Let us get back once more to healthy morality, that is, to the twofold viewpoint of a social utility that obligates and an individual resistance that must be overcome. We don't think anyone will object to the notion that the mode of remunerating work must seek to stimulate production to the highest possible degree. Present-day societies have immense material needs, real, pressing needs that have not yet been met, that can be satisfied only by labor as immense as the needs themselves. Our farmers lack the most basic necessities of life. In many localities not all of them have bread, wheat, or rye, not by a long shot. Their houses, their shacks rather, do not have paved or inlaid floors. They have no furniture at all, and warm clothes are a great luxury for them. All these things are necessities, and they will have to be produced as soon as political reform places those deprived of them in the ranks of citizens. 76. This social duty would not be one, of course, if it did not run up against a spontaneous tendency to resist it, and here we must bow our head under a reproach that applies to all humanity. We refer to the instinctive repugnance that every person has against real, fruitful labor. 77. That is indeed the perfect situation for the exercise of dedication. Unfortunately, it is also the situation in which dedication becomes inapplicable as a principle of remuneration. How can we get the immense surplus of riches demanded by the welfare of society with a remuneration that grows in proportion to the worthlessness or unproductiveness of repugnances overcome? And so the sacrosanct principle is discreetly set aside in favor of a realistic comparison of the respective advantages of pay by the workday and piece work pay. The question is quickly decided against the former, although the majority perform such work with all possible probity and skill. It nevertheless is true that this work never has the vigor and energy of labor on a piecework basis. 78. From the natural laziness that rests content with the routine of work by the day to the lesser social utility of such work, morality here finds its place in negative terms. But the converse is far more difficult to establish. How to ground as morality the incentive of piecework that will enable society to give the inhabitants of rural areas the most basic necessities of life? Will you accuse us, as some communists have done, of trying to stimulate human beings with the hideous lure of money? In this case the argument is specious, though it has a certain sentimental likelihood that makes it harder to combat. 79. As we would expect of him, the writer of the article does not believe that useful actions, especially those of the moral order, could in principle have gain for their goal, and he can only criticize the general who urged his troops on by promising them monetary rewards. 80. Our writer, however, certainly would not have criticized the general for promising his troops medals, or even the simple gratitude of future generations. Well, it is now firmly established that there are not two types of incentives or two types of pleasures. As long as one is counting on incentives, it is better to appeal to the effective desire for money than to the whims of humanitarian glory. And when you consider the matter, don't such accusations of egotism themselves adopt an egotistical viewpoint, putting individual betterment before the common welfare? You cannot simply consider the individual, either. You must judge and act in terms of society. Now, in the industrial order, is it good that work make progress in speed and perfection? Not only is that good, it is of the utmost necessity. If we stimulate this progress with the hope of honorary rewards, will we get it? Yes, indeed. If we add to that a monetary recompense, will we get even more progress? No one can doubt that. 81. This maieutic lesson at a pell-mell pace cannot, however, let us forget the grounding principle of the whole edifice, that is, that the preservation or dissolution of societal bonds depends on motives that individuals adopt for themselves. To remove the obstacle, we must go back to the New Testament and read it in the Protestant version with the Epistle of James amputated. The intractable Chev loved to remind people that the Epistle of James condemned not only the wicked rich but the rich in general. Now the writer for L'Atelier offers this viewpoint. By stimulating love for money, will society lose in morality what it gains in industrial or agricultural improvement, hence in well-being? We don't think so. Because it is not what one gains that demoralizes, but rather the use that one makes of it. So society, following the gospel precept as closely as possible, should provide recompense in accordance with works. If you thereby become relatively rich, the gospel is there and the moral law is there to indicate to you the use to which you should put your riches. 82. To each, then, according to his capabilities and his works. For the hard workers there is the incentive of a relative enrichment, in the same gospel that sanctifies the earthly recompense of the just man, they can find the way to avoid depravity. For ordinary workers there is the incentive of daily hunger. For those who would like to satisfy that hunger without doing anything, there is the chastisement of forced labor. Finally, for the weakling workers who are abandoned by the new Christians and left to the process of market selection, say the communists maliciously, there is some labor suited to their capacities. Thus, the ordered kingdom of work takes the form of a new syncretism. Insofar as recompense is concerned, we have a purified Saint Simonism. By a strict remuneration of dedication in the form of power or money, it takes the aberrations of the hierarchy of love back to the strict original principle of classification according to capabilities and retribution according to works. Insofar as pain and punishment are concerned, we have a Christianity reduced to the dogma of the fall and ultimately resolved to pay the workers of the 11th hour on a piecework basis. Here we have an exchange in which the Christian rigor of law and penalty and the Saint Simonian justice of classification and recompense come along to correct what each religion had left to the arbitrary love of engineer, apostles and philanthropic grape growers. But in this exchange preeminence tends to be reversed. Now everyone knows that it is the recompense, not the pain or penalty, that prompts individuals to contribute to the progress of society. Discreetly redressing, before openly attacking, Chevre's feverish dreams of new Thebes, of corporations and workers united in the mystical body of Christ, weaver, typographer, joiner, sculptor and future deputy Corbin can pretend he is expressing only the modest simplicity of the Christian rule and common sense. But over against the mystical dream of universal association, he is actually outlining something else, a republic of merit founded less on the sublimities of dedication or the universality of the law than on the free flight of abilities and emulation of the innovators and workers of progress. A republic that will give everyone his chance, but first those who know how to help themselves, that will patronize the associations, not so much as embryos of the city of communitarian work, but rather as the avant-garde of a movement that is more important than the goal and that must incessantly revolutionize production conditions and human relationships. Is this the individualism of the pioneers of progress, replacing the Christian and national morality of work? But perhaps this return to egotism is itself a substitute as well, one designed to avoid losing, in the prosaic banality of the organization of work, that other thing that the morality of work commanded to be sacrificed to the common measure. Despite all their denials, don't the worker, artist Corbin and the mystical bookkeeper Chef still feel that the rewards and pains of the organization of work will never be more than substitutes for the pleasures and sacrifices forbidden to the working class people as such, except in brief and chance encounters, the life hidden in God of Cenobites and Philadelphians, the great days when they storm Bastilles in the time it takes a child to play a game of handball, when, between two settings of the sun, one makes a revolution that changes the face of a whole people. 83 The cause of oppressed nationalities, the work of artists and inventors, and the new epic of those warrior monks and fighting workers who cross the seas to improve the globe and repel barbarism in the desert sands. And a final paradox of the Republic of Work envisioned by the editors of L'Atelier, it is also to preserve this supplement, which their morality bade them abolish, that this Republic's pioneers chose the side they did. Going against the dreams of the worker left, which wants to give the instruments of work and collective emancipation to worker corporations, they decided to support the party of those curious friends of worker association, lawyer Marie and banker Gaudchas, who have been trying to establish a social base among the worker elite for their future republic of moderation and honesty. When a carpenter from El Atelier came to the Republican banker to lay out a plan for organizing his corporation in such a way that he could do without men of money, the banker spelled out his own plan: we form a society of bankers and take up a subscription among us. When we have put together a capital of 200,000 francs, we shall choose men from various worker corporations and make them managers in the various associations that offer us the best guarantees. 84. We look in vain in El Atelier for a mention of that meeting or a denunciation of that plan, though it seems awfully similar to the corrupting scheme envisioned not long ago by La Presse. Worse still, at a meeting at Marie's, which brought together representatives of the worker journals and the socialist sects, the representatives of El Atelier were almost the only ones from their class to support the bankers' principle of partial associations. That was an extreme sort of rallying around indeed, a restriction of the field of association designed to correct the restriction of the principle itself. The same measure that reduces dreams and suicidal dedications to the modesty of worker efforts is also supposed to prevent the paltriness of the organization of labor from spreading to the dimensions of the societal work. The principle of work/labor brings individual vanities back to the common condition, the principle of its remuneration brings the constraint of duty back to the morality of effort, and societal progress back to the deployment of capabilities. So rather than focusing on the austere facade of the palace of work, one must keep a sharp lookout for what puts its ordering out of joint. It is not without reason that the editors of El Atelier found suitable for their masthead only the negative recommendation of St. Paul, an apostle from whom they certainly could have borrowed more exalting mottos: whoever does not want to work should not eat. It is as if this shabby relationship between labor and subsistence, where the reasons of the avant-garde try to link up again with those of the masses, were also the locale of a purely negative and provisional compromise between the contradictions specific to this avant-garde, one that is divided as to what it should oppose to the kingdom of idleness, the harmony of the earthly city of Christ, or the adventure of a progress in which the pathways of worker nomadism cross those of free enterprise. The kingdom of labor and societal duty remains, decidedly, a simple transit point. In the austere frontispiece borrowed from the apostle, worker, we must see not so much the proclamation of a new age as a sign of dissolution and a mark of doubt affecting this monarchy at its very origins. The group of workers who took over this plan for the organization of work and propagated it as best they could seemed to be aware of the impossibility of carrying out a system that demanded so much abnegation and sustained effort. The proof lies in the fact that they did not make any great effort to preach by example. I know something about the matter. I recall perfectly well what I felt and said out loud more than once, that I would find it very difficult to bow to the exigencies of such an order of things. 85. Failing to practice oneself, one can always encourage others. Soon the Republic of Lawyer Marie and Banker Gauchos will name Corbin and Dangui of El Atelier members of the Committee for the Encouragement of Worker Associations. Do they still have faith at the moment the crusade begins? Well, in any case, others certainly have it for them. Chapter 11. The Republic of Work. The manager of the tailors opened the door of the workshop, calling for a moment of silence and introducing us as friends of all the assembled workers. Almost 40 were present, and it was Monday morning, I am delighted to point out right off the bat. The tailors greeted us effusively. A smile of deep satisfaction lit up their faces, which were thin and pale but also frank and intelligent. 1. This door opening into a scene of fraternal association reveals to the eyes of the visiting representatives of the people nothing but a huge room where the associated tailors squat and work from morning to night on the bare floor, a bit harder than they used to do at the shops of their masters. But there are 3 little lithographs on the wall, and, while his colleagues discuss working conditions with the workers, Locksmith Gilland, deputy for today but art lover always, goes closer to see what the lithographs are about. One was the portrait of a heroic man who had his faults, but whom the people pitied, forgave, and worshipped too. Alongside this picture of Armand Barbes, 1809–1870, dedicated if not enlightened defender of the people, was another image that a very young man, an orphan. Taken in by the association, offered for the admiration of the visitor, another lithograph depicting Jesus crowned with thorns and leaning on two allegorical figures, liberty and equality. In this moving picture the Son of God holds under his bare feet the demon of pride, who is vomiting gold. And the word hope is inscribed on the shining disk above his head, which is all tenderness and meekness. 3. After these two images of sacrifice comes an image of fecundity and fraternal prosperity. This time it was the Republic, a strong and gorgeous woman, depicted as happy but a bit austere. She wore a Phrygian cap, symbol of liberty, a wreath of flowers, and a long flowing dress. Her only ornament is a bronze level on her forehead. Behind this figure of the Republic are superb cities whose monuments touch the sky, fields filled with corn, hillsides covered with grapes. She calmly offers one of her hands to be kissed by a colossal lion, who fondles it. With her other hand she is showing a hive of busy bees to a group of studious children at her feet. 4. Of course the locksmith, poet, who spends his nights polishing his prose and verse, is paid to know that good intentions are not enough to guarantee the artistic worth of an image, or perhaps even its social utility. But how could the worker deputy resist the temptation to read, in the very coarseness of the imagery, the evident sign of a clear-cut antagonism between two worlds? At the sight of these poor, dismal little images, bought perhaps for 20 centimes at the street corner display of an itinerant dealer, sketches very incorrectly executed but lofty and moral in conception, I could not help but form a mental comparison. The evening before, I had been in the home of people belonging to high society. When I entered their salon, the first thing to attract my attention was two little statues, Leda and the Swan, and Sarah the Bather. The latter was undraped and seen from the front on a swing of leaves that made her raise one knee to her face. The relief was indeed superb. Present-day society as a whole, it seemed to me, could be summed up in these seemingly simple and frivolous things. On the one hand comfort, sweet leisure, discreet debauchery, petty interests, petty frivolities, petty vices, and ennui, the ennui of a life dull and useless when it is not scandalous and criminal. On the other hand a profound destitution after strenuous labors, a living faith revealed in works, absolute dedication, all wicked passions sacrificed to a generous idea, love of neighbor carried out in the most sublime sacrifices, and, for boon and consolation in the world, only the hope of bequeathing a better future to future generations. 5. The plain evidence of the little things that are at once the decor of day-to-day activity and the image of the world being forged therein. No confusion, no common measure between two universes. On the one hand the narrow, curved space of idle salons, where the languor of shabby passions coils in the softness of seats and is modeled on the slenderness of statues. On the other hand the rectangular architecture of vast spaces where nudity serves as a stage effect for sublime self-sacrifices that are imaged in fourpenny lithographs. A double universe equally governed by the law of proportion, the world of idleness can be populated only by dwarfish sentiments, and even the self-interest in it is petty, whereas the grandeur of worker self-sacrifice is necessarily proportionate to the intensity of the pains and the depth of the destitution. In the collapse of the realm of material interests, one finds again the virtues of poverty and the clear opposition of two imageries, in the orators of the bourgeoisie, the phantasm world of pillage, in the poets of the laboring people, the geometry of compensations. It is in that respect that the destitution of association can represent the promised land, undoing the confusion of images and pleasures. It gives back to the working people images that are theirs alone and the intimacy of family pleasures. In this paradise regained of identity, the actions of work, painful as they may be, are reflected accurately in the heroism of the figures who adorn the bare walls. Once the confusion of the barrier districts is brought to an end, the fraternity of the banquet table will coincide with the morality of labor efforts and festivals. No one thinks that the revolution is a gala dinner. But in barrier district Pigalle, where the associated cooks are serving the saddlers their first meal, in St. Joseph's Court, where the association of cabinet makers is holding a family party to celebrate its medal at the exposition, and in the suburbs of La Villette, where the carriage joiners detain the visiting representatives of the people for lunch in the workshop itself, the frugal repast of fraternal workers, repeating the miracles of multiplied bread and consecrated wine, again takes on the fragrance of Sundays in the countryside. The luncheon for the saddlers was to have taken place at 11 a.m. It was 10:30 before the tables arrived. There were only 8 francs left in the cash box, so the payment of the invoice was put off until the afternoon. In an instant trestles were set up. On them were laid new white planks of fur, their cleanliness and fine scent reminding us of country linen. Each worker put down his pittance and his bread. The wine arrived from outside with all the glasses that could be obtained in the vicinity. Still, some people had none. I shared mine with an apprentice of 15 who had never been at such a feast in his life. Others imitated my example with those next to them. The bread was divided into as many pieces as there were people present. After everyone had received a share, we toasted twice and clinked glasses all around, first to the Democratic Republic and then to association and the enfranchisement of workers. There were more than 100 people around a modestly furnished table. Cordiality stood in for luxury, decency for etiquette. There were speeches glorifying work, offering moral edification to the people, and blessing the Republic, which is truly loved only by the poor. Then everyone sang in turn, the men, the women, the children. It was stately, tender, enthusiastic, or naive, but always fine. Then the strolling musicians were introduced to the proceedings. Granted the right to have their shrill fiddle or cold-infected harp sound in the ears of the people, they all understood, without having to be reminded, that this was neither the time nor the place for the smutty songs of the barrier districts. 6. In the eyes of the former shepherd and those of the exiled Pauline Roland searching for lost community, association is not just the undertaking of workers liberated from exploitation by a master, it is the center of a reconstituted universe of the people. No degrading spectacle captures the attention of the worker, deputy in the barrier district of La Villette as he makes the rounds of neighborhood associations. In his view Rue Sainte-Marguerite is an alien enclave in the suburb of Saint-Antoine, where even the names of the courts combine village intimacy with evangelical purity, Cour de deux Sœurs, Cour du Nom de Jesus, Cour du Panier Fleuri, Cour du Saint-Esprit, and Cour de la Bonne Grain. 7 At the center of this universe, the fraternity of worker songs and glasses of wine is no longer in opposition to family duties, nor does the egotism of private hearth and home stand in opposition to worker solidarity. Now the identity of laborious effort and moral work takes Gilland back to the paradise lost by the boy who had fallen into the world of work. Then everyone sang in turn, the men, the women, the children. Most of the workers now make up songs of their own and lose nothing thereby. The muse, daughter of palaces, descends to the workshop. Soon she will visit the huts of the poor and bring radiance to the brow of manual laborers. A bit more waiting, a bit more instruction, and all human beings will be living the life of the thinking mind, the only kind of life that can help people put up with the pains and miseries of this other life. 8. Family portraits, snapshots of the revolution like the countless ones taken home by distinguished visitors who are attentive to the gestures and symbols of the new life, the worker who now knows for what and for whom he works, the boss who is boss only because of the love aroused by his selfless and immeasurable dedication, the woman respected at home and in the workshop who has set aside her cooking pot to go and eat with her children at the table of these large families, where one is no longer served by garçons but by citoyens, the child at last protected, the orphan taken in, the outcasts of education becoming orators or poets, the street musicians and print sellers changing their repertoire or their display. The poet of L'Atelier has chosen the better part, and it will not be taken away from him. But his editorial colleagues, typographer Tanguy and member of the Assembly Corbin, both of whom have resigned from the Committee for the Encouragement of Worker Associations, know well enough that the revolution is not a banquet, even a frugal one, and that daguerreotypes of fraternity have nothing to do with the time and constraints involved in the work of association. What is the point of these heroic efforts expended in industries on sufferance, which may possibly revive only at some point in time when the association has ceased to live? It is certainly nice to see workshops packed on Monday morning, but that does not mean that the articles fashioned so diligently in them will find buyers. And before banqueting to celebrate the medal won at the exposition, it might have been wise for the cabinet makers to find out what buyer would appear, in these troubled times, for their costly bookcase of jacaranda and rosewood. Worth noting is the fact that the association evoking the least lyrical flights from chronicler Gilland is actually the most exemplary association of all. It is the Association of Gilt Jewelers, which arose in 1834 directly out of Butch's teachings and which, in its model statutes of 1843, enshrined the great principle of an indivisible reserve fund, removing the product of association work from the profits accruing to worker egotism. That association does not organize Eucharistic repasts for visitors, but every Monday morning it holds an hour and a half of evangelical readings before its General Assembly meets to discuss measures to be adopted and faults to be corrected for the smooth running of the establishment. Things are running just as smoothly in its four branches, adroitly differentiated in terms of their respective markets, one for costly goods destined for the Parisian market, one for goods for Germany, and two for exports to the colonies. The Committee for the Encouragement of Worker Associations took no big risk in allocating 25,000 francs to it out of the loan of 3 million francs that it was to divide up among the various worker associations. We can say that it is money loaned with full security and that it will return to the taxpayers' interest down to the last cent 9. On the other hand, the committee did not risk a penny of government money on the strenuous labor and touching fraternity of the clothes tailors, the carriage workers, and the piano makers celebrated so emotionally by our writer. Worker association, you see, is not the start of a new life, it is a situation in which workers experience their ability to manage their own affairs. Success, not effort, is the acid test. Let the experiment be made under bad conditions, and the counter-propaganda will be directly proportional to the extent of the dedication workers have displayed. From the very first meeting of the Committee for the Encouragement of Worker Associations, its chairman, worker delegate and vice president of the National Assembly Corbin, had stressed the primacy of the principle of efficacy. The committee reporter tells us, the conditions that seem the most desirable to him are those having to do with the duration and success of the association 10. Moreover, the cause at stake involves first and foremost the very principles of l'atelier. On the Committee for Encouraging Worker Associations, besides two editors of that journal, Corbin and Tanguy, are two intellectual disciples of Butch's, Haut and Figuret, and the attorney of the Gilt Jewelers, Delegate Leblond. The attempted test is theirs, first of all. It was on Corbin's initiative that the Assembly, on July 5, 1848, voted a credit of 3 million francs to encourage worker associations. The vote was unanimous and taken without debate, in other words, without any great concern for the master plan of Butch's, the master thinker behind l'atelier. For on the day after the events of June 1848, the great thought of the party of decent, moderate socialists had all the allure of good insurance at a bargain price, simultaneous balm for the miseries of the workers and for the bad conscience of the Republican representatives, satisfaction given to the working class fraction which, in both street battles and assembly debates, had stood for Republican order over against partisans of the Red Republic, a fine gesture on behalf of the workers, which should make them less attentive to murmurs and cries for revenge. 3 million francs in loans, some of which would certainly be paid back, was not too high a price to pay for all that. In reckoning the average amount of capital per worker to be invested in an industrial enterprise, there was certainly enough, just enough, to encourage 1,000 to 2,000 workers to take the path of association. But who was unaware that modesty in the early phases, the careful selection of men who possessed, not fraternal dedication in general, but the down-to-earth dedication of pioneers, was the strict precondition for the morality and success of an association. The modesty of the sum asked for by Corbin was not a concession to the forces of reaction, quite the contrary. It would have been easy enough for him to ask for a large credit that the National Assembly would not have quibbled over. But then he would have fallen into the trap set by the enemies of worker association. The adversaries of association would have eagerly voted an enormous sum to be handed out to all corners, associated workers of every caliber, so that at the end of a certain period of time these adversaries could trumpet victoriously from their rostrum. Mad theoreticians induced workers to believe that they could dispense with masters. The experiment was tried, but it was unsuccessful. Wage earners, then, should resign themselves to remaining wage earners. 11. Undoubtedly the logic of the failed provocation could be grounded on something better than hearsay and secret intentions. The crude, provincial frankness of prefectorial reports gives a better indication of the prudent compromise with the present state of forces and of the confident cynicism vis-a-vis the future of the experiment undertaken, both of which are part of the picture. Thus, from inquiries undertaken by the prefect of the Rhone for the committee, it seems that the worker association of velvet weavers should be next as uncertain in its chances for success and disastrous in its consequences. But on the other hand, even though all expectations are against it, and perhaps precisely for that reason, I think one cannot dispense with attempting the crucial experiment that is being demanded. First of all, the administration should not lose sight of the fact that it is still dependent, in a way, on the circumstances that gave rise to the projected association in question. Manufacturing workers have been subjected to the influence of reckless preachments. A fairly large number of them have accepted as a truth that they are the victims of capital. They see their future well-being in association, and they seek the cooperation of the government in freeing themselves from what they call industrial servitude. Such being their state of mind, a refusal would only worsen the problem, and the most logical arguments would not convince them. I think it would be better, even at the cost of some money, to leave it to events to enlighten them about their true interests by demonstrating the inanity of the theories on which they are basing their so-called emancipation. 12. Actual experience is crucial for all, therefore, and that is why the Butches clan wants to limit its risks along with its extent. Do less, but do it better. Or, rather, less is, in and of itself, the proof of better. In the difficult accord to be reached between the morality of association and its chances of success, hence its effectiveness as propaganda, the criterion of the small number quickly becomes decisive. But nothing implies it by right, and it would seem even more moral to entrust the experiment to projects of collective enfranchisement and to men already dedicated to them than to these little groups of workers who put their skills and savings in common to gain access jointly to mastership. At the first meeting the President, Corbin, asks that it be clearly understood that advances will be made only to workers who, at their own peril and risk, have made real efforts to enter upon the path of association. 13. But choosing would be easy if it were simply a matter of selecting, among the petitioners, the groups or individuals who had not waited for the manna of 3 million francs to draw up and sometimes try to implement plans of association. Take, for example, those worker painters whose delegates had already discussed and approved the plan for the organization of work that drew its inspiration from a draft of 1838 and was actually prepared by a veteran of associational doctrines, painter, glazier, café-keeper, phrenologist and dealer in daguerreotypes Conféus, who had been a Saint-Simonian in 1831 and editor of Fourier's Nouveau Monde in 1840. Starting off from a proposal for the organization of the whole corporation, which could be generalized to cover all crafts and trades, Conféus had reduced his initial ambition to an association of 100 members. The latter would form the embryo, without renouncing the principles adopted by the corporation, election of all bosses, establishing, by drawing lots, a rotation that gives an equal number of work days to all the associates, and a division of earnings into 4 parts: the first for amortization, the second for aid to the sick and aged, the third to be divided among the members, and the fourth for a reserve fund designed to provide mutual assistance among all industries. 14. Ensuring a nonviolent shift from private industry to an association of producers is also the thrust of the plan presented as early as May to the Work Committee by the delegates of the porcelain workers of Limoges. And if one is to believe the prefect of Vienne, this worker population, already profoundly impacted by socialism, is better placed than any other to carry out this transition, nowhere would the test of association be accepted with more enthusiasm by workers, followed with more attention, carried out with more dedication. I don't think one could find, in any other industry, a group of workers more intelligent, more convinced of the grandeur of the task they carry out, more devoted to its success. 15. Moreover, the fraternal spirit and lofty morality of this association is brought out in the extensions it plans to give to its work: a cooperative butcher shop and bakery, vegetable gardens, a teacher for the children, and a committee of 9 members to oversee their education as well as the manners and language of their parents. The same educational concern also typifies the project conceived around 1837 and spelled out in May 1848 by the Bordeaux tailor Deluc, along with 5 masters and more than 100 associates. To the work organization is to be joined an organized common habitat. Its dining room could be converted in the evening after work into a study hall where anyone could, at little cost, pursue elementary courses in letters and the sciences. 16 Children would get a free education there, and as much as possible would be set up in common so that the tableau of human life might no longer be the fact of separation and isolation. One might well remain skeptical reading the bizarrely constructed phrases of this tailor, who promises to solve the whole problem of the happiness of the human race. But there are more literate workers who can support their promises with the witness of their sacrifices and their results. Thus the old shoemaker and former editor of the Nouveau Monde, Laurent Heronville, who in 1831 had originated a projected association of worker shoemakers, brings with him the experience acquired over 8 years by the Workingmen's Association of Shoemakers. This organization sought to go beyond the limits of mutual aid societies. Instead of simply giving aid to the unemployed, it intended to find them work, either by serving as an employment bureau or by organizing its own workshop for their benefit. It was on the basis of this experience, attested to by its annual balance sheet, that it had already asked the work committee for the monetary resources to transform itself into a production association. 17 As for typographer Parmentier, he had tried another way to involve his brothers in the association route, which was barred by the high prices of a license and printing equipment. He had set up a publishing firm named Fraternal Industry, the profits of which were to enable the associates to purchase a printing establishment. Unfortunately, the terrible years 1846 and 1847 were not propitious for the book trade in general, much less for the sale of works by subscription in workshops. The spring of 1848 was even worse, and Fraternal Industry was on the verge of bankruptcy. But with government help in purchasing a print shop, orders for school books, and printings for parliamentarians, Parmentier feels quite confident that among the 2,000 typographers of Paris whose delegate he is, he will find as many associates. Thanks to their modest contribution of 1 franc each, they will be able to support those of their fellow workers who would offer them the example of emancipation. 18. Then there are the Lyons workshop foremen whose crafts the Fourierist Coignet plans to bring into association, the lace makers of Father Gardèche, a devotee of the fusionist religion and a founding member in 1845 of the United Industries Company, and the iron founders whose representative, Dumoulin, had created an ephemeral production company back in 1836. Besides them there are the men who, in the eyes of Gilland and many others, are the very image of the fraternal revolution of February. Consider the 2,000 tailors who have come from all over, even from Belgium, Germany, and Italy, claim the police, and who now find themselves in the converted premises of Clichy, formerly a debtor's prison. There they make uniforms for the militia. Under the direction of a former atelierist, Philippe Berard, they do not actually implement any plan for the organization of work, they are content to practice evangelical fraternity. There are no bosses, simply delegates for special services. 19 All the members, whatever their qualifications or responsibilities, receive the same sum of 2 francs a day, and the door is open to all those men and women who need work to escape poverty or dishonor. That holds true even for the women sent by the officials of the 12 wards. They too get their 2 francs, even though they don't know how to make trousers, and the fraternal tailors must undo and redo their work. When they have finished their work for the city of Paris, they plan to devote themselves to a project they hold dear. They want to make clothes for their brother workers, clothes of good quality at a cheap price. Don't they have every right to say, in support of their request, that their practical courage and tested fraternity are the best pledge of success? 20. But that is not how the morality of association keeps its accounts. No one contests the touching fraternity of the tailors, the exemplary devotion of Parmentier, the 8 years of experience gathered by the Workingmen's Association of Shoemakers, or the morality and capability of the porcelain delegates. But that is not the issue. What bothers the committee, and the Butches clan especially, is the makeup of these associations, indistinct conglomerations of hundreds of associates who may well have suffered and worked together, but who were brought together in the first place by the hazards of unemployment or mere membership in a trade corporation. How can one foresee the success of a workshop of shoemakers where you never find the same workers on the job? How can one see associates in the silent partners of Parmentier who, for a franc a month, will share possession of a printing establishment where they themselves will not work? The prefect of Vienne will be advised to check whether the personnel of the Association of Porcelain Workers is well composed and, above all, whether it might not be too numerous. 21 Because large numbers give these hard-working associations of laborers the same features found in communities of fraternal banqueters, they make them simultaneously impossible and immoral. Castles in Spain, like the grand plans of the lions weavers and velvet weavers. But when these impossible fantasies actually take shape, it is their immorality that strikes Corbin. One counts only by crafts, just as generals evaluate the force of their army by the number of bayonets. The human being disappears completely. The only concern is the relative size and importance of the production forces. 22. Large numbers are, in and of themselves, a principle of immorality, that is, of sterility. How else explain the curious logic that unites the criticism of reporter Ott and Chairman Corbin against the project of the porcelain workers? One is opposed to an initiative that will take place in a troubled industry where the association will face competition from powerful employer establishments. The other reminds people that associations are not supposed to be absorbent in character and suggests that the project be divided up into several small associations. It is difficult to see how such small associations could better withstand the competition from the large firms of Limoges by competing with each other as well. It could only be by virtue of some principle of inverse proportion whereby the numerical increase of an association automatically decreases its morality and the fruitfulness of its efforts. The grand association envisioned by the worker corporations in the spring of 1848 is one of those societies of sleepers denounced not long ago by a Saint Simonian worker, a society of brothers in which one shares the black bread of poverty, an association providing aid to the sick and the aged and protection against the vicissitudes of employment. In the eyes of the men of l'Atelier, the problem lies in this idea spread from the heights of Luxembourg to the grassroots assemblies of workers in the spring, in this fraternity envisioned as refuge or mutual protection against the mischances of industry. Today it is no longer a matter of rescuing each other from the risks of industry but of running those risks to ensure the victory of principle. Of course, those grand associations conceived in the spring had goals of conquest in mind. Even though they begin with a few workers, their avowed aim is gradually to draw in all the workers of a corporation in order to monopolize, for the benefit of the workers, the work whose profits were divided up among the masters of old. But at bottom it is the same thing, the sleep of the great all that suffocates the energy of pioneers along with the incentives of competition. A no to monopoly and associations of an absorbent character. The incessant appeals of Corbin dovetail with the logic of that curious surgery by which l'Atelier intended to root out the evil of the pantheist beast. Just as the body is divided into an infinity of members, so the association of each trade should be divided into an infinite number of partial societies. 23 So that division ad infinitum may continue to separate work from pleasure, it must also continue to separate work from itself. But here the phantasm of the great all, of the cannibalistic corporation, steps in very nicely to serve the more earthly worries of employers and committee notables who believe that this immoral suppression of competition and employer profits is only too possible. And they certainly will not trouble themselves over the philosophical contradiction that prompts them to join the Butches clan in rejecting big worker associations while backing against them the vast plans for associations between owners and workers that were improvised, as luck would have it, by bankrupt spinning mill owners. And so the compromise will be worked out. The Atelier camp gets the right to dictate the principles, which is the essential thing for them, and does not subtract a sou from the fund of 3 million, and to draw up the model statutes that will impose on all associations the sacrosanct principle of indivisible reserve funds and the obligation, on paper, to turn all their auxiliaries into full-fledged associates. For the rest, there will be a few costly worker-owner associations imposed by the right wing, and a prudent choice of worker associations whose chief merits are the small number of their members and the modesty of their pretensions. There is 18,000 francs for the 8 associates of typographer Peeves, whose activist credentials in association are more obscure than those of Parmentier's friends, but who are assured a useful and secure venture from the printing of L'Echo Agricole. 24 There is 8,000 francs for the 12 associates of Painter Esserol, whose morality is not above average for the trade. It will soon come to light that the honest manager has falsified the books a bit, and as for the workers, an inspector will several times drop into their headquarters to find no one there but the concierge, but who have the advantage over Confaeus's companions of being far less numerous and clearly less ambitious. 25 There is 16,000 francs for the 7 iron founders gathered into a national workshop by former soldier Colin. In his idle saunterings after returning to civilian life, he had come upon a copy of the Voyage en Icarie. Hardly seduced by utopia but attracted by the practical side of the matter, he has undertaken to lead his little world as he might in the army and bring it to the true Icaria. 26. Matters could have gone on like that, except for the untimely intervention of printing foreman Ranciere. His plan is to make an association out of one of the most celebrated printing houses of Paris, that of Paul Renward. The venerable establishment on Rue Ranciere is one of those that did not withstand the tempest of February. Even before the Revolution, it had been foolish enough to involve itself in the speculations of the book trade. To this was added the publication, done at great expense and just completed, of a 10-volume illustrated work stripped of any saleability by the political changes. 27 The fact remains that the house is for sale, and its foreman, Ranciere, has managed to persuade the print shop's workers to form an association in order to buy the business and run it on their own. At first glance the project might well seem to be a perfect symbol of the February Revolution. Here we have workers, without violence and with the help of the Republican government, turned into owners of the instrument of work over which they already possess technical mastery, workers now masters of an enterprise where some of them, at least, have worked for more than a decade to enrich an owner whose ideas and practices were thoroughly monarchical. The image is beautiful, but foreman Ranciere has been at his trade for 30 years and is past the age for dreams. The brutality of the terms in the bylaws of Ranciere and Company attract the attention of committee reporter Dangui and Chairman Corbin. They are not bothered by the clear-cut assertion of the manager's powers, which are all those of a proprietor. They themselves have always set the hierarchy of dedication over against daydreams of equality and maintain that the directorial function remains the same, under the more suitable title of manager. But are we really talking about dedication in the case of an association that hopes to buy up its instrument of work in 10 years by withholding 25% of wages paid on a piecework basis? Say the associated workers, our aim is not to improve our present position as workers. What we want is to find ourselves, when the society comes to an end, in possession of a sum of capital sizable enough to have a real impact on our position. 28 These shock troops of associated work have dotted their I's and crossed their T's. One should leave fraternity to daydreamers and see in the new morality of association the old principle that grounds the rights of capital on work and savings and promises enjoyment of them to all those who are willing to dedicate themselves exclusively to it. As one of the associates puts it, however steady and hard-working a worker may be, there isn't one that doesn't waste time coming late, leaving early, loafing a bit in the workshop, reading newspapers, etc., etc. 29 Over against the necessary and adequate morality of the steady and hard-working worker, who works for others and loafs for himself, must be set the terribly exacting morality of unremitting effort, of time saved and pleasure deferred, of capital. That is more than the realistic dreamers of l'Atelier can comprehend. Struck by the egotistical character of this association, whose workers must be viewed as petty capitalists, it seems to them, Corbin and Tanguy express doubts about the free and voluntary nature of the association contracted between the typographers and Ranciere, creditor as well as confidential clerk of their former employer. But the right wing, like its model worker and stooge puppet, watchmaker and delegate, marvels at the lofty morality of the sacrifice made by the associated workers and at their refusal to compromise. It demands backup verification of Tanguy's negative report. And so a rather solemn special session is held at the print shop one morning in November. 2 members of the committee, printer Giraudet and foreman Richard, are on hand to test the morality of the ties established between Ranciere and his former subordinates. They will serve very sanctimoniously as devil's advocates, translating the austere principles of the Atelier faction into simple, paternal terms. M. Giraudet takes the floor and, in words of the most kindly sort, tries to make the workers present appreciate the seriousness of the commitments they have just reiterated. He points out that withholding 1/4 of their salaries amounts to a considerable sum. He appeals to married men, then to young men who may enter marriage. He urges them to consider whether they may have regrets later, when it is too late. M. Giraudet goes into specific details about family burdens and expenses. He also adds that there is something else in life besides material needs to be satisfied. When the body has done its work, both it and the spirit need relaxation and diversion. 30. But the associated workers have deliberately chosen work over family, capital over forms of relaxation. As for their minds and spirits, if the 25% withholding leaves them no leisure to read the newspaper in the workplace, it is understood that they will read it when their workday is over. Many responses bear witness to the persistence of the associates, while also indicating their thanks for the paternal advice of M. Giraudet. M. Richard asks the following questions. Is 10 years the term expressly desired by all? Yes, unanimously. Is the withholding of 25% of the wages, not something else, the wish of all? Yes, unanimously. Does each of the associates refuse to touch any part of the profits or anything else before the expiration of the society? Yes, unanimously. The division will be made in the books, but nothing will be touched. The associates want not only to become owners of the print shop but to have a little capital on hand for themselves as individuals on the day of liquidation. 31. That says it all. The perseverance of these workers, attached to their dream of a little capital for themselves, puts an end to the grand dream of l'Atelier. The determination of the Renward workers not only wins the day but also puts an end to the modest strut of Butch's thought on the stage of universal history. The association Ranciere and Company will get its 80,000 francs, although it will have to accept the conditions regarding the indivisible reserve funds and the participation of temporary workers in the profits. Corbin and Tanguy, along with their theoreticians Ott and Figuret, will hand in their resignations after having thrown all their forces into this exemplary battle. Between the springtime of the February Revolution and the autumn of the Prince, President, Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, the moral republic of l'Atelier will complete its season, a season marked by the return to order. 32. The end of l'Atelier dream is not the end of association, however, even though the victorious clique, now free to be more generous to the spinners, also chooses some strange associations. One example is the Finano and Company National Factory, under the protection of the French Republic, conceived by a bronze employer who does not want to abandon the workers among whom he has lived for 32 years without making some gesture on their behalf. 33 Inquiries are made more difficult by the fact that the workers practice dissimulation with an art all the more treacherous because it is hidden under the appearances of boorishness and naivete. But the inspector learns soon enough that this manager, who tolerates no remarks from his board of directors and expels the treasurer occupied with drawing up an inventory of the statuary, has simply found a convenient way to help out his treasury. The latter had been in difficulty since the February Revolution stopped exportation of his bronze animals, Newfoundland dogs, poodles, greyhounds and spaniels, big foxes and little foxes, lions erect and lions recumbent, and other animals in bronze. The Association of Mechanics, Daughtry and Company, has ways of making clear its more authentically working class character. There are its bizarre accounting practices, which include listing an item purchased for 12,000 francs at 18,000 francs on its books. The reason given is the work involved in setting it up properly. Particularly indicative is the mechanics' resoluteness on the matter of wages. They calmly deduct their 5 francs a day from the government funds, in conformity with their bylaws, to be sure, but without any justification in terms of productive work. That seems to be the only point on which the associates agree. Soon the manager will fire the foreman for incompetence and laziness, the same foreman who had been accusing him of incompetence and intemperance. Then the manager himself will be fired for absenteeism, thus benefiting a new manager destined for the same fate. 34 The Association of Paper Makers specializing in account books, Beaugrand and Company, seemed to have gotten off to a better start and to have hit upon a sure thing, since it would supply an article needed by the other associations. But it went overboard in anticipating its promised prosperity, adding substantial advances to salaries already higher than those stipulated in the bylaws. The firing, on the grounds of repeated drunkenness, of 3 associates opposed to these practices evidently did not improve an already critical situation, and so the accountant and 2 associates have left, according to the manager's account, to sell wares to those shipping off to find gold in California. 35. But alongside these dubious associations, which the committee funds have assured transit from the national workshops of 1848 to the Great California Adventure of 1850, there are enough associations on the committee's registers that are determined to use the government grants to make sure that the spirit of the February Revolution triumphs in the world of industry. They include workers anxious to emancipate themselves from the tutelage of masters or the exploitation of commissionaires, for example, the cabinet makers, the file cutters, the makers of musical instruments, the chair joiners, the typographers of the Dessoy Association, and the workers in surgical instruments. They also include small proprietors and workers determined to labor on a footing of fraternal equality, such as the saddletree makers. And then there are all those whose sincere dedication to the idea is made plain precisely in their decision to do without government aid. Such are the 3 heroic associations that, with the fraternal tailors, embody the golden legend of association. First we have the chair turners. In the spring they had dreamed of bringing the whole corporation into an association. In the autumn they united in a group of 15, with no contract aside from their pledged word and no capital except 313 francs and their indomitable courage, the courage of a manager who pulls the first cart of purchased wood, slips under the load, and breaks his thumb, and the courage of associates getting through the winter on 5 francs a week, ill-fed, shoeless, barely covered by their linen clothes, but not complaining and not flinching at their work any more than would a soldier under fire. 36 Second we have the tin lamp makers, who followed the chair turners' example ample in January 1849. They had 400 francs worth of loaned material and 300 francs in shares, which left them with 10 francs after paying for the first installation of equipment. The first transaction of which the association retained a memory involved a lantern worth 12 francs, a piece of good luck that was not to be repeated for a long time. 37 In March the association found itself reduced to 3 associates. By cutting their salary to 3, 2, and 1 franc per week and going to break the bread of fraternity with workers outside, they managed to get 11 of their comrades to come back and to amass 700 francs of savings in July. The takeoff of this first capital would enable these associates, whose bylaws promise aid to all those persons with whom the associates will be or will have been closely united in their lifetime by the truest and most sacred ties, the ties of the heart, to experience the solidarity of other pioneers of association. With their help they will finally meet with success. 38. That would also be true for the third group, the piano makers. In March they were installed in quarters whose nature and shabbiness Gillen's pen could find no words to describe. To get through 2 months without work, they had to send to the pawn shop, after their clothes and their beds, the poor little silver watch so useful to them, the little marriage piece to which they are so attached, the blessed wedding ring of one's spouse. 39. Finally, they found a little work. The dividend was 6 francs 61 centimes each. Each got 5 francs on account for wages, the rest was spent on a fraternal meal that brought together their wives and children. Most of them had not drunk wine for a year. The outlay for each household was about 32 sous. That is how they celebrated the first success of their association, and the memory of it still fills them with emotion. 40. The first piano, ordered by a philanthropic but thrifty baker, would be paid for in bread, shared out according to need, but the next piano would be paid for in cash. Soon they would be able to have the weekly wages raised to 5, 10, and 20 francs, redeem bedding, engagement rings, and family souvenirs from the pawn shop, and set out on the road to prosperity. So we have something other than illusory images of communion to which were opposed realistic calculations of the work of association. In the spring of 1849, when the Democratic electors dismissed Corbin and his friends from the National Assembly but elected the poet Gilland, crowned with the halo of an arbitrary arrest during the worker uprising in June 1848, would the workshop dreamers, faced with the decline of the political republic, initiate the counter-march of the social republic? The chair-joiners of the former conspirator Antoine, the file workers who leave prisoners or dead every day of insurrection, the feverish last-makers, and the impetuous cabinet-makers, would they represent the first detachments of a barbarian army quite different from the pillaging hordes conjured up by the order of Louis Philippe or the moderate republic? The assembled associates, they are the sovereign people. On the prescribed day the forges are put out, the tools are neatly put away, the workshop is cleaned until it shines. The work stools are set around a long row of benches on which the vices remain fixed in place. In the center is a platform with an armchair and several other chairs for the members of the board. The associates arrive in decent and sometimes rather exquisite attire. Each takes his seat around the row of benches transformed into a council table. As they deliberate with their arms leaning on the vices, do they not remind us of those warriors of Germany and Gaul, those future masters of the modern world who deliberated with their hand on their weapons? 41. But the file cutters do not aspire to mastery of the world. They cling to the idea that was fermenting in their corporation in the spring of 1848, not so much that of increasing wages as that of winning the sort of independence, the sort of intellectual and moral rehabilitation, that is bound to raise the wage earner to the level of other citizens, a conjunction of being and seeming faithful to the set purpose of the 1840s. There are neither blouses nor call-used hands in this assembly of sovereign work. The soldiers of association deliberate with their hands on their weapons, but in city dress. Politeness of form and language shows up in them at the same time that concern for dress does. For these are the necessary complements of the education that is to make them complete citizens. There is no longer any worker who does not know how to read, write, and do arithmetic. It is kind of a point of honor among them to know the history of France. 42. As we know already, the moral republic of workers is not exactly identified with the kingdom of productive work. It is not that the workshop rules are less severe than they were in the proprietary order. They avoid annoying measures and leave the matter of applying sanctions to the chosen authorities of the General Assembly and the Board of Directors. But they feel bound to be even more intractable in repressing the same faults, assaults, drunkenness, acts of carelessness, coarse remarks, corruption of apprentices, and so on. The identical rules of the cabinet makers of Cour Saint-Joseph and the Desoy Typographical Association set these fines: for drunkenness in the workplace, 5 francs, for assaults, 10 francs, for insults or indecent remarks, 1 to 10 francs, for coarse remarks in the presence of strangers, 2 to 10 francs, All these penalties were combined with the threat of exclusion in the event of repetition, for lack of order, propriety, or economy in one's work, a reprimand followed by a fine of 2 francs and a threat of exclusion, immediate exclusion for refusing to work, a reprimand followed by exclusion for coarse or obscene remarks to apprentices. Point 43. But this very severity raises suspicion. Given the daily rate of pay for cabinet makers, one can hardly see how such fines could be applied strictly. The pay rate of the typographers might well lend itself better to such severity, if the Desoy associates did not have to face the consequences of the judicial fines that rained down on the association for its printing of demagogic pamphlets. Their situation is undoubtedly like that of the workers in surgical instruments, whose manager frankly admits that he cannot re-establish order by using rules and penalties so exaggerated that execution is no longer possible. 44. The associates of Colin retort to their military manager, when he invokes the rules, that it had been agreed that they would not be followed to the letter. 45. This dodge goes back to a more serious principle, the strictness of the rule book, which may be inapplicable. Goes hand in hand with the degree of equality exhibited. So it is more lax where belief in equality is not the order of the day. In sharp contrast to the Desoy rule is the completely paternal direction of Ranciere. Convinced that the workers are big children, Ranciere does not take the trouble to make up a rulebook that reminds them of their duties by reminding them of their dignity as citizens. He handles problems gently, as they come up, inculcating morality by example. When an inspector presses him to break with this respect for Monday, so contrary to the good order of his association, Ranciere insists on the surer progress of his own way of moralizing gently by his own personal influence. Notes the inspector, in this connection he gave the example of one of his associates who had just recently regularized an illegitimate union by getting married. He added that in some associates he had even noticed inclinations to fulfill their religious duties. 46. Undoubtedly the file cutters are not hostile to religion and marriage, even though they scandalize the inspector by taking back, upon his release from prison, an associate sentenced for adultery. But this way of moralization cannot be that of fraternal associations. For all that, Monday is not imposed in the association of file cutters, where every morning one has an hour to shuffle into the workshop, and each worker himself marks the time of his arrival on a slate. But each associate also owes the association 99 hours of work over 12 workdays, and the number of extra hours there is strictly limited. The same holds true for the joiners of Antoine, where an associate owes 120 hours over 15 workdays, without being able to put in more than 1 extra hour per day. Of course, the free and fraternal character of these dispositions is all the more appreciated insofar as the time of full employment, which would make them more coercive, is still far away. And so long as the crisis lasts, the principle of fraternity enjoins the hiring of new associates rather than making the old associates work to their maximum capacity. It is this supplement of fraternity that is the soul of rulebook equality. If the latter punishes worker assaults and injuries, the former forbids disputes among the associates. Workers should love each other and forgive each other the little weaknesses of vanity, says the regulation hung in a large frame of blackened tin plate on the wall of the tinman. 47. For their part, the chair turners have put reprimands above fines, and in their assembly of October 1850 the file cutters made a radical decision: fines have been abolished. Today the penalty is purely moral. A worker convicted of a fault sees his name written on a board with a justified reprimand. 48. There is also such a board in the quarters of the armchair joiners, but there they like especially to cite the case of 2 associates who came forward on their own to accuse themselves of a quarrel and ask that their names be written on the board. Moral republics of worker solidarity, more than republics of egalitarian work. The fraternal tailors certainly did not remove from their statutes the principle of Spring 1848, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. But they add, until this principle can be put into practice, thanks to its general acceptance, the inspection committee, at the proposal of the manager, will determine the settlement of the price of workmanship. 49. The practicable and almost necessary equality of a workshop refuge, which lives on official orders and is incapable of classifying by capacity the shifting population of hundreds of workers equally constrained by penury, is no longer such for an association that lives on its own resources and is already shouldering a heavy tribute to fraternity by paying 3 francs to vest makers for vests that bring 15 sous in proprietary industry. For 18 months they submitted to equality of wages to consecrate the principle, but the test is over. Fraternity does not require sacrificing the good to the bad, the courageous to the lazy. Fraternity wills that each be recompensed according to his merit and classified according to his dedication and ability. 50. Moral Saint-Simonism, in line with the principles of l'Atelier, which corrects for inequality of aptitude by rewarding dedication. The democracy that puts officials paid at the worker rate under the control of the General Assembly is combined with the maintained inequality of piecework. Only lack of work or raw materials will sometimes prompt twists in this principle. But the same fraternity that forbids sacrificing the courageous to the lazy also bids the strong help the weak. And so the piecework wage is accompanied by an egalitarian corrective among the chair turners, the tin lamp makers, and several other associations. There is a sharing of profits in terms of work time rather than in terms of earnings, support of the weak by the strong, but also a limitation on the tendency of the strong toward a dangerous overproduction and a roundabout form of moralization, giving the diligence of the weak an advantage over the buzzsaw pace of the strong workers, who are divided between the intoxication of production and that of the cabaret. Here again the fraternal principle is all the stronger in that it is inscribed above the written law. Such is the case even with the file cutters, who happen to be much admired for the rules of their general assemblies. These democrats, so fastidious about the letter of their rules and bylaws, did not include the egalitarian sharing of profits in their written statutes. It belongs, rather, to the unwritten law of fraternity. The sharing of profits offers a touching scene. They begin by dividing them up unequally in proportion to labor and wages. Once the portions are so made up, each associate is invited to take his share. No one moves. Then the portions are mixed up together. The profits are again placed in common and shared out per head, on the basis of fraternal equality. 51. Moving as the scene may be, it cannot conceal the paradox. To mitigate the inequality of wages by sharing out profits equally is somehow to place egotism on the side of labor and fraternity on the side of capital. Isn't it the practice of commercial companies, ask the lions weavers, to distribute profits to associates without taking into account the greater or lesser energy they have expended in the service of the company? 52. The analogy has a strange ring to it, and it is misleading as well. While capitalists have every interest in seeing an increase in the portion of profits appropriated from salaried labor, the interest of fraternal worker, capitalists is necessarily more ambiguous. And the inspectors assigned to watchdog their associations have great difficulty in trying to evaluate the relationship between their activity as workers and their interests as entrepreneurs. They are captivated, first of all, despite their prejudices, by their pluck at work, by the skill and inner order of the little workshop republics. The saddle-tree makers must deal with their Lorraine competitors' access to raw materials and cheaper manual labor, and so they have imposed on themselves deductions of 10 and then 20% from their salaries, but successive reports indicate plenty of activity, regular accounts, a perfect harmony, a strict and promptly executed set of rules, and superior manufacture. Among the cabinet makers the fabrication is done with great care, they do not make what is called trash. Among the porcelain decorators, faced with competition based on the exploitation of children, the inspector is taken with the charm of this gathering of men, women, and children hard at work and happy with their lot. Some are talented artists. With incredible nimbleness some make little bouquets while others make elegant arabesques with a paintbrush steeped in a brown solution that turns gold in the fire. And, quite naturally, the most fraternal of the supported associations is also the most prosperous, the Association of File Makers, thanks to a firm and capable management, boasts a superior manufacture, diligent work, perfect harmony, regular books, and a quick and easy sale of its products. The fraternal courage invested in enduring the obligatory communism of poverty seems to augur success when business picks up. The cessation of the harmony that has reigned up to now among the associates could only impede its progress, but there is no good reason to foresee the breakdown of a harmony that the very prosperity of the association should tend to consolidate. 53. Yet it is here that logic will suffer its first outrages. It soon turns out that inner order and harmony tend to decrease with commercial success. The dominant qualities of this association's personnel are jealousy and mistrust, and curiously enough this mistrust seems to grow with their commercial success. It is in the heat of activity and work, at the moment when the efforts of each could meet with success, that suspicions invade these restless spirits most of all. 54. Restless spirits, fidgety people, rebellious dispositions. From now on, reports month after month will reiterate such descriptions, which are enough to explain the jarring vexations afflicting associations that nevertheless move ahead on the road to success with them, as they supposedly would without them. There is evidently a strong temptation to impute the source of such dissensions to the undisciplined nature of socialist workers. But empirical observers have learned to mistrust the simple identifications of socialism, laziness, and debauchery that are taken for granted by the mad dogs of order. The police superintendent, given the task of investigating the morality of workers in musical instruments, has already drawn a picture that is very inconclusive about the relationship between vocational seriousness, private morality, and political position. One Charles Petit, for example, has lived for a long time at the same address with his wife, his old mother, and a lunatic niece. He is without work and professes advanced political opinions. Nevertheless, he conducted himself well in the riots as an officer in the National Guard. By contrast, the man named Breton, who employs a worker and an apprentice, had to be disarmed in June because of his revolutionary remarks. With regard to one Charles Hahn, an unemployed widower who lives in concubinage with a working woman by whom he has a child, reports about his morals and politics are all good. M. Roche, who also lives in concubinage, with a woman who does not devote herself to any occupation and is exhausting his resources, is considered a hard-working man. Likewise, François Langer is considered a partisan of socialist doctrines, but his moral conduct does not prompt any unfavorable comment. In all, 4 of the 5 workers imbued with socialist principles are favorably represented in terms of morals, half of the unemployed are known to be friends of order, and the bachelors are viewed as well as those living in concubinage or the fathers of large families. Only a little later, it is remarked on the inspection reports that Petit, socialist but friend of order, does some business on his own account and directs dissidents in the association together with a man named Albert, who nevertheless has good behavior and is considered a friend of order. 55. Such ambiguities should be absent from the legendary association of gilt jewelers, where candidates for admission must solemnly affirm their attachment to the Catholic principles our society has taught us, their faith that Leroy, Thibault, and company will put them victoriously to work, and their resolve always to take the Holy Gospels as the rule for their judgment and their conduct. But a report of November 1850 has us envisaging the withdrawal of an associate whose conduct has been hardly in conformity with the precepts guiding this firm. The exclusion of M. de Cressic for a moral fault seems to take some time, however, and it entails the requested separation of 3 other associates. In this case the inspector can reverse the usual explanation. He says that these skirmishes are due to the excessive rigorousness of the old Butches Guard that runs the association. 56. But this simple linking of opposites, of rulebook strictness to the rebelliousness of restless spirits, cannot be applied to the tensions marking the course of the saddle-tree makers or the file cutters. The marvelous harmony of the first days have been followed by the annoyances and cruel trials endured by the manager of the file cutters, and by the acts of insubordination that rained down fines on the associated saddle-tree makers of M. King, suspension of 2 women for quarreling in the workshop, a fine of 1 franc for a commotion in the workshop, a fine of 6 francs levied on M. Cousin for assaulting a co-worker, M. Russell reprimanded for talk harmful to the company, reprimands to 2 foremen for lack of supervision, 10 centimes deducted for each hour below the weekly minimum of 50 hours, numerous fines for misconduct, reductions for badly done work. The abundance of reports undoubtedly indicates rebelliousness in the personnel, but at the same time it reveals a management exhausting its energy on the letter of the statutes and rules. 57 Does that simply mean that the management has become hardened by the repressive system required to run an association generally made up of difficult and unreasonable people? Mustn't we see in that a curious ordering among the tensions of productive energy, the excesses of insubordination, and the rigors of the law? The report of October 24, 1850, then notes the full-scale activity of the association, which has had to extend the workday to 15 hours, the numerous deliberations of the board of directors, the detailed examination of accounts, the strict application of fines, and the frequent changes in management, all that suggests a restless and unstable population, but one that knows how to restrain itself by strict observance of the statutes. 58 Clearly this is something different from the Pacific vision of associated work that the promotional pamphlets happily contrast with the conflicts resulting inevitably from employer arbitrariness and worker bitterness. Nor is this the utopian vision of a poet of the coming century, Brecht's great productivity based on great insubordination. Between the two is a mixed energy in which the tension of productive effort, rebellious energy, and the passion for legalism go back to the same principle, a principle divided within itself. Perhaps the peculiar makeup of the King Association has something to do with the exacerbation of its conflicts. This association, made up of a conglomeration of small employers and saddletree makers, undoubtedly owes a large part of the difficulties impeding its progress to this union of hostile elements. 59. But aren't the personnel of associations generally recruited in the midst of these political half-breeds, noted in an earlier day by the Saint-Simonian recruiter Achille Leroux, who is now a colonist in Algeria? They are not simply ruined or modest owners, or workers who may have lacked the capital, the commercial ability, the taste for risk or domination, to become masters. They also include people who have brought to the organization of their brothers or the democratic fight their energy and capacity for mastership, and who sometimes find in association, along with the ruin of their fraternal hopes, ways to rise in the social scale. In the workshop of proprietary workers, the excitement, bitterness, and defiance of emancipated workers happen to overdetermine the tensions and evasions displacing the productive and rebellious energy of insurgent slaves. And so the progressive withdrawal of former employers, who take up work on their own account once the crisis has passed, scarcely modifies the conflict-ridden economy of the Association of Saddletree Makers. On April 27, 1852. The workshop is in full swing. But the work is on a piecework basis, and the manager, regardless of the urgency, cannot get the diligence that the abundance of orders requires. The worker, in this business especially, will not work on Monday at any price. To remarks made to him, he invariably replies that he is at his pieces, that if he does not work, he is not paid. You cannot get out of him any effort in the interest of the business. 60. But when King, grieved by the ingratitude of associates who have no regard for his efforts and sacrifices, resigns and takes the 4 best workers with him, that is enough to get the other associates to give up their defense of wages and to wage war, as entrepreneurs, against the new competitor. The report of July 29 observes the same busyness, so it was not so feeble, after all, further stimulated by the withdrawal of M. King, who now has set himself up as a competitor. But this busyness, more stimulated by the present competition of former managers than by their orders of an earlier day, lends itself to an appreciation that is likewise ambiguous. November 25, 1852, in this workshop the distribution of work has always been difficult. More than once I have pointed up the ungovernable character of this association. The result is delay in deliveries and uneven work. Couldn't the company counter this negative judgment by pointing to the decrease in reports of infractions? But that decrease can be read the other way. It proves that the reins once held on rebelliousness seem to have noticeably slackened. Yet the report of June 28, 1853, tells us, be that as it may, the company is expanding its connections and the volume of business is increasing. And the report of April 29, 1854, reveals the basis of that success. The activity prevailing in workshops has always been the best guarantee against internal disorders and upsets. This busyness and activity, the best remedy for the upsets that diminish it, does not preclude a new delay the following month in a delivery to the army. It is likely that a similar incident would not occur in the workshop of a proprietor, but in an association of workers. Curiously enough, you cannot find anyone who is willing to put out an extra effort in the general interest. 61. There is no point in following, from contradiction to contradiction, the twisted road that leads the association of saddletree makers to its final undoing. Do much more to the conscientious efforts of their former associates and a political weapon, the withdrawal of military orders, than to its own energetic discords. Even more instructive is the near logic governing the course of the file cutters. Whereas the report of October 1850 announces the suppression of fines in that exemplary association, and the report of February 1851 informs us that it holds first place in its specialty, a different tone begins to sound in April. Manager Worsthorn, too, criticizes the ingratitude of associates who show no thanks for his sacrifices. He earns less than his worker associates doing piecework, and he sees in the collectivity a source of difficulty for worker association. Weary of factions and vexations, he will withdraw in January 1852 from an association whose superior manufacture and diligent work are henceforth seen with very different eyes by the inspector. July 27, 1852, I have already said that in this association authority was absent, that the work was irregular and careless. This absence and carelessness seem relative, however, when we see the results indicated by the next month's report. That report also spells out the ill afflicting an association that is nevertheless doing well. It is deficient basically in internal discipline. At a given moment, the manager cannot get a burst of extra effort. The worker cannot be persuaded that he is working for his own thing. This radical vice will always be an obstacle to the growth that could be realized by an establishment which is otherwise situated in the most favorable circumstances. November 25, 1852, the ill will of the majority of the members of this association and the vexations experienced by the management impede all growth and result in unproductive work. That is why the company is always in straitened circumstances, even though the merchandise sells, and on a scale that would realize a significant profit in a proprietor's workshop. Hence the seemingly inescapable conclusion in the report of May 26, 1853, this lack of internal order is superabundant proof that the worker needs an authority imposed on him, since he, on his own, is not willing to apply his efforts in something of personal interest to him. 62. The already twisted logic of this argument takes another twist when, with a breath of newfound hope, the report of August 1853 informs us that a needed purge has taken place, and that the establishment still holds first place in Paris. From that we must conclude that it never lost its hold on first place, and that during the whole time that the vexations of rebels impeded all development and the absence of a master caused unproductive work, resulting in a production that would yield significant profits in a master's shop, the establishment never ceased to prevail over establishments governed by employer authority and productivity. Let us not be too quick to blame the prejudices of Inspectors Guillot and Bonheur. There really is something incomprehensible in the functioning of these establishments where it is always the property owner who responds to remarks addressed to a worker, and the wage earner who responds to remarks addressed to an employer. Rightly irritated at the makers of gas appliances, who pay themselves a full day's wage despite the falling off of work, the inspectors can only sympathize with the misfortunes of those same associates, who are the victims of their helpers. Obliged by the rigorous terms of the loan contract imposed by the men of l'Atelier to pay out profits to temporary co-workers or bring them into the association, they have had to take on as associates Messrs. Leblanc and Arad. These two men set an example of insubordination and disorder, to the point of playing dice in the workshop. And the associates had to give one of them 500 francs to get him to go play dice elsewhere. 63 Even aside from such extreme cases, it is not so easy to define exactly the personal interest or his own thing for which the associated worker cannot be persuaded he is working. To be sure, the police superintendent watching over the Lions Associations believes that he can absolve the Associated Velvet Weavers of any sin of contradiction. The fact is that the associates find themselves facing alternatives that are all too clear. Either to earn the highest possible price for their work, which is a real and certain profit, at the risk of causing a loss for the company, or to work for the real price of what they make, in the hope of profiting from the earnings of the company if it is successful. From the standpoint of profit, the surest course is obviously to realize profits on what they make right away, either by raising the figure higher or by making only those articles that are the most profitable for the workers. 64. Is this the typical behavior of wage earners, quickly returned from the grand dreams of the moral rehabilitation of their class to the status quo of the daily wage war, but also profiting as much as possible from the duplicity of their present status, using the relative stability of their employment as owners to optimize the chances for success of the combat weapons they still hold as wage earners? The explanation recurs in every critical situation. Thus, the associated dyers have abused their wages, the workers in surgical instruments, in addition to charging high prices for their work, spend their time asking for advances on the basis of an ill-defined set of bylaws. Among the makers of musical instruments, the cost of labor seems to exert too heavy a weight, a tendency noticeable in worker association in general. But these assertions are immediately contradicted by reminders about the courageous reductions tolerated by workers in one association or another. As always, the contradiction is given its sharpest edge in reports about the file cutters. January 29, 1853, the work cannot be distributed profitably, because here especially the worker tries to get the highest possible salary without the least concern in the world for the interests of the business. Still less would he come in on Monday to finish a job that is impatiently awaited. But another report of Bonaire evaluates these excessive wages as being of the most modest sort. In this workshop where everyone works for his own thing, the average daily wage for piecework does not exceed 2.45 francs, whereas in employer shops, these same workers earn 4 to 5 francs. One can only conclude that, curiously enough, the independent worker who is working for himself produces less than he does for a master who makes his authority felt. 65. A conclusion known in advance, things would not go that way in the shops of employers. The only question Bonaire forgets to ask himself is this: isn't it in the shops of employers that the file cutters learn to take Mondays off and to vary the intensity of their productive energy as they felt like it? Perhaps we must reverse the terms of the problem and say that the strangeness is not where he pretends to see it, and that the contradiction does not lie where it first strikes us. Strictly speaking, one could see how the worker might be shrewd enough to sacrifice the future interests of the business to his own immediate personal interests, and thoughtless enough not to notice that 5 francs are worth more than 2.45 francs. Being egotistical is not enough to ensure that one is well informed about one's own interests. The thing that is truly strange and hard to understand is this: how can the employer establishments, which have taken some pains to impose their authority on this restless corporation of workers, give wages that elude the most active of the houses in their line of work? Isn't what is missing in the association not so much the material exercise of authority as its magical efficacy, not so much productive capacity or even accounting knowledge as the secret alchemy of profit? There are things that could be learned, to be sure. The manager of the workers in surgical instruments could have learned in the long run how to do costing, that would have kept him from leading the association to ruin through the very expansion his energetic direction produced for its business. The cabinet makers, so careful yesterday in calculating the profits of exploitative commissionaires and so unskilled today in setting prices, could have learned how to spot the bad payers and thus avoid the constant conversion of monies owed to the firm into losses on the balance sheet. The makers of musical instruments could have avoided the seizure of their saxophones if they had studied the patent legislation and found a shrewder way to counterfeit M. Sax's instrument. On the other hand, the unfortunate umbrella makers, who had carefully studied their costs and the commercial chances for their articles, were obviously defenseless against the cholera that, in the space of a workday, drove away all the purchasers of the province. The cabinet makers, the file cutters, and even the very serious gilt jewelers or porcelain decorators cannot do much about the uncertain solvency of American buyers, or about local circumstances that close the markets of Germany, Africa, or South America. But perhaps it is no accident that they must go so far to seek out their clients. Some of their compatriots are only too willing to help along the industrial risks designed to harden them. The associated saddletree makers or file cutters are too uncertain as clients to be allowed to purchase their iron on credit, and the uncertainty of their deliveries will be a weighty argument in persuading the payer government to have more serious establishments supply the cavalry or the schools of arts and crafts. Similarly, the makers of surgical instruments will see the National Institute for the Disabled close to them, and the makers of copper instruments will see the regimental band market close to them. All that is quite aside from political circumstances and their impact. In January 1852, the inspector declares that the Desoy printing shop, whose business is fed mainly by pamphlets of political discussion and debate, has abruptly lost a sizable portion of its clientele. Is this the complicity of the risks of business, which now hit the associates both as workers and as owners, with a political order promising fewer and fewer clients to workers who wanted to become masters? But there is also the more secret complicity of business risks with the nomadism, the worker restlessness, that again takes over and rejects the productive rationality of extra efforts in line with the demands of a given moment. The upsets, disturbances, cabals, and rebellions that punctuate the life of worker associations can be readily reduced to one fundamental conflict. On the one side is the manager, who represents the rationality of the collective enterprise. He asks for extra efforts to satisfy the clientele brought in by his efforts, proposes that the associates reduce their wages in proportion to their labors, gives priority to the increase of capital over salary increases or the sharing of profits, complains about the shoddy work of the associates, and deplores their ingratitude. On the other side are the worker associates, who question the competence of the manager. They denounce his weakness vis-a-vis commissionaires, his lack of keenness about the solvency of clients, his trips that are rarely profitable for their business but sometimes useful for his own upward mobility, his authoritarianism as an upstart employer, and the unfairness that permits him to notice their absences and draughts of wine, whereas they cannot ask him to account for the time he spends on trips and outings for the association. 66. The fate of the Association of Iron Founders offers an exemplary case. Manager and associates have been at odds since August 1849 because the associates, who are completely illiterate and without any notions of grammar, mean to read newspapers in the workshop. A meeting takes place, presided over by the Committee for the Encouragement of Worker Associations, at which they futilely denounce the authoritarianism of former soldier Colin. They, in turn, are subjected to the severe remarks of M. Giraudet when they request, with misplaced insistence, that the workshop rule make Monday an exception. 67 The passing of the rule does not stop the conflict from continuing in the very midst of activity and work, right up to the crisis of January 1850. Colin reproaches the associates for their insubordination, their absences, and their visits to the wine shop. They answer his accusations by attacking a system of fines that does not seem dignified to them, can harm them substantially, and can make them an object of ridicule. When Colin criticizes poor workmanship, they accuse Colin of accepting prices that are too low. To this accusation their manager can reply that it was not up to him to regulate the price of merchandise, that there are fluctuations in commerce and industry one must follow and endure, that it would be a shocking injustice to make him responsible for these facts because he cannot close his workshop in such cases, as an owner can. He must follow the daily course and procure work for his associates, trying to fight as best he can against these industrial chances, which are sometimes unfavorable but nevertheless inevitable for him and for many people. 68. Colin's activity is certainly overwhelming. But couldn't he lighten the heavy load on his shoulders a bit by convening his management board more often, acquainting it with the state of business affairs, and giving them access to the books that do not leave his home? As for his comment on bad industrial conditions, even associates as unfamiliar with the rules of arithmetic as they are with the rules of grammar detect a bit too much deviousness in it. We learn this from the proceedings of the extraordinary General Assembly they hold on January 30th, where they accuse Colin of slandering the work of the associates to camouflage the profits of the association. At the last meeting no one wanted to tell the truth that Colin's intention was not to pay back the monies that the government loaned us, inasmuch as he told us that the Association of Earthenware Potters was made up of imbeciles for revealing profits, the government having the right to make them reimburse the money it had loaned them. And he says, as for me, I would not be so stupid as to show profits, I have 99 years to pay them back. Actually, he shows us a deficit, and to cover himself he slanders us before the committee, undoubtedly saying that we did not want to work. 69. At the conclusion of this debate, which goes round in circles, the extraordinary General Assembly votes for the dismissal of Colin and the temporary closing of the workshop. Colin has the workshop reopened and replaces the associates with helpers, who hasten to address a respectful plea to the minister, would he please be good enough to decide to keep in his office a manager whose departure would leave some 30 decent workers without resources? Following this, Colin will remain associated with himself, not sharing his account books with the inspector any more than he had shared them with his associates. It is by an even more remarkable route that their neighbors, the imbecilic earthenware potters, arrive at the same result. It must be said that the Money Association had never been one of those drawing its strength from the letter of statutes and regulations. In November 1849, it still did not have workshop bylaws. The manager of this association does not distribute the work. He assembles the members and says, "Here are the orders I have received. I need that in 8 days. You see to it that it is done." And everything is ready on the set date. 70. In February 1851, a reminder about the statutes gets a blunt response: the establishment is running well. Don't ask for anything more. But it is precisely this smooth running and progress that soon arouse the jealousy of the personnel and the bizarre defiance that seems to go with commercial success. The associates reach the conclusion that they can ask for a sharing out of the profits that are to be shared. Bon Air admits that they are incontestably within their rights. But Manager Money, considering the expenses of the business, would regard the commercial future of the association and its very existence as essentially compromised if this distribution took place. 71. Faced with his intransigence, the associates announce their intention to quit the establishment. But first they want their share of the profits and a compensation of 1,000 francs for each, on the pretext that they are leaving an enterprise on the road to prosperity. Meanwhile, they recognize no authority, work at their pleasure, and try to do mischief. So Money must ask the sane half of the workforce to inspect the work of the other half. Unfortunately, this inspection goes nowhere, no one paid any attention. When someone did offer a criticism, he found himself the butt of invectives from the person to whom it was addressed. So they chose to say nothing, and things went along as best they might. 72. Money agrees to share profits in February 1852. After getting their hands on them, the associates hand in their resignations. Then they return to the workshop and work as wage earners for their former manager. 2 exemplary stories for the use of those who said that workers could never work for their own thing, that they would always need a master. Aren't we forced to the same conclusion when we move from the homely conflicts of the iron founders and potters of the 12th Ward to the combat with blunted weapons of the typographers of the 11th Ward? Desoy, formerly of l'Atelier, undoubtedly means to take the high ground and draw up the moral as well as financial balance sheet of an association whose liquidation he proposes to stubborn associates 2 months after Louis Napoleon's coup of December 2nd. First there are the raw results of 2 years of business, the work of 17 associates, working from the first to the last day of the year at 5 francs a day and giving up their fifth, even in the best year cannot cover the general expenses, the capital interest on the funds advanced by the government, and the costs of inspection. 73. Estimating future expenses, one must include the replacement of almost worn-out material and bad debts, from which even the most meticulous prudence cannot be sheltered. It would be pointless to try to redress the situation by trying to win a more solid and solvent clientele that would permit the associates to hire helpers and profit from their work. A new clientele would have to be sought out in a class where the system of worker associations finds little favor. All things being equal, if you were in competition with another print shop to get some piece of work, you would fail simply because you are a worker association. The truth is, that today worker association in theory is viewed as a utopia, and in actual fact is viewed as a club and a seedbed of anarchy. At this juncture we again find the initial tie between the economic question and the social question, the undeniable identity of being and appearing. If association is represented as a seedbed of anarchy, that is, again, what it is. In the trivial sense it is one insofar as the manager, filled with disgust, can criticize the intrigues of an opposition led by a former foreman soon convicted of unscrupulousness, the debauches of an associate covered up by his comrades, or the absences of another associate whom he vainly tried to dismiss. But it is also one in the deeper sense that what in 1848 appeared to be a moral union of free and voluntary associates once again presents the classic configuration governing proletarian lives and stripping the aggregation of their atoms of any and all morality, that is, theirs is a chance meeting. It is not reasoned choice, sympathy, similarity of character, agreement on political and religious matters, or recognition of proven merit that has brought us together from various points, but rather chance. We came to know each other only when it was too late for that. Bending our character to that of others was an effort we had not dreamed of. We met each other at angles, hence the antipathies and the mute battles that may have concealed our hates under the semblances of friendship. In brief, there is our story. Point 74. A noble conclusion. The cruel games of work and chance, the former governing the course of industry and the latter governing proletarian lives. This twofold rambling would circumscribe the theater where the fate of associations is played out and would suffice to explain the various paths leading to their ruin: bad industrial conditions, overwhelming competition, managerial incompetence, worker insubordination, all too human conflicts between the former equals and the man they had chosen for their boss. Together with the direct and indirect effects of the counter-revolution of December 2, 1851, doesn't all that provide some explanation for the sad fate of almost all the associations? But here we have a first-class witness, the manager of the most prosperous of the surviving associations, Mason Cohadon, who does not believe at all in this fine chain of sufficient reasons. The president of the 1865 committee inquiring into cooperative societies is astonished by his skepticism. Didn't most of the associations collapse because they did not show any profits, because their operations were badly managed, or the associates did not get along with each other? I don't know about that, replies Cohadon, noting especially the brilliant growth achieved by the former association of potters. In general, they have had intelligent managers, too intelligent, perhaps, and operations have been managed well. 75. The rude criticism of the iron founders was not so far off the mark. There is an intelligent way to manage, to deal with industrial conditions, managerial mistakes, the absence of profits, and the misunderstanding of associates. The almost worn-out materiel of the association of Desoy and Company seems restored to new, the discouragement of the manager easily overcome, and the risk of bad debts greatly minimized when the associated print shop, now liquidated, is repurchased by the same Desoy. The stagnation of political publishing after the coup of December 2 permitted him to make the kind of deal that the flourishing market for files and the especially rebellious disposition of his associates denied to Worsthorn, who, as early as August 1851, was thinking of reorganizing on a new basis with a less dependent administration. This was successfully done, on the other hand, by the working-class administrators of the Annika Glass Works. It put an end to 3 years of conflicts with associates who arrived too late, left too early, took twice the coal accorded by custom, refused jobs ordered by the clientele when they were less lucrative for the worker, and opposed all dismissals because a worker doesn't dismiss another worker. When they reorganized on a new basis in January 1852, they had already succeeded in discouraging those associates who could not dismiss workers and making them long passionately to return to their halcyon days as wage earners. In 1850 they said, if we have achieved good results, it is only by violating the statutes. We have wielded a high hand. We have dominated, commanded, made ourselves hated. In reality, comments the sub-prefect of Douai, they made themselves employers, and they have replaced the exploitation of man by man with the exploitation of the worker by a subsidized oligarchy. 76. The effect of December 2nd, then, was not so much repression as holding up a mirror to these little workshop republics so that they might recognize their new face and giving a final push to any radical decisions that might result. The events of December 2nd did not for a moment trouble the calm of the workers in musical instruments, whose association today seems mainly preoccupied with its material interests. The saddletree makers remained calm amid the most recent agitations, despite the fine promises of their manager to Representative Victor Hugo, who was finally escorted by a lone member of the Association of Last Makers in his nighttime ramblings through the barricades. And although the irreducible file cutters lost a former delegate of their corporation in the fight, the police superintendent of Faubourg Saint-Antoine went in person to the headquarters of the cabinet makers to congratulate the workers on their behavior during the recent events. The page having been quickly turned, some associations prefer to break up, such as the inglorious finish of the fraternal tailors and the carriage workers. Some reorganize on a new basis. Others finally realize, or their manager decides to make them realize, that their survival depends on the full and complete restoration of the principle of authority. Imprisoned for a time in December, the manager of the armchair joiners, Antoine, remembered the lesson. Later he will confess to a German visitor, well, yes, I made my own little coup d'état, just like anyone else. And why not, since coups d'état turn out so well? What we other Frenchmen need in all things is a good and strong authority. 77. The former champion of the social republic breathes the air of the day. For the moment he proclaims the virtues of order and work. Soon we see him deserting the association and fleeing God knows where, under scarcely edifying circumstances. But that does not prevent the association from continuing to work and make people work. The report of the delegates to the 1862 exposition will note that with respect to their helpers, these associated workers practice exploitation on a greater scale than is done anywhere else. 78. Some resist, to be sure, maintaining their little republic in the midst of imperial order and corruption. Before the 1865 Commission of Inquiry, the chair-turners express in a minor key the persistence of the ideals, now reduced from the great Republican family to the little worker family. We are hard-working laborers, living as a family and taking seriously the principle and interests of association. And nothing is more suited to developing the intelligence of the worker, who feels free and assured of his work because he is no longer worried about being dismissed at any moment, as he might be by an employer. We invent work procedures and look for new models. Our clientele is very satisfied with our products. 79. But haven't they all, like the masons of Cohadon, who refused to take in their old comrade Martin Naudot for fear of losing official orders, emasculated the ideal to which they avow their loyalty? A man of the younger generation, Bronsetter Perichon, openly raises doubts about the cooperative and fraternal character of associations employing up to 200 or 300 helpers. In the Association of Masons there are few associates who handle the trowel, but, he is asked, how are they to do without helpers? You can't refuse to satisfy clients when they offer you work. Otherwise, you lose them. And of course the Association of Masons wanted to invite their helpers to share in the profits. But it soon saw that such a course made it the loser because the helpers want to share the profits but not the risks. The success of independent associations over the subsidized associations is greatly tied up with the fact that they have been able to recruit salaried helpers as they please. The subsidized associations, on the other hand, have been shackled by the fatal Article 25, inherited from the days when the Atelier faction reigned. That article obligated them to recruit either new associates or co-workers with a share in the profits, thus putting the real workers at the mercy of the vagabond class of workers 81 who come looking for profits among the saddletree makers or wanting to play dice among the makers of gas appliances. But who is still taken in by these moral justifications? Didn't Desoy himself outwit his associates by clearly summing up the situation for them? For the association to be viable, it would have to find work to occupy not only the 17 associates but also the helpers, whose involvement is indispensable if we are to cover our expenses, make good our deficit, and realize profits. The association can make real profits only by taking advantage of helpers. In its very success, the model enterprise of his colleague Ranciere offers the counter-proof. To be sure, his associates reach the end of their 10 years with assets of close to 150,000 francs to share. But only 56,000 francs of that sum are profits of the organization, which is encumbered by interest payments and the indivisible reserve funds as well as by the infamous Article 25. The remaining 94,000 francs simply represent the sum withheld from associate wages. Now, it is certainly something to have demonstrated the virtues of obligatory saving and converted these workers, who are big children, real minors who mainly need to be helped and encouraged on the path of goodness 82. But the ways of saving are not yet those of capital, and the power-wielding capitalists of the Ranciere Association ultimately find themselves at a disadvantage in comparison with the independent associates of the Fraternal Association of Piano Makers. In their revised statutes of 1852, the piano makers were very precise in setting the new limits of their fraternity. By a majority of 15 votes to 10, they rejected the equal sharing of their benefits as workers and restricted equality to a very specific area. The profits realized on the work of helpers are to be shared equally among all the associates 83. Those who dreamed of amassing a little capital and those who hoped for the moral rehabilitation of their class would surely agree in 1865 with the strong statements of the representative of the Association of Spectacle Makers, which had been lucky enough to be warned as early as 1848 by the man who drew up their statutes. He, banker and Republican minister Jacques, had acquainted them with this fundamental principle: don't forget that capital is the basis of work. There's the whole secret. 84 Today they are flourishing and prosperous. The investment of each associate has been raised to 3,000 and then 5,000 francs as a maximum, and they are careful not to touch their profits. They have managed to rivet the understanding of each worker on one single point, in a division of labor where each pair of spectacles passes through the hands of 15 individuals 360 times. They do employ helpers, of course, and they think that they can sum up the moral of 17 years of experience as follows. In 1848 workers misconstrued their business. They thought that labor was everything, and they completely overlooked capital. We have moved away from those ideas. If we have seen such growth, the reason is that we came to realize that capital was necessary for the emancipation of the worker. 85. Undoubtedly the file cutters, whose treasurer, former conspirator, and former Icarian Montaigne, has just died and left his widow a little fortune of reasonable size that he earned in the association, 86 would absolutely refuse to say that capital is the basis of work. But since 1848 all have come to realize that work could not be the whole whose fraternal kingdom would absorb the egotistical empire of profit. The kingdom of work could not possibly be that of identity, of self-mastery. In the microcosm where one observed the singular experiment of the worker as master of his own thing and self-made product of his own toil, the family quarrels of association have instead revealed in a magnifying glass the rules and ruses, the battles and complicities, that define the game of wages. The world of industrial chances could only be the world of this double ground, where there is no mastery except over another, where only capital can make work its own thing, and where the fight against the parasitism of exploitation is not a reappropriation but a reverse parasitism, the worker regaining his dignity by finding 1,000 ways to absent himself from the work he does for another. Isn't it impossible for the family photograph of these little egalitarian oligarchies of worker patrons to hide the troubling lesson of experience that there may be no citizens in the Republic of Work, only foreigners, errant capital, laborers gone over to the side of masters, workers absent from their productive work? Wasn't that to be expected, given the very basis of the experiment? And wasn't that the presentiment of those Prudhonian workers who, as early as 1850, sought to demystify the golden legend of the tailors who were busy trying to make a fraternal profit off the labor of their sister dressmakers and off the price at which they sold to their proletarian brothers? Weren't typographer Duchesne, former member of fraternal industry, and tailor Wary, who resigned from the Association of Tailors, right in pointing out that the germ of all exploitation is contained in the simple principle of seeking profit in order to increase the business of the association and open it to a greater number of workers? Because if one makes a profit, then we have one of two things: either the producer has not been paid enough or the consumer has paid too much. And what is normally the status of the consumer supplied by you? That of proletarian. 87. How, then, escape from this circle, in which you exploit proletarians in order to better emancipate them? You must abandon all the forms of economic relationship employed up to now, give up having company capital as such and making a profit of others in order to increase it. Instead, you must create an establishment where the associates call upon the consumers themselves to make advances to them, give them credit, finance them, by purchasing consumption bonds that are always redeemable in products. 88. No more employer capital as such and wage earner concern for his own interest. Instead, a different world that grounds fraternity not on shared poverty or mutual exploitation, but on the very form of economic relations. A world of reciprocal exchange that is the opposite of the Saint Simonian engineer's universe of God the producer and consumer. On the contrary, picture a different world. One in which each one lends, each one owes, all are debtors, all are lenders. Oh, what harmony will exist among the regular movements of the heavens! Because nature created humanity only to lend and borrow. 89. This is the basis and principle of the free, fraternal, egalitarian counter-association of worker-tailors, founded by Wary under the banner of reciprocity. And the observer in 1865 will certainly be astonished to see that an association founded on a principle so contrary to industrial laws has maintained its modest existence amid the shipwreck of so many associations. He does not know what to admire most: the perseverance of the associates in an enterprise with no future, or the decency of their clients, which has enabled them to escape for so long the likely consequences of their imprudence. 90. But doesn't this mediocre survival point up what is missing in the rules of this frugal fraternity in order to typify the harmony of celestial movements? And how can we not sense the shabby accounting used by the former seminarian Duchesne to promise, at a cheap price, the heavenly harmony of his companions on the voice of the people, the former communist Wary and the two Christian Chev? You want to expand your business and give all the work possible to workers? Sell genuine products, no more fraud, sell them cheaply. Don't appropriate anything above the cost price. You will thereby have a large clientele, work will replace usury, and you will arrive at fraternity in one bound through justice, which is better than aspiring to it through monopoly and exploitation. 91. To be sure, justice is better than exploitation, and the prey better than the shadow. But isn't the relationship between these two inequalities a bit more complicated than it appears in Duchesne's calculations? Is the economic order really the privileged locale of justice? And doesn't the shadow reach farther than the prey? These are the sort of questions that one man comes to ask himself, the great director and loser of the whole story, former Representative Corbin. He had gone off to find the reason for the failure as well as the secret of the people of Paris. Gradually he was led to overthrow all the presuppositions underlying the metaphysics of l'atelier and the morality of association. No more perpetual association or indivisible funds. Experience had refuted these monkeyish fantasies. But, above all, no more of the dogma of the fall and of reparation through work, of drivel about corrupting individualism and collective rule to curb its capricious aspirations. No more of earthly merit and of unceasing application to moralizing and productive work. The secret of the Babylonian people of Paris is also the secret of progress. Once upon a time I had been naive enough to fall in line with the moralists and scold the worker chap whose vagabond spirit does not want to remain in the earthiness of the workshop and be absorbed in the making of a chair cane, or a hat lining, or a composing slip, or a shoe, or whatever division or subdivision of labor. I had not yet grasped his secret. I was inclined not to appreciate the great and legitimate need for an exterior life that characterizes the worker of Paris. For our worker, daily work is merely the forced labor of each day. And since he generally has no serious, lasting love for his work, he devotes to it only the least portion of his intellectual worth. The products that are the pride of the Parisian workshop are still far from bearing witness to the employment of all the faculties of the worker. Only momentarily, to overcome some difficulty, is he wholly taken up with his work. He works at half-mast, so to speak. Moreover, there are a multitude of jobs that would disgust his spirit if, on his own, he were not marvelously addicted to traveling the world. If this worker could have become what I wanted him to become, he very probably would have done so only by stifling his great aspirations. And he would have dropped down to the third category of the middle class of people, unless he had taken his place in the bourgeoisie which, from our standpoint, comes down to the same thing. When, by way of exception, the worker chap resolves to get ahead, it is rare that his generous aspirations persist. 92. But these great aspirations seem quite small in the very earthly attention to wage-earner interests evident in association conflicts, in the narrow perspectives of certain contemporary strikes, or in the insistent dreams of returning to the corporations that marked the start of the 1860s. But isn't this meanness characteristic of a spirit that refuses to invest anything of his aspirations for a different world in workshop matters? What is at the bottom of his demands is the desire for a guarantee against any eventuality that would force him to look for employment or to wrangle about his wage, and generally against anything that obliges his spirit to expend effort on matters concerning his trade. This need sometimes leads him to join up with schemes that would give the dreariest impression of his spirit, if one did not know how generally unfit he is to understand practical affairs. 93. Hence the failure of these associations whose earthly heroism is too much for the simplifying laziness of the worker and too little for the great aspirations he preserves therein. Indeed, the editor of L'Atelier had long ago sensed that worker association could not possibly be the end of progress or the kingdom of Christ. Would Franklin have invented the lightning rod if he had been retained by some typographical association? Would the fishermen who left their nets to follow Christ have won the right to give them up from an association? 94. But that was still merely the particular truth of an apostle obliged to identify his way with that of the working class multitude in order to bring back home a people gone astray. Now the former Christian, won over to the virtues of skepticism, turns around the order of his reasons in order to identify them once again with those of a people discovered to be different. The republic of the people could not be that of work. It is a strange sermon, running counter to a time when the dreams of association are ready to crop up again, more lively than ever. But there is also the fact that to the practical and slightly positivist criticism of old illusions there is now linked the intention to exorcise an ever-present menace, the fact that in the very exaltation of the republic of producers, the efficacy of illusion again gets lost in the meshes of the system of material interests. Hence the need to set up, term for term, a people even more vagabond than it appears to itself, in opposition to the robust and practical people of not long ago. For the time has also come when it is no longer a matter of setting straight the image of the people, of moralizing the people to summon them to an awareness of their being. Now, in the reclaimed separation of being and seeming, it is a matter of interpreting those tendencies, obscure to themselves, that push the people they know not where. It is undoubtedly to these peculiar and persistent dispositions that we must attribute the failure of worker associations. Aside from the moment of enthusiasm in 1848, when one offers the Parisian worker this means of emancipating himself in droves, he accepts it with an eagerness that is more apparent than real. It seems that an inner voice tells him that he would become capable of practicing association only by losing a capability of another order, a higher order. To be sure, he does not take account of his instinctive repugnance, but we, who are beginning to see better into the depths of his soul, we can explain what is going on inside him better than he can. He does not want to build his house as he is advised to do it, or on the land that one suggests he acquire. He prefers to camp under his tent, as if he glimpsed vaguely in the distance the object of his ardent aspirations, the radiant city where his ideal of justice reigns. And since there is, at the heart of present things, a whole revolution to carry out in the innermost conditions of society, and our people are the instinctive force propelling it, his secret is to remain disengaged and available. 95. How is it that the modern disciples of St. Paul didn't think of it sooner? The worker apostle was, specifically, a maker of tents. Chapter 12. The journey of Icarus. The difficulty is not the encamping. It is knowing where one camps and where the promised land is. Because there is and there isn't a road, the word road I use here does not mean at all what it means in Europe. Here it refers to the way you must necessarily go through, even though there is no line marked out from the point of departure to the point of arrival. 1. It is not just that there are as yet no paths for vehicles through the forests and prairies of Texas. In addition, there are 3 countries in one: the desert of persecuted believers, the fertile valleys of Icaria, and the virgin lands of the New World. But at the start the travelers have no doubts. Even if the topography of the new country bears little resemblance to the maps Cabot supplied to the soldiers of his vanguard, they know enough about it to recognize it as their destination. We shall have a climate as mild, a more beautiful sky, a fertile, virgin land covered with stout vegetation and able to provide us with almost all the fruits and animals of our own country too. Later on, they will accuse the prospectuses of this curious geographer of having deliberately led them astray. But for the moment they have no trouble recognizing, feature for feature, the description of the promised land at once virgin and fruitful, savage and familiar, forsaken and populated with fraternal beings. The air is excellent. The sun is hot, but a fresh breeze blows continually, refreshing the air. The soil is so fertile that one hardly need scratch it to sow it, and it yields much more than in France. The proof is our wheat, which is magnificent. Although we sowed it in the prairie just after having burned the grass, which is very tall, and did not plow or dig, we are astonished to see it so fine and sprouting so quickly. We placed the grains in the bosom of the earth and barely a few days later the plant came out. The sources of running water are as common as in France. Here you find some caimans or big crocodiles that go back into the water at the slightest noise. The flesh of this animal is very good to eat. It inspires no fear. There are 80-pound carp, some fine perch, and a large number of other fishes, vine stalks that are thicker than one's leg and climb around the oak trees 50 or 60 feet high, with clusters of grapes of an enormous size. The cows, horses, pigs, and hens cost nothing to feed, not even the trouble of tending them. They are outside day and night and have no stable. The inhabitants live almost without working. They barely sow their maize and build themselves a cabin in which to live. Many Americans and Texans come to see us. They are very kind and honest. People camp and sleep outdoors, they don't lock anything up, and they never steal. We lost a few full sacks and a gun. They informed us of this from a good distance away, and the gun was brought back to us from 7 or 8 leagues away. 3. Isn't that what true communists knew? You must not seek the coming of the kingdom of fraternity in shopkeeper schemes of associations, you must go looking for it in the soil of a virgin nature, which alone is capable of truly effecting the multiplication of the fishes and bringing to maturity grapes large enough for the fraternal banquet. The identity of concept and reality here finds its symbol not in some heavenly manna, but in the immaterial dew whose miraculous properties are stressed by all. The ground is moistened by a plentiful dew that never fails to fall every night. The extraordinary thing is that we slept outdoors and got this dew without anyone's becoming unwell. 4. But Joiner Moiti and Gardner Champeau are victims of their own precipitancy, as is Taylor Bouet, who is so happy to have found again the plough of his adolescence in order to be the first ploughman in Icaria. The fertile fields and fish-stocked rivers of Sulphur Prairie are not yet Icaria, merely an outpost on the route of the pioneers. The true Icaria is farther west, where no road leads, beyond forests of brushwood, rivers with no bridge across them, and mosquito-infested marshes, Mother Nature is also the land of dedication, where one must plow to reap and sow to harvest. At the end of this road that is no road, the plateau of cross timber undoubtedly again presents all the features of the sought-for land. Icaria, our Icaria, is big and beautiful. There are immense prairies, forests, streams of good clear water. The temperature is very mild. Very good and healthy is a breeze that blows continually with plentiful dew in the morning and makes the land fertile. The flowers that are grown with great care in the gardens of Europe are wild here on the prairies. We have vine trellises 100 feet high that are filled with grapes. There is very good water and plenty of fish in the rivers. We killed 2 crocodiles that were 6 feet long. These animals are very good to eat. There is also plenty of game, such as deer and kid goats, a little rabbit and partridge, and many very large turkeys. On the 30th of last month, I killed one that was 20 pounds. There are no thieves or ferocious beasts. We have been very well received by Americans. Their customs are very simple. Their demonstration of friendship is a handshake. They do not offer food and drink twice. 5. At first glance the promised land again makes itself known. A savage land from which the savagery has been pushed back. As for the Indians, our countryside is not subject to their incursions. 20 miles ahead of us is the cordon of troops designed to contain them. 6. And the savagery may only be the unrecognized simplicity of fraternal nature. The most advanced settlers do not seem to fear them at all. With our principles of peace and fraternity, we will have even less reason to fear them. A paradise where divine providence has gone overboard in removing all malignancy from snakes. The snakes are not to be feared at all. Even the rattlesnake is not dreaded. You hear the rattlesnake, you have time to take every precaution to kill it, it flees and never attacks. 7. But if there are no snakes to fear in Icaria, there are no apples to pick either. As for fruit trees, there are none. 8. The image of an Eden offering its plentiful fruits without effort and its miraculous catch of fish is now postponed. The mildness of the climate is no longer evidenced by sensation but demonstrated by a reasoning process that highlights the harshness of the effort. It must be that the climate here is excellent, because if we all had done in Europe what we are doing here, we all would be dead. Imagine trekking all day in the heat, sleeping on the ground at night with a thin coverlet for protection, drinking from all the holes in the ground. Despite all that, my health has not yet undergone the slightest alteration. 9. Apparently there is no more breeze to cool the air, and a moderately clear water in the holes. The healthiness of Icaria's climate is now determined by looking at afflictions endured, and the fertility of its soil is now seen in the future as a result of work and a promise of industry. Exclaims Boissonnet, who is from Lyons, Victory. Icaria has been founded in one of the most beautiful lands in the world. It is a fertile land where one can get 2 harvests a year. Finally, we have everything to fulfill our dreams, to make a model nation. But his fellow townsman Buisson changes the picture a bit even as he confirms Boissonnet's enthusiastic statements. Boissonnet is not exaggerating when he tells you that it is the most beautiful country in the world. Of fruit trees there are none. What we have in great number are vines and mulberry trees. There are very beautiful vines. We shall make superb plantations of them, and in 2 years we shall be able to harvest wine. The mulberry trees around us are right for silk. We have eaten mulberries in great quantities and we shall be able to make finer plantations than there are in France. I urge all our brothers who are silk workers to bring their jacquard machines. 10. So it is not the prolific mulberry trees or the 100-foot vine trellises from which birds steal the fruit that will provide the community with wine and silk. Their useless vigor merely indicates that conditions are favorable for the labor that will create the plantations and industries of Icaria. The territory of Icaria is no longer Mother Nature offering its shelter and its fruits to orphans of the industrial world. Rather, it is the fertile desert where the pioneers will hew out the neatly arranged plantations, the straight roads, and the rectilinear cities, where the most perfect lodgings will stand beside the most magnificent workshops housing machines ad infinitum. The endlessly repeated caution will punctuate the story of Icaria: one doesn't come here to enjoy Icaria but to build it. As early as the publication of the Confidence in Le Populaire of May 9, 1847, which announced the approaching departure for an as yet unspecified Icaria, the founder had well determined the profile of the pioneers. They will not be a mob of human beings without ideas, driven solely by poverty and the egotistical desire to improve their personal lot. They will be workers full of courage, intelligence, and learning, elite men, examined and tested, admitted or chosen like the first Christians, who, like the first Christians, will have the same ideas, the same opinions, the same sentiments, one and the same heart and soul, and who, as one man, afire with dedication and enthusiasm, will go out to win happiness for their posterity, their country, and all of humanity, even more than for themselves. Not people driven by misery. This principle is already implemented in the materiality of the conditions for admission. Besides a well-stocked trousseau, each volunteer must make a personal contribution of 600 francs, 4 to 5 months' wages for a worker comfortably making 5 to 6 francs a day, a year's wages for an unskilled laborer making 2 francs a day. These conditions are enough to close the door of paradise glimpsed on binder Romegas and printer Lechapt. I deeply regret being enough of a proletarian not to be able to share in the common happiness of our brothers who have left, or are leaving, for Icaria, because I earn only a low day's wage to support my wife and 2 young children. The darlings of Jesus believed that they had seen reborn in you their divine Father, and their hearts bleed with despair at the idea that they could have been mistaken. They would like to conceal their unhappiness, but they cannot erase from their memory the words that were so here trending for them: we shall fix a minimum social contribution, which, for the first departure, may be 600 francs per adult. Hence they conclude that the doors of Icaria will be closed to them forever, and that they are losing not only their liberator but also all those of their brothers who, through the influence their fortune and talent give them over the blind masses, have alone been able to pull them out of the abyss in which they sink every day. 11. Bitter as it is, Lechapt's complaint confirms the principle of granting a pioneer role to proletarians already endowed with some fortune and talent. The young orphaned locksmith who possesses a sum of 5,000 francs and some properties that he offers to the community, Joiner Sauveriau de Niort, who is presently straitened by unexpected reverses but whose family expects to convert properties worth 50,000 francs into cash in order to go to Icaria, trunk maker Goss, who promises the price of his commercial stock, his personal property, and a rural property, and who immediately contributes 12 silver dinnerware pieces, 2 chains, a pair of earrings, a gold brooch, a wedding piece, and various little gold ornaments, to be used in the best interests of the society. Watchmaker Taysier, who promises 80,000 francs to said society, or the worker mechanic of Lyons, who is ready to contribute 12,000 francs for his brother and himself, a steam process for making bricks in large quantities, another to make raw wood immediately usable, and an idea for a machine to clear and plough an immense plain. 12. This is also the disconcerting visage that the Icarian population offers to policemen and prosecutors pursuing these tatterdemalions who dream of the sharing of goods. Wherever the authorities send them to search or investigate, to lastmaker Coef in Vienne, to weaver Buteau or employee Lemoyne in Reims, to joiner Popinot in Lacan, or to tilemaker Laurent in Saint Croix de Corbeny, they meet, not pillagers and incendiaries, but skilled workers, serious merchants, small entrepreneurs living comfortably, and, in general, citizens regarded highly enough to hold rank in the National Guard or as firemen. How could these men, whose living conditions and lifestyles are so like those of decent people, dream of community property and want to leave everything for an unknown land? The argument could be turned around, of course. It is because they must change the world that Cabet has made them break with the ways of coffee-house revolutionaries, and it is to follow him to Icaria that they set about saving. Says the prosecutor of Saint Quentin to Lemoyne, "From what I can see, you are a hard-working, intelligent man, even comfortable, and I don't see why you are abandoning this certain position for an uncertain one. But it is the wrong way to pose the problem. Replies Lemoyne, I owe a part of what you call my comfortableness to M. Cabet. As for intelligence, I get the best part of it from his newspaper and his writings. As for economy, it is because of his confidence that I have imposed all sorts of privations on myself. 13. His explanation would undoubtedly hold true for a certain number of Icarians in the great revolutionary cities, Paris, Lyons, Nantes, or Rouen, former militants of secret societies or communists close to materialism, whom the author of Journey to Icaria brought back to the paths of peaceable propaganda and moral and family order. But how can one be an Icarian in the innermost depths of the Champagne countryside? Even Champfleury, the Pope of realism, come to inquire on the spot, must hide under circumstantial clichés his inability to comprehend the motivations of the tile-maker, the farmer, or the tobacconist. The people of St. Croix have taken to communism like larks to a mirror. What is incomprehensible is the fact that they have amassed the goods they have with the heavy sweat of their brow. In cities like St. Quentin or Reims, it is understandable that men with no position would become the agents of such doctrines, they have everything to gain. But in a village where life is easy and sweet, when you have amassed a few little assets to become a communist. 14. Asked about the same subject by the commandant of the constabulary, tile-maker Jean-Baptiste Laurent could only say that one day in 1844 when he went to Reims, he found in a bookstore the Journey to Icaria. Its ideas captivated him to the point where he eagerly subscribed, through the Reims correspondent, to the newspaper that was propagating this excellent doctrine. What exactly was so admirable in the Journey to Icaria? Undoubtedly something akin to what enkindled the enthusiasm of Turgard, a specialist in artificial foliage, when he recognized it in the book, Paradise on Earth, men living as brothers, each sharing with the other according to need and capability, equality, unity, community, in short, one for all and all for one. 15. If the discovery of Icaria saved Turgard from the egotism into which he had been plunged by unemployment and his wife's illness, it is not destitution that propels him to depart. Because he now has a prosperous line of work. The same holds true for shoemaker Valet, recently raised to ownership by an inheritance but nevertheless taken with the idea he got from the book lent by a friend. The theory was beautiful. Father, mother, and boy soon became enthusiastic over the idea of establishing a society where reason and conscience would rule. Without king or priests. No nobility but that of the heart. No poor, no rich. No tyranny, no oppression. A paradise on earth. 16. To evoke this republican and lay image of the kingdom of Idomeneus, Cabet's voyage en Icarie had to find already prepared minds and hearts. Such was Jacques-Pierre Valet, a shoemaker who moved from Le Mans to Paris to seek a better living, and then from Paris to Orsay to flee the troubles of the city. He was an enterprising spirit. To his trade and his functions as mailman, town crier, and drummer in the National Guard, he added various profitable activities of a recreational and educational nature, raising rabbits for market, keeping a bathing house for the public, offering cheap boat rides on a rented pond, owning an assortment of masquerade costumes, and building himself a library of 1,200 volumes. He had a sensitive heart, turning down well-endowed daughters to marry the youngest one, whose tears revealed her affection for him. A devotee of instruction and progress, he had been so enthused after July 30, 1832, by the Journal de Connaissances Utiles that he gave his second son the first name of its founder, Émile de Girardin. He was a freethinker content to worship God in his works, but also a moral reformer of popular amusements. He replaced the sorry customs of carnival days, in which the big amusement had been to fling excrement on houses and rare passers-by, with a superb festival including carts and people in procession, an orchestra, comic scenes, dialogues, and songs. To this recognized originality of village philosophers close to the capital, to be sure correspond in negative terms the city sufferings of unrecognized souls. Such is the young Lyons type founder who evokes the discovery of his 17 years, although still quite young, I had been bruised by this egotistical society and desired death as the only remedy for my anguish. You had just brought out the first issue of Le Populaire for 1841. I soaked in its doctrine. It seemed to me that a new life was in me. 17. To grasp this disgust for society that can be surmounted only by the idea of a community of loving people, one need only see or read the accumulating acts of social disorder, the enumeration of which in the weekly columns of Le Populaire for 1847 lengthens immeasurably with the effects of the crisis and the exigencies of propaganda. They are facts of misery but, even more, signs of a return to savagery, pictures of a humanity fallen back down into the animal state. In Mamers, a farmer notices a daily decrease in a pile of pomace that he had put in his courtyard. Keeping watch one night and surprising one of his neighbors, known as an honest man, he follows him home and discovers this pitiable spectacle, a whole starving family seated around a table and taking turns eating a formless mixture of flour and pomace out of a clay vessel. In Meurthe, there are families of 4, 6, and 8 people who are living on beef blood alone. They go to the butcher shops of Fulsburg for it so as to have it cooked. Near Le Havre, a young journeyman faints on the street for want of food. Kindly people carry him to a shop and give him a little nourishment. His sick stomach cannot keep it down, and the bystanders notice a mixture of straw and half-digested hay in his vomit. In Lille, for several days in a row, they pick up workers dying of hunger on the sidewalks. In Cambrai, a poor wretch who is a stranger to the city dies without means and is left unburied in the street for 3 days. The vestry and the relief committee refuse to defray the burial costs, so the inhabitants of the area have to assess themselves to get rid of the now rotting corpse. 18. Atrocious misery is accompanied by accounts of savage behavior. In the Aube countryside, infested with bands of Alsatian or Ardennes beggars, a group trapped a rather large young dog, beat it to death, had it cooked, and ate it with relish. In Roubaix, it is a band of unemployed workers who come across a cow in a nearby field, kill it, dismember it, and eat it there and then, in the manner of the Indians of the virgin forests. And everywhere there is a bit of the savagery of the food riots. Shop windows are smashed in Tournai. There is a market riot in Roy. In Montenac, a riotous mob gathers to oppose the departure of corn. In Cambrai, the black flag is paraded through the city with the cry, bread at 20 sous or death. In shady Unaf-sur-Loire, the woodcutters attack the grain ships. In Tours, posters announce, "We want war." Everywhere fires break out and wreak destruction on something or other. In the Vosges, 70 hectares of communal woodland. In St. Louis, Alsace, a candle factory. Near Château-sur-Loire, a spinning mill. In Sorlant, Haute-Loire, 9 houses and 4 barns. In Bussière, near Clermont, almost the whole village. In St. George's, near St. Malo, 4 vagabonds ranging from 15 to 18 years old show up and imperiously ask for alms. When they are refused by the villagers, because of their own poverty and the ability of the vagabonds to work, they are simply told that they will regret it. 5 minutes later, fires break out throughout the village. 19. But there are equally full columns in Le Populaire about the ends of those who do not wait to return to animality, to collapse of hunger on the public road, to eat raw flesh, to utter savage cries of riot, or to wield firebrands. A Rouen worker throws himself into the Seine with his 2 little children roped to his body. An old servant of a great Parisian house, who does not want to die of starvation at 70 years of age, asphyxiates himself and his wife, after taking the trouble to bring his cat to the market of the innocents to give it a good master, and to kill his cherished old dog. An old man is arrested for begging in Amiens. The idea of appearing before a tribunal, after having lived 72 years with an unblemished reputation, steels his determination to stab himself twice in the stomach and straight through the heart the 3rd time. A grocer, hounded by his landlord for unpaid rent, throws himself off the column of July. The list also includes those who suffer merely from the idea of famine or destitution and put an end to their lives. A farmer in Mans had been frightened by the drop in prices. A monomaniac in a village of Londis had gotten it into his head that he was bound to die of starvation. No reasoning could triumph over this disastrous idea. And since the poor madman did not want to endure the horrible torments of hunger, he resolved to cut short his torment by cutting the thread of his days. Better still is the case of an honest young man who was quite rational. Foreman in a fine cueille's shop, he committed suicide at 10 p.m. in a Parisian garret. People swear that the young man, who was living comfortably and was highly recommended by his personal qualities, had been driven to this act of despair by his profound disgust at the state of commercial affairs. 20. The epidemic of suicide, you see, levels classes, cultures, and ages. In Paris, it is a water carrier driven to despair by poverty; in Chalons-sur-Marne, a discharged joiner; in Saint-Armand, a domestic afraid of being fired; in Semblanque, a notary seized with an insurmountable disgust for life; in Paris, the former secretary of the Minister of Agriculture who had sunk into destitution; in Villers-Cotterets, a baker convicted for adulterating bread; a soldier of the 7th Dragoons in Lille, a non-commissioned officer of the 48th of the line in Paris, following unjust punishment. And there are others who kill themselves without anyone's bothering any more to indicate the reason. In Paris, a ministry employee hangs himself in his office. In Lyons, a surgeon-dentist shoots himself in the heart with a pistol. In Saint-Quentin, a tax employee asphyxiates himself with charcoal. In Mézières, an 80-year-old man plunges into his pond. In Girolis, a child of 11 hangs himself behind his father's cellar door. Among the victims who run afoul of the countless asperities of an egotistical society, a goodly number are the victims of some family constraint associated with the caste system and proprietary passion. On Rue Montorgueil, a crockery dealer was forcing his daughter of 18 to marry a man she did not love. On the morning of the wedding the girl went up to her chamber to dress, and her mother later found her lying on the floor in her wedding dress, near the classic charcoal heater. In Tourcoing, a young man of good family had made a mother out of a young servant girl and wanted to redeem his fault by marriage. He hanged himself in despair over the opposition of his parents. In the waters of the Seine boatmen fish up 2 corpses tied together. They had tied the girl's scarf around each other so that death would not separate them. In Curaz, a beautiful peasant girl of 16, married barely 3 months, had been scolded by her father about damage done to a wheatfield by a flock of sheep. The girl went off and threw herself into a nearby pond. Her husband, who was madly in love with her, ran to the pond and threw himself in at the very spot where she had found death. Despite prompt help, rescuers could only fish 2 corpses out of the water. 21. Close to these tragedies of love broken by paternal authority are to be placed the atrocities of certain family crimes. In Redon, a man starts a fight with his brother and kills him because the brother was bringing sheep to graze on his land. In Bourg Saint-Andiol, M. Espousette is knifed to death by his wife, with the complicity of his 12-year-old son. In Grimini, the Meuse, a young man of 20 makes an attempt on his mother's life by slashing her neck with a razor. 22. To complete the picture of a world in which paternal authority is merely oppression instead of providence, one must add those executed by machines. In Saint Martin de Vivier, in a spinning mill, a young man is grabbed and turned 20 times around the motor drum before dropping off, his left arm broken and his 2 thighs crushed. In Darnadel, a foreman is carried off the same way, and a young worker is picked up by an axle tree that makes 60 turns a minute. Given the unresponsiveness of employers, men of science, and local authorities, a joiner mechanic of Darnadel used his spare time to study what was needed to invent a mechanism that could, in case of an accident, stop machines and the advance of the gears. But at the prefecture where he took his memorandum and his plans, no one took the trouble to read the former or look at the latter. 23. Such is the haunting reality of an intolerable world. It is not that there are many Icarians in the murderous factories or in the cities of savage misery, Lille, Roubaix, Cambrai, etc. And in Saint Croix de Corbeny, there are no reports of men who go out to eat the straw in the stables or dismember cows to eat them raw in the open field. But this second-hand reading is enough to upset the lives of men whose consciences cannot rest content with living impotently in a world where misery and oppression, prejudice and irrationality, are visible everywhere. Writes a merchant of Nancy, whose situation seems far from critical. Your idea of making Icaria a reality gives me new life. Death is preferable to life in the wretched society of today. Although my establishment is well frequented and I have a large clientele, I long only for the moment when we can leave for Icaria. I had sought to insure my 3 children through an insurance company, where I deposited annuities of 1,300 francs. I am going to take out that sum immediately. It will serve as part of the contribution for my little family, and its existence will be much better guaranteed to the end of its days. 24. Foresight is in vain in a society ruled by the arbitrariness of egotistical passions. From Periguero's Mirror Seller Pepin confirms that none of the satisfactions that success may bring are worth living for. Here there are several of us who are not alive. We languish to see so many absurd prejudices in the 19th century. But our courage revives us and gives us certainty of a better future. It is not that we are unsuccessful. On the contrary, we can consider ourselves to be among the privileged. 25 illusory privileges, like the ornaments and trimmings one must use to hide from others the fact that one is already elsewhere. With the full consent of my husband I am sending you my watch, my earrings, my wedding piece, a pair of my husband's studs as well as his watch key. He would like to send you his watch if we were not forced to deceive the world with tinsel. But patience. The time is not far away when we shall no longer have need of our counterfeiting. 26. But the time is even less far away when their enemies will try to create for these people, whose sufferings are much too intellectual and moral, living conditions consistent with the fancies that feed their disgust and their faith, and also try to make them like the image that pictures them as creatures without work or home. Such is the fate of those communists of givers, whom their wives, influenced by relatives or confessors, have abandoned solely for the reason that they are communists, in other words, godless men, idlers, plunderers. 27 In Meyer Court, organ-maker Julian Chambery gives a detailed account of the vexations he has endured for having introduced communism into a region dedicated to musical harmonies by its industry. For 4 years communism has occupied all my leisure time. The first year I tried to enthrone it in Meyer Court, I was regarded as a madman or imbecile. The second, I was deprived of work, and I was even slapped by the brother of a rich man. The third year brought me a few proselytes, but no dedication. During this, the fourth year, I have been forced to learn the trade of sculptor. I am earning 1.50 francs a day during the whole winter, have 2 children, and must pay expenses for one of them whose eye was pierced by accident. 28. The last organ maker who was willing to employ this able and steady worker had to let him go. Some capitalists forced his hand by threatening to no longer discount his bills. To change his trade, Chambery became a student at the Free School of Design. There, again, his enemies pursued him, and his teacher needed the help of some leading citizens to prevent his exclusion. When the master employing him in his new trade came under persecution as well, Chambery had to leave for Nancy and give up the great movement of ideas operative in the working class. But soon his employer will take back this apparently remarkable worker, and give him a raise, and the announcement of the departure for Icaria will create enough enthusiasm among the workers of Meyer Court that, despite the poverty, fathers of families will ask him to resume his apostolate and offer to pay him his daily wages if he is persecuted. This respite does not last long, unfortunately. Soon the open confrontations of the Republic will introduce these good workers and decent merchants to all the actual injuries of savagery, the mere idea of which prevented them from living. For a landlord of Falaise, a barber of Sartrouville, a tailor of Albi, and even in the village of Launaise where the celebrated communists of St. Croix have gone to hold a meeting, contact with the world of prejudice, ignorance, and animal fury is now direct. I recently received an anonymous letter, in which my wife is depicted as a prostitute and I am threatened with the gallows. As for my wife's fate, her head will be carried in triumph atop a pike. After midnight, at long intervals, raucous, drunken voices cry out under my windows, "Down with communists! Down with Guizot! Down with the barber! He should be hung on the tree of liberty. We will tether his head and drag him along like a mutton head." They have lain in ambush with knives, up to 20 or 30 of them. They have made so bold as to ask the deputy mayor of our township for permission to kill me. They have poisoned 2 goats in our meadow. At 11 a.m. on Sunday they came to get me. A drum gave the signal to charge. They scaled the iron gate of our courtyard, which is locked with a chain, and threw a hailstorm of stones for half an hour. A furious mob approached me, holding stools and benches. They threw me down into the orchestra. I didn't know where to flee. I was beaten unmercifully with a roulotte of fists on the head, with stools and benches on my legs and back. As we came out onto the street, we were assailed with stones, mud, and potatoes thrown by more than 400 furious people. They gave the death signal, and only the mayor was able to save us. As for my carriage, these poor misguided people threw it into the water. They threaten my clients with all sorts of terrors. In the afternoon several persons who came to do work at my place were stopped by our enemies and threatened with being thrown into the water. They finally managed to make me lose almost all my work. Not long ago I was employing 6 workers, not counting my own work and that of my wife. Today I barely have enough for myself, and that only at the height of the season. But my God! When will this long and painful martyrdom end for us? Oh, how happy our brothers are to have left for Icaria. 29. Happy to have left for Icaria, but they did not leave for Icaria to be happy. Taylor Aaron sums up well what the dispositions of the travelers ought to be. It is the unanimous cry, "Since we cannot live here, let us set out for Icaria." Yes, brothers, let us all set out. But let us not have any illusions about our future joys. We shall have plenty of trouble in starting Icaria. 30. This Icarian of the first hour has so few illusions about the future joys of Icaria that he will give up the idea of going to savor them himself. Perhaps he is aware of the contradiction in the all too clear inference of the invitation to Icarian dedication, "Since we cannot live here, let us set out for Icaria." Don't people know already that those who are least able to live here are also those who are least able to set out for Icaria? But others also come across the countless shapes of the contradiction. There are those who do not leave for Icaria, thereby showing that they can live here and that Icaria for them was only an inconsistent dream giving color to the gray tones of their days under the monarchy of material interests. There are those who do leave, recognizing that they could no longer live here and that they are seeking a refuge from their unhappiness as much as an occasion to serve humanity. There are those who are prompted as much by instability as by dedication to abandon a situation in which they could live well enough, and who are always in danger of confusing the earthly merit of fraternal dedication with the vanity of being numbered in the ranks of the soldiers of humanity. Above all, there are those who combine all these motivations, more or less, sacrificing a social position that they certainly no longer had at the moment of departure, but that they might well still have had if they had not been Icarians, and those who flee a country where they no longer find work and also sacrifice to the cause family properties sold cheap, and those who, in order to found Icaria in a land of fevers and savages, risk their lives but not necessarily their situation. The paradoxical situations of these half-measure daredevils will be brought out in the fraud suit that some bring against Cabet after the debacle. Says Jeweler Dubuisson, "I had been persuaded to become a part of the Icarian society because of the poor state of affairs in France and because it was my belief." That must also have been the twofold motivation of his colleague, Jeweler Poirot. Asks the presiding judge, "What made you decide to return to France?" Replies Poirot, "It was the news of June 1848. I thought my house of business could suffer as a result of events." He is not upset by the judge's malicious question, "So you were living in community in Icaria but had separate interests in France? You withheld your house of business for yourself." There is no contradiction in finding again, once Icaria is lost, the house of commerce that one had left behind in the land of commerce. Those with no business engaged in a similar division. Carpenter Bertrand sold all he possessed and gave 4,000 francs to Cabet. But in Le Havre he refused to hand over the family jewels. I said that I had given 4,000 francs and that was quite enough. What he does not tell us is that the matter of the jewels was due to his wife's resistance, which he had not acknowledged for fear of being excluded from the trip, since she was not an Icarian. It is the same story in the case of Crystal Polisharusset, who again takes up his job at 10 francs a day when he returns from his Texas adventure. While demanding back from Cabet his contribution for the trip to an imaginary paradise and a trunk of linen his wife bought because she thought that she would not find a shop with fancy articles in the desert, he admits that his thirst for Icarian delights had made him lie about his wife, pretending that a woman so concerned about her toilette was a convinced Icarian. For such is the real substance of the suit at bottom. Behind the shabby effort to get back from the founder of an imaginary colony the money they had abandoned to the cause of humanity, these men are mainly seeking a settling of accounts for their lost hopes in a life other than that marked by the chicaneries of egotism. Says jeweler Chaperon, who lost 2,000 francs in the bankruptcy, I did not abandon Icaria, Icaria abandoned me. It threw us back into individual life. It owes us a settlement of accounts. 31. In actual truth, the whole history of Icaria will be this interminable settling of accounts between travelers who did not find the Icaria promised by the writings of its founder, and a founder who, instead of the advertised Icarians, found this strange army of double beings influenced simultaneously by the vanity of philanthropists and the avidity of the desperate, and caught up in the endless contradiction of discouraged dedication and impatient enjoyment. It is certainly true that the Red River, on which Icarian prose had Icarian boats sailing, was not perfectly navigable, that the national road leading to Icaria was to be understood in the American sense of the term, and that instead of 1,000,000 acres, there were only land grants to individual immigrants under the ordinary terms. But hadn't they made a commitment to found Icaria even before any cross was traced on any map, and shouldn't they have known that Icaria was a republic, not a territory? What mad impatience for insatiable enjoyment or suicidal dedication prompted them to abandon the verdant land of Sulphur Prairie, a stop on their journey, to traverse ravines, brushwood, and streams in order to reach the unhealthy confines of cross timber? For there, before they even had time to sow anything, they would be decimated by malaria after they had used their last ounces of energy to build 32 uninhabitable cabins, giving them the ludicrous title to as many 100-acre plots carefully scattered by the grant of the Peters Real Estate Company. And what miracle prompted them, on arrival, to describe an enchanted land of 100-foot trellises, miraculous dew, prodigious game and fish, whose looks would change so astonishingly in a few weeks? Up to now, fishing has been no more rewarding than hunting. We have fish in the Denton, but we have no nets to catch them. Turkeys, roe, and deer abound in the countryside, but the range of our guns is too weak to reach them. Grapes are abundant, but they are eaten by birds. The walnut trees produce almost no walnuts, and their fruit is hardly edible. We have only 4 sheds and 1 American-style house in the center to lodge the sickest. The others live in the sheds, which are not big enough to protect us from the rain. In this area it almost always comes in squalls. 32. On the whole, weren't they more at fault than their leader for wittingly embellishing a promised land, the reality of which was right before their eyes? And didn't they do it to lure their brothers more quickly to the soil of Icaria and enjoy the benefits of their labor? The whole history of Icaria will resound with this crossfire of accusations, the pioneers saying that it is egotism that makes the newer arrivals delay so long in coming, the latter denouncing the egotism of the pioneers, who set a trap for them with specious images of the fraternal paradise. But in the summer of 1848 the soldiers of the 1st Advance Guard, felled by fever and the heat and waiting vainly for the relief column, have reason to put faith in the letter in which trunk-maker Goss charitably informs them that they have been abandoned. It was on February 3, you see, that these former revolutionaries, converted to peaceful propagandizing only with difficulty, left Europe. Despite criticisms of their fathers' prophecies, they had been convinced by them, here much time will elapse before the ruling authority is communist, or at least democratic and popular. 33 And it was on the 24th of the very same month that the editor of Le Populaire, Master Baker Robillard, and another long-time Icarian, file-cutter Montaigne, were leading their comrades in an assault on the Tuileries and the conquest of the Republic. Writes Gosse, so everything has changed. There was an unheard-of bustle at M. Cabet's. His house was transformed into an arsenal. Then came the printing of newspapers and posters. My wife and I did nothing but fold newspapers. There was no time to eat. But for you, our poor brothers, nothing more. 34. There is no real point in trying to find out whether it was out of spite at not having been given the editorship of Le Populaire that the disloyal Gosse wrote this satanic letter to his brothers in Texas. One thing is certain, at least, he is the only one who found time to write to them. This, Second Republic, you see, needed only more hard work from Cabet to consolidate it, the very same citizen Cabet who had not wanted it so soon, because he knew that the people were too ignorant and the Republican leaders too ambitious for it to prosper. There was much to be done, pushing the enrollment en masse of workers in the National Guard and ensuring the choice of Republican officers in general and Icarians in particular, spreading the propaganda of Le Populaire and the Central Fraternal Society, ensuring the election to the National Assembly of 30 or 40 solid communists and socialists, and who better than the founder of Icaria and his lieutenants. In the energy he expended equally on the Luxembourg Commission, the provincial municipal commissions, and the association projects, we detect something more serious at bottom than the ambition for power denounced by Gosse, the feeling that the Republic could well be the true promised land of workers, the Icarian dream having merely served to sustain their wait for it. I have often said that communism and republic were absolutely the same thing. 35 In truth, Citizen Cabet had never before uttered such a heresy. If he allows himself to utter it in the effusions of the Central Fraternal Society, the reason is that he is carried away by listeners who have always held this heresy as their true religion. It is for them especially that the Republic is the here found land of a new fraternal world, tangible at this meeting where one proprietor, Goldsmith Gentil, abdicates the privileges that the harshness of the world commanded him to exercise. I am prepared to give back to the masses what I was withholding by force of circumstances, so long as I had to ensure my old age against disastrous eventualities. Today, now that society should be tending to situate itself in a different atmosphere and the material life of all human beings will be ensured, I am ready to divest myself of those things on behalf of all my brothers. 36. A brief Parisian Icaria at the start of March. Soon the promised land will again become the land of misery. In one sense, the total stoppage of business affairs comes down harder on the laborers of well-paid workdays and on the little employers who were ready to sell their belongings in order to pay for their own trip to Icaria and that of their less fortunate brothers. They will also be the ones most exposed to the persecution that will follow the reactionary demonstration of April 16, everywhere hitting the work, clientele, property, and persons of communists and forcing a goodly number of them into ruin, flight, and silence. Then it will again be time to dream of the distant Icaria, but it will no longer be the same dream. Most of those who were waiting impatiently to go will stay planted here, because increased poverty or sudden ruin devours their savings for the trip and imprisons them in worries about day-to-day survival, but also because their fraternal utopia is centered once again on the Republic of Workers, and henceforth they will pursue it through political revenge, the coming elections, or economic revenge, worker associations. And those who do leave for Icaria in the autumn of the revolution, often without contributions and always without the little fortunes they had promised not long ago, will be not so much the soldiers of humanity as the exiles of the Republic seeking a refuge from the miseries and persecutions of the promised land in France to which they had sacrificed the other. But the refuge does not exist. Well before they leave for it, their brothers in Texas, decimated by malaria and convinced that they have been abandoned, leave the territory where they were to have founded Icaria. When the debris of the Icarian avant-garde meets the defeated of the Republican utopia in the commercial sewer of New Orleans, there is no longer a point on any map indicating an Icaria that has been founded or is to be founded. In Le Populaire the founder asks, with unaccustomed modesty, does Icaria exist? Where is it? There are simple answers. Icaria already exists, since we carry it in our hearts. 37. And there are equally peremptory retorts, such as that of shoemaker Jacques, if Icaria exists everywhere, there is no point in making us travel through deserts like savages. 38. Or that of the Paris tribunal that sentences Cabet to pay back a soldier of the first advance guard. Whereas it appears from the discussions and documents of the trial that in issue 25 of the newspaper, Cabet set forth the basis of the social contract for his community of Icaria, that he stated in said newspaper that the general principles of this community had been indicated in his book entitled Voyage en Icarie. Whereas in this work, in chapter 1 he depicts Icaria as a second promised land, an Eden, an Elysium, a new earthly paradise. In chapter 13 he depicts childhood as happy and without work, manhood without care or fatigue, old age rich and without sorrow, living almost twice as long as human existence. Whereas, in chapter 15 he declares the problem of social equality completely solved. Whereas in all the other parts of this work he devotes himself mainly to describing the wonders, magnificences, prodigies, and delights of Icaria. Whereas in presenting an imaginary enterprise as a reality and drawing such an alluring picture of chimerical advantages, Cabet's obvious aim was to entrap the trust of third parties, to persuade them to become part of the society formed by him and entrust their capital to him. Whereas it is under the sway of these maneuvers that Thurel gave his consent and hence is well founded in requesting its voidance as null. 39. It takes all the simplicity of men of the law, convinced in advance of the naivete of a people victimized by swindlers and ringleaders, to reach such a conclusion as the obvious one, to include without further ado the utopian no place in the category of fraudulent maneuvers designed to abuse the trust of little people. If they were not blinded by their compassion for the innocence of the common people, they could have noticed some duplicity in the behavior of the plaintiffs. For shoemaker Jacques did not journey through the desert, except to make the round trip from Le Havre to New Orleans and back. The old Icarian Thurel, who went as far as that desert of some little humidity and brushwood, has not yet returned, and the most tenacious of the plaintiffs, Crystal Polish Russet, admits that only under constraint did he follow the order to leave the land of illusion, where he would have preferred to die. Dissident or loyal, the Icarian proletarians have a slightly more dialectical conception of the relationship of being to non-being, even if, to these accusations of fraud in which the former submit the bitterness of their lost dreams to the pressure of family interest, the latter respond by blaming the indefatigable Jesuit enemy who is everywhere hard at work to lead the soldiers of progress astray. Underlying the fraud or treason is the mistake of making Icaria present and localizing in some territory what is in truth a long-term trek, the foundation of the Icarian Republic, which presupposes the prior formation of an Icarian people. In March 1849, with Cabet leading them, 249 colonists will move to Nauvoo, Illinois, on the banks of the Mississippi River. There they will occupy the lodgings abandoned by the Mormons, who have left there to establish their New Jerusalem in the desert. But these Icarians know that they are not yet in Icaria, that they are at a stopping place needed to form the material and moral elements for its foundation. This outpost will be the laboratory where we shall mold all the new brothers who join us. It will be the transition from the old world to the new, or, to put it better, from vice to virtue. Science, the arts, and industry will prepare the elements needed to build the Icarian state in the middle of the desert. Then we will have no problem sounding the profound wilderness around us to build the kingdom of fraternity there. 40. So Icaria will be founded in the desert only if it is already present, not only in the heart, but also in the present organization and behavior of Icarians. This is the good anticipation of Icaria defined by one of Cabet's trustworthy men, jeweler, poet, and songwriter Prosper Barg. Brothers, the land where we have cast anchor is not the promised land where the wonders of Icaria are to be realized. Our modest labors are not yet even the rough draft, but Icaria nevertheless exists. Organic Icaria with its communitarian regime, its system of equality, its order, its harmony, its powerful concentration of each one's energies and aptitudes contributing to the welfare of all. Finally it exists, with its incessant tension toward material, intellectual, and moral progress through the work, study, and practice of fraternity. 41. Organic Icaria, the organization of work is the first thing rendered to its subjects, the workers, and its goal, the common welfare. Such is the picture given to friends and especially relatives, who hardly share their enthusiasm, by wool sorter Legros, employed in the kitchen, by founder Chicard, employed in the workshop of coopers, and by clerk Peck, who is in charge of the laundry. Here there are no employers who try to make you produce as much as possible by using up your strength and your health. Imagine a society of more than 200 male and female workers from all trades, who are directed by directors chosen by themselves. Imagine all these workers organized in such a way that they spend their time usefully. We all work with tireless zeal. And now that we are doing everything for love of humanity rather than love of money, there is no limit to our desire to work. 42. To be sure, the masons and carpenters of the community do not yet have the machines to ready the materials, the trolleys and portable tracks on which, in Icaria, the heaviest loads will glide effortlessly to platforms protected from the sun and rain. But already the entire community must take care to leave off work during the hot hours of daylight. It does not yet have the washing machine that would free its citizens from the age-old servitude to the lye wash, its reaper is often under repair, and its threshing machine sometimes catches a worker's leg, as it did in the workshops of exploitation. But at least the risks and pains of these labors are shared by all. The boss of the joinery workshop participates in all the tasks of his subordinates, and the professor of mathematics in charge of classes submits to the egalitarian division of tasks. The laborious jobs are shared by all. Is there sawing to be done? Each individual does it in turn. I take my turn as the others do. For us the task is a duty bringing us only the esteem of our brothers. The jobs regarded as proper for outcasts, kitchen duty, cleaning, etc., are presently the lot of a goodly number of us, people of the most remarkable intelligence, moral value, and cultivated minds. 43. For example, such is the situation of the revachier of plates and dishes, Montaldo the Spaniard. In one of those exemplary Icarian marriages where feeling shakes off the fetters of social prerogatives, he had married a gentlewoman, Mademoiselle Pigny, formerly head of a boarding school. Once a revolutionary in Barcelona, Montaldo is actually a teacher of mathematics and languages, and he will head the school and the community before he is employed on the flatboat. In this redistribution of functions determined by the general interest, shoemaker Tabutia enthusiastically embraces the job of ploughman, notary clerk Olinet is apprenticed in the bakehouse, stationer Mahedi moves from the kitchen to the washhouse and from the infirmary to woodworking, and Jacques Pierre valet shoemaker, mailman, drummer, and organizer of Orsay festivals takes the job of cook before moving on to work in the garden. Only the founder of the community is exempted. But his privilege is largely to get up first, go to bed last, work the most, and shoulder all the difficulties, cares, and privations. 44. And so fraternal and paternal solicitude replaces the all too fragile enthusiasm of pioneers. One must now speak a different language to Icarian candidates. I do not write letters like those of the first vanguard, letters with fine promises saying, "Come, I am preparing a fine garden for you, good fruits, etc." None of that at all now. Our society is a colony of workers, who use their little corner of the earth to plant maize and potatoes to receive you. Among us you will find fraternal love for you, for your wives and children, the most tender affection that can derive from a doctrine as beautiful as ours. Come to be free. We do not say to share our privations we have none, or our fatigues, since we work as hard as we can, but no one drops from exhaustion among us. Our life is frugal, active, and that's it. We are not rich, but we are not poor either. 45. A family utopia quite different from that of the Saint Simonian orphans. Even though Cabot did buy the ruins of the temple abandoned by the Mormons to rebuild it, The Sundays of the Icarian family scarcely evoke the fervor of Menilmontant or Tate-Bout Hall, and the veneration of these people in their 40s for a father in his 60s is far removed from the ambiguities that characterized the emotions of the young men and women of 1831. In the grammatically correct phrases and sprightly style of Jeweler Bargue, undoubtedly more familiar with Candide than with Chateaubriand's Les Natchez, walks along the banks of the Mississippi take on a far less exotic complexion than do the garden of Menilmontant or the banks of the Marne in the bombastic phrases of Flore Tyler Bergier or the barbarisms of Joyner Gawney. And the Icarian festivals of fraternity resemble those family outings in the countryside that philanthropists deem suited to reminding proletarians of the antique simplicity of worker mores. In a country outing we had recently, I noted with pleasure the egalitarian variety of our outfits. No showy finery to be analyzed or envied, but no gloom-inducing rags either. Our dark velvet tunics highlighted our sisters' blue, rose-colored, and straw-colored dresses made of simple material. There were almost 200 of us, and we all, from the children to the older adults, were dressed unpretentiously but nicely, neatly, and decently, each helping or being helped on the upward or downward slopes of our excursion, chats, friendly calls, and jokes springing up and being exchanged between all indiscriminately, and then our venerable and venerated patriarch walking in our midst with a joyous air, all of us together offering the aspect of one big happy family. And all emulating each other, without jealousy or care, full of a frank and expansive gaiety, we were, perhaps without noting it, under the influence unknown alas. In the old world of liberty, equality, and above all fraternity. 46. Without care, is sans souci truly the name that suits the domain of the Icarian community? In the letters published in Le Populaire, we are astonished to keep coming across this theme. It seems hardly appropriate to describe the laboratory in which the foundations of the desert republic are being laid. Yet we are told again and again of the community's soft, peaceful, and carefree life. When we get up in the morning, a little glass of liqueur awaits us for our good health. We have 3 proper meals eaten with a fork. From about 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. we stop all forms of work to avoid the rays of the sun. About 6 weeks ago, we felt the need to fill our mattresses again. So we scattered playfully in the nearby fields to gather corn leaves, and in a few days we all had top-notch mattresses. If most tradesmen were aware of the tranquility we enjoy, they would truly envy our lot. Here we have no worries about the future, rents, bills due or about to come due, etc. Meals, laundering, footwear, clothes, everything is made or done right here, and each person need only concern himself with those things put especially in his charge. 47. There is very little distance between this ideal of the carefree community and the description of his solitary existence given by one of the first vanguard, Taylor Bourgeois, who had remained on the lands of Icarian Texas. While waiting for the community to be solidly established somewhere, he lets a troop of pigs who take care of themselves wander about his fields for weeks on end, raises chickens, and cultivates melons, watermelons, and sweet potatoes in the abundant leisure time afforded by his industry. Where might one go to be happier when one restricts one's ambition to living freely and tranquilly? 48. This life returned to individualism is equally the experience of a world where money becomes almost a forgotten item and where the prodigality of nature joins with human solidarity to offer everything a communist could dream about in Paris. Here payments are mostly made in kind. We exchange grains, pigs, cows, poultry, butter, eggs, etc., which means that I am more often paid in merchandise than in money. I am not a hunter, but my closest neighbor gives me plenty of game meat, such as deer, turkeys, ducks, pigeons in winter. Fishing also provides me with abundant resources. I need only travel half a league and fish for a couple of hours to get a good catch of fish every time. Such is my position. Such is the life I lead. I go and come when and where I like. The little work I have for myself does not keep me from being free. Taking all things into account, in the whole course of the year I have only 2 days of work per week. 49. Cabet certainly has his reasons for giving a good portion of space in his newspaper to the idyllic account of this solitary communist. The latter should prove to slanderers how nice life can be in the deserts populated by savages to which he is accused of having sent his disciples. But does he clearly perceive the fascination the solitary communist might exercise on his Nauvoo colonists, whose carefree existence nevertheless entails 6 days of hard work? For the images of the community as a peaceful refuge, where each need only be concerned about his or her moderate task, embellishes, just a bit, the daily life of Icaria for the sake of old parents, farmers, and merchants, who are skeptical or incensed about the folly of their children. You cannot drag your feet at 4 a.m. in the summer when the trumpet sounds, if you want your share. The savor of 3-fork meals is fairly insipid when one has lived a bit as a gourmet. 50 Although the community frees its members from worries about rent, bill payments, and laundry, it is powerless against the repeated blows of fate, hurricanes, floods, accidents, epidemics. Before telling his parents about the carefree life of Icaria, Citizen Chartres waited until the end of the cholera epidemic, which killed 23 men, women, and children of the community. And when shoemaker Tabutia, now an apprentice peasant, has his leg crushed by a machine, the community has only paternal love to offer to help him endure the pain. Twice he asks to embrace the father, who, repressing all untimely emotion, his figure pale but energetically calm, supports and excites the stoic strength of his worthy son. 51. But these dramas which the care of the good mother community for the security of her children was supposed to suppress point up once more its superiority over an old world heedless of its maimed, its aged, and its invalids. A disabled young man of 23 draws the lesson himself. It is in the face of such misfortunes that one sees and admires the advantages of the association, of the community. In the community one is employed according to one's strengths, and one has no uneasiness about the future. 52 The very harshness of Icarian life confirms the image of the sheltering community, protecting children, respecting women, welcoming orphans, and gently dealing with old people and the disabled. Its rhythm of birth seems heedless of the restrictions that generally characterize the difficult beginnings of communities, and the arrivals continually include an excessive number of widowers and old Icarians. The widowers come to give their children a second mother. In the same contingent of August 1850 we find shoemaker Leclerc with 5 children ranging from 3 to 13, and citizen Humbert with 7 children ranging from 5 to 18. The old Icarians come from every corner of France, Coif from Vienne, Cadet from Troyes, Cledes from Toulouse, Lavat from Marseille. To relish the calm of old age in the bosom of the community, we work as we can, without a concern for the morrow. We reap every day and our old age dies out surrounded by attentions and calm. 53 For there are no priests or solicitors to torment the repose of the dying, one goes to sleep the long sleep in the midst of kind words and the most pleasant illusions. If in Icaria the times make life a bit hard for us, at least death here is light. 54. Between the Garden of Candide and the Hospice for Works Invalids, we get the whole gradation of images, sometimes playful, more often stoic, that reflect Icarian satisfaction. It is an equivocal sentiment in which the dedication of the militant and the freedom of the philosopher meet with the enjoyment of each for himself, the community for all. It is the presence, at the depths of the communist ideal, of an individualism that itself is composed of contradictory elements, the proletarian's request for assistance and the egalitarian ideal based on the exchange of work for wage, the dream of mastery associated with the colonial idea and the search for a refuge against the servitudes of industrialism. This contradiction in communist aspirations is further complicated by the ambiguous relationship of the New World to the Old World. For the characteristics that make America propitious for the realization of communism are also those that make it the blessed land of individualism. How can we not sense the ambiguity of the descriptions used by the new colonists to attract their brothers in France? How could one fulfill the prediction of death by want in this country where one is looking for people to fill these many fertile deserts, where the indolent American barely works 3 or 4 hours per day for 6 months of the year and takes it easy the other 6 months? Wood costs nothing. Everyone goes out to cut it down in the forests when they feel like it, and they do not even bother to collect the shavings. Animals take care of themselves. In the morning you let out the cows, and they go off in the fields by themselves. They return in the evening to give their milk. There are no beggars in America. Almost all Americans are property owners. 55. The summons to community and the dream of property? Aren't these letters of Professor Thibault and founder Jacques an invitation to falsicarians, to all those irresolute men who consider the realization of communism from only one viewpoint, that of their own future? 56. Well, it is precisely these people, bound to leave the colony for the very same reasons that brought them there, whom Cabet's second in command, Jeweler Prudent, would like to lock out of Icaria. Such people are constantly tossed about by uncertainty. Their sick imagination is always seeking a refuge from poverty, and they really latch onto any passing plank they see, quickly changing one for another. America lends itself marvelously to this deceptive mirage of the dog who drops its prey for the shadow, until the moment when the sad reality wakes you up, more desperate than ever. Then you again take up your worker's chain as a lucky chance. This explanation indicates clearly enough what feeling the most loyal and skeptical representative of the Icarian vanguard may have toward the mass of his brothers. But once again it fails to tell us precisely what the prey and the shadow, the mirage and the awakening, are. For these men driven by poverty do not pursue just any mirage. In this America where so many roots meet, those of Icaria never mingle with those of California's gold. It is a more complex sentiment that continually sends to Icaria about the same number of colonists as desert it. The America of Icarian dreams is the fertile desert, land of adventure and carefree living, of virginity and industry, of solitude and fraternity. The contradictory ideal presented here again can find momentary satisfaction in a period of rotation between the assured meals and the carefree routine of mediocre communitarian comfort and the first intoxication of the great expeditions, days or weeks long, to make hay, look for cattle, or cut down wood on the islands. But the monotony of Icarian meals and the mediocrity of works results soon unite in a picture of monotone gray. Too often the reports of colony activity resemble those of the spring and summer of 1851. In March the mill processed 2,200 pounds of flour a day and distilled 240 gallons of raw whiskey, an encouraging result, although the whiskey business is not really one of those preparing the foundations of the new moral order. And the father, visiting one of the islands, found some zealous woodcutters who had already made up almost 300 cords of wood for burning and more than 300 oak or walnut logs for the sawmill. Unfortunately, the sawmill has had a breakdown, and the colony suffers from a chronic lack of mechanics, and the cooper's workshop, where 2 out of 10 people are in the trade, had to hire a worker from outside to ensure the needed kegs, always whiskey, and learn the American way of working. For the indolent American works at a pace unknown to the colonists and especially likes to see work promptly done. On March 30th, the farmers went off happily under the direction of their chosen boss, Joiner Aaron. But the plowing was slowed by the snow and thwarted by the cutting of corn stalks. On the same date the masons and carpenters were at work building a new edifice, but between the end of April and the beginning of May, a storm destroyed the carpenter shed. The report of May 24 tells us that in 1 month 150 kegs of whiskey have been sent to St. Louis, but this production, quite modest, cannot count on Icarian agriculture, still in its infancy, for its grain supply. So with some difficulty they bought the needed wheat and corn and stockpiled them at the mill. At the end of May, however, the mill was flooded, the grains are under a meter of water. The island wood, of which there is no news, is probably lost, and the pigsty has been lifted by the storm. Aside from 55 kegs of whiskey shipped to St. Louis and a considerable quantity of flour sold, July brought only disappointments, troubles with the mower, the wheat too damp to be entrusted to the threshing machine, the blacksmith inconvenienced by the bad quality of the charcoal, and the gardening impeded by the rain. The first half of August is just as disastrous. The wet oats are impossible to thresh, the harvest of wheat is bad, that of the barley ruined, and the new will for the machine, which they had to have cast in Keokuk, is defective. 57. These difficulties and setbacks seem enough to sap the artificial enthusiasm of these unstable spirits. The very inability to satisfy their inconsistent aspirations makes them communists in individualism and individualists in communism. The loyal organizer of departures for the colony, cabinet maker Belouz, points this out to Prudent, who is presiding over the uncertain destiny of the community while Cabet is away defending his case before the Court of Appeal in Paris. Belouz notes that triumph must be assured if dedication is to be rekindled in the French communists. And the pessimistic jeweler is quick to extract the philosophy of this disclosure. It is a fact that dominates our era. Everything has been materialized: faith, hope, liberty, equality, fraternity, or love of neighbor. The direct relationship between one individual and another, the spirit of sociability, is coldly posed in consciences as a question of mathematics. We are caught up in individual sensual happiness and await the inoculation of collective happiness. Such are the encouragements we receive, when it is not hatred springing from a mistaken calculus. And it is only natural that the ideal has little appeal to stomachs that are crying out in hunger, to souls debased by the age-old organization of society, to slaves who break their chains and throw themselves on the disorder of the old world. 58. The classic image of the unleashing of servile passions, doesn't the Icarian balance sheet validate the criticisms of those Catholic workers who challenge the communists to propose an ideal that will not be reduced to the egotistical satisfaction of interests by their adepts? But the simple inference leading from the difficulties of the task to the desertion of false apostles seems to be contradicted by the moral balance sheet of the materially disastrous 6 months. The 6 months just ended have not been kind to us in material terms, but, on the other hand, we have gained a great deal, and today more than ever before, as our adversaries themselves admit. The success of our enterprise is not in doubt. 59. From the circumlocutions and reiterated negations of this reasoning it is evident, in any case, that Icarian enthusiasm does not depend on material success alone. During the 6 months of disappointments the colony has progressed in terms of dedication and fraternity, which have been confirmed after a disagreement and undoubtedly stimulated by the father's absence. But Prudent's diagnosis does touch upon a sore point. Nevertheless, the Icarian Republic, which is based on morality before being based on production and consumption, singularly lacks the proper means to fix the floating imaginations of its citizens on the majesty of the collective project. To be sure, the founder had had a vague daydream about rebuilding the Mormon temple for this purpose, but the heavens resolved the question of Icarian religion. The summer storms of 1850 brought the walls of the temple down at the feet of the workers in charge of rebuilding it. Much later, the spiritual heir of the father, lawyer Mercadier, would again take up the question of diversions and Icarian national festivals. He would see the organization of such festivals, designed to maintain the moral barometer at a very high level, as a matter far more serious than people might generally think. 60. With or without theory, however, Icarian diversions would never manage to raise the barometer of community enthusiasm above the amiable lukewarmness of the entertainment offered one Sunday evening in winter and described by Bargue. There is a monologue by stationer Mahe in the guise of a janitor, and another by wool sorter Legros on the lamentations of a man of Champagne over the potato blight. Legros also sings a touching ballad, Loin de Samir, and the gallop from the Ballet Giselle is danced. A vaudeville piece, The Italian and the Basse Breton, is presented in abridged form, shorn of anything that might pervert or soil the imaginations of little Icarians. In it Cabet's secretary, lintel hack, and solicitor's clerk Olinette give the cue to comic Mahe. This Icarian theatre purged in advance of those passions, those forms of veritable sentimental gastritis, of which the young and chaste colony has no need to live, prosper, and have plenty of children, hardly offers the proper dramatic tension to introduce the final crescendo of the Icarian chant du depart, the verses of which are sung as a solo by the durable Mahe. The chorus of the season sung by the little girls, the sole, fa rendition of the March of Moses by the little boys, and the report of the school surveillance committee surely augur for the next generation more worthy spectacles to accompany the march to the desert by the soldiers of humanity. 61 For it is these pupils of the Icarian school whom one is counting on to establish Icaria, more than on the 40-year-olds, who are too deeply impregnated with the habits of the old world and daily exposed to the Jesuitical seductions of the individualistic world they traverse to reach the river, the mill, the fields, the wash-house, and elsewhere. The task of the Icarian school involves correcting the children's first education, which is tainted with the excessive indulgence parents habitually show toward their children. If the school is to be effective, its work must not be undone every Sunday by the counter-education of mothers. For one of the most radical contradictions of Icarian regeneration is to be found in the interplay between the moral formation of the Icarians of the future and the family morality of today's colonists. The entire first stage of this regeneration involved inculcating the regularity of family duties as a replacement for the ambiguities of a certain kind of fraternity, the male fraternity of revolutionary workers who were pleasure seekers and sensualists, philosophers of the billiard table, cabaret democrats, and conspirators in secret societies. Icarian fraternity is not the fraternity of the strong, the initiated, or the emancipated. Its underlying dedication is meant to link the concern of the strong for the weak with the decency of family ways. The first duty incumbent on an Icarian is thoughtful dedication to the cause of women, children, the people, and humanity. 62 This specific dedication to women and children and the banning of celibacy are present from the start in the requirements for admission, stipulations and commentary on them growing with the passage of years and disillusionment. The male folly of the Texas vanguard and its brothers in arms seem to be a practical verification of the basic principles of Icarian morality. But when the community of 260 members who had survived the dissidents provoked by the Texas failure, and were just settling down in Nauvoo, became the victim of a new disagreement, a unanimous chorus of voices blamed the women for it. Up to this very day the bachelors generally have proved themselves to be the most persevering. The problem of desertions has come only from women in our midst who were not Icarians in dress, work, or food. 63 And after the third dissidents in autumn 1850, led by the young lady Naeghelin whom Cabot's foresight had just married off to the ardent and melancholic Chevalon from Lyons, Cabot himself confirms the diagnosis. 90% of the disagreements have been caused by women who have come without conviction, without fixed ideas or with false ideas, and only to follow their husband, as if this were merely an outing in the country. 64. From now on, throughout the course of Icaria's history, women will be accused of sapping the fraternal morality of the colony in two ways. First of all, they reintroduce the distinctions of station that were supposed to be eliminated by Icarian equality in dress, lodging, food, and work. They felt humiliated when they wore their silk dresses, their taffeta aprons, their ruffles, their flowery hats, and their parasols. They thought that in midsummer, 7 a.m. was too early to begin the workday so as to finish at 6 p.m. They complained that we were always eating beef. They felt humiliated when they were with a hard-working sister who washed all our linen and was dressed more simply than they. And when a holiday was coming and it was decided that all the men would wear tunics, the next day they would say ironically, "How nice our men will look in tattered tunics." 65. Even more than the guardian of social prerogatives, however, the female shows up as the driving force behind individualism. The problem stems less from the comfortable habits of rich Icarians than from the very logic of marriages contracted with a view to family emancipation and social advancement. One widow willingly accepts living conditions to which she had not been accustomed. Madame Loriol, who not only is now without the care and cajolery of her maid but actually cajoles and cares for others, since she is the nurse, is quite surprised to find that she no longer suffers from the little indispositions that, for want of anything better, varied her ever so slightly lazy life in Bone. 66 On the other hand, a former maid is quick to turn away from the community the new husband whose unstable disposition she was supposed to firm up. So, with great regret, Citizen Barrel had to leave the colony. His wife, who had been a servant in a good house in France and left it to marry and get away, did not like either community life or work in the fields. 67. In the long run, however, Icarian fraternity is even more threatened by those women who adapt to community life in their own way. Such are the women who bring little Icarians into the world all the more generously because pregnancy and nursing dispense them from communal labor in the workshop, who readily entrust their children to the Icarian school but take advantage of Sunday reunions to inculcate in them a family sense very different from that of the father of the community. The mothers may offer their children toys made by their husbands with community wood. They may prepare their little girls for their future as wives by giving them a taste for their toilette, corsets, and curls and prompting them to dream of the future marriages that the rule commands but that need not be anticipated in imagination. Worst of all, they may foster in them the practice of secrecy, which is always associated with the taste for pleasures. Consider the mother whose daughter had been punished for an infraction at school. The girl had promised not to eat the Sunday fritters. The mother urges her to break her promise with these words, "Oh, you ninny, you simpleton, take one, eat one, no one will know a thing." 68. That is a fine lesson for a mother to teach her daughter, comments Cabet, you can go far with one, no one will know a thing. Indeed, they go so far as to destroy the glass house of community by taking opposite roads and ending up with the very principle that the moral and familial communism of Cabet was meant to serve as a bulwark against, the materialism of revolutionary communists, men of pleasure and secret societies. Isn't that an inescapable consequence of the inconsistency that seeks to ground communism on the egotistical cell of the family? The contradiction certainly lies at the very core of the Icarian enterprise, but the reality cannot be reduced to this dialectical reversal or to the interpretation that turns feminine egotism into the solvent of community. It is certainly true that young Madame Chevalon was behind the dissidence of 1850, for example. And considerations of social station may well not have been alien to this daughter of an educated printer whose revolutionary and then Icarian choices were certainly never motivated by poverty. She did not marry her intelligent proletarian, son of a small manufacturer in Lyons, to be the companion of an Icarian wagoner. But she is also the one who had been put in charge of the Icarian education that, in a few months, had repaired the maternal damages done to the education of little girls. If she became a dissident, it was on behalf of the enlightened Icarian women who would like to force the president of Icaria to follow through with a logic that claims to promote women, and to declare them voters and eligible for all public offices, even for the management. 69. As for the dissidents of 1849, all the trouble allegedly stemming from women alone, the explanation would seem to be less simplistic. The accusation brought against Cabet of confiscating trousseaux, separating households, and forbidding parents to talk to their children could be a more specific expression of female and family rancors. But the prohibition of Raspail's medicine, a popular medicine to which Cabet preferred the meticulous system of homeopathy, was of equal concern to both sexes. And the protest raised against the disarmament of men deprived of the pleasure of the hunt well expresses the other egotism against which the founder wages his most dogged war, the male sensualism of revolutionaries steadfastly attached, even in the peaceful and hard-working framework of the community, to unproductive pleasures and secret adventures involving the real and symbolic possession of a gun. Finally, the most basic grievances have to do with the system of intellectual policing by means of which Cabet wages the struggle of the fraternal principle against both forms of egotism, the cellular system, which forbids them to talk to inhabitants of Nauvoo, the collective letters signed under dictatorial pressure, and the reports made against one another to ensure the publicity that is indispensable to Icarian transparency. 70. The dynamics of Icarian conflict, of its shifting alliances, will become clear in the relationship between these three real and imaginary terms, the egotism of aristocratic distinctions, the sensualism of revolutionary workers, and the system of fraternal police. Every party, at every moment in the life of the community, will unfurl one and the same flag, that of the fight against egotism. But each time the whole problem will lie in recognizing the source and emblems of egotism. The long conflict leading in 1856 to the revolt of the majority and the exclusion of the father will be a conflict between two interpretations of egotism, two images of the fight against individualism. The fight of Cabet's opponents will be carried out in the name of a certain representation of the egotist menace, the setting up of a new aristocracy of bureaucrats and bourgeoisie. Over against that they will introduce the opposition of the producer to the idler, choosing their emblems in the realm of dress and delighting in the pose of the untidy worker and in denunciations of aristocratic toilettes. In this display Cabet will recognize the very shape of egotism against which he has waged war so long, that of the sensualist worker sacrificing the sweet pleasures of fraternity to egotistical affirmation of his vanity as a free worker, devotee of the individualistic pleasures of tobacco, whiskey, and the hunt. The whole rhetoric of Icarian conflicts is played out as the representation of egotism slides back and forth between these two poles. When, for example, the loyal prudent has become the head of the parricidal opposition, Cabet will strive in vain to remind him of his 1852 letters in which he pleaded with the father of the community to come back quickly to put an end to deviations. In vain will Cabet denounce his alliance with the hardheads and the devotees of tobacco and the hunt, with whom he had had a bone to pick not so long ago. A reply of the anti-Cabet majority will set things straight about the famous laxity that supposedly gave free rein to the sensualism of hunters and smokers while Cabet was away, but what and where exactly was this laxity? In tolerating scandalous vices? No. It had to do specifically with the matter of grooming. 71. No confusion, then. In Prudent's tenacious defense of orthodoxy, in his dietary economies that turned Icarian meals into fasts, in his diatribes against the women who wanted to resemble mares rigged out in harness, and in his emulation of a general when he said he would not count the dead on the battlefield, 72 we can already recognize the rudiments of his future alliance with his one-time adversaries, the partisans of unlimited liberty, absolute equality, and an independence to the point of license. 73. Those partisans would be the sensualist workers, cabinet maker Matthew, employed in making wheels and clapboard, tailor Labranry, potter turned cooper and busy worker in the mobile workshops of the woodcutters and clapboard makers, his colleague Serbold, who also shifted from the peaceable trade of tailor to the rugged labors of the gardeners, woodcutters, and miners, and all those who, like them, abandon their sedentary trade to the weak, the devoted. And the stool pigeons whose workshops adjoin the administration offices and the refectory from which one should not be too far away if one wants one's sure share of the community manna. All those who choose the rugged labors and adventurous life of the fields, the islands, or the flatboat to regain both the free air of individualism and the sense of communist solidarity. This choice already indicates the broad lines of the future alliance between their sensualism and the rigidness of the Icarian worker elite. Serious and enterprising workers like joiner Gerard, an able farmer and good administrator, carpenter Farrandon, and wheelwright Cotteron, organizers of the rugged work of the crews in charge of cutting down and cleaving wood, the doctrinaires and bureaucrats of the Icarian Old Guard, jeweler Prudent, tailor Favard, brother of Cabet's deceased son-in-law, and teacher and Spanish revolutionary Montaldo. The sentiment that they feel differently today, but that will unite them tomorrow, is that they are the true Icarians. They are the ones who have burned their boats and bridges to the old world, cashing in their assets and giving them honestly to the community, abandoning a relatively satisfactory position in France, in America, changing the trade they had learned for the rugged works that ensure the material life of the community. They are the ones who feel that they embody Icarian faith and practice, like another old Icarian and old dissident, Weaver Thurm, who survived the first vanguard and shifted from the tranquility of the pharmacy to the labors of the coopers and woodcutters. I have reached the point where it would be impossible to work for myself personally. I am convinced that if I were to go back to the old world, even if I had every imaginable means to become rich, it would be impossible for me to do so. I am a communist by nature and temperament. I could not be anything else. 74. Above and beyond their conflicts, all those people are united against the others, the false Icarians, driven by poverty and with nothing to lose, who came to enjoy rather than to build, and who left again clinging to who knows what plank of illusory salvation, the communists in their own imagination, who do not resolve to leave France and burn their boats but think that their propaganda work and their subscriptions for the colony give them the right to advise their brothers in Nauvoo, the amateurs and aristocrats who come to give the community a try, all the more readily in that they are no longer asked to burn their boats. For the law of April 1850, imposed by Cabet on a reticent community, permits the new arrivals, upon withdrawal, to take back 80% of their contribution, whereas the earlier members had surrendered their entire contribution to the society. The new rule encourages the coming of the irresolute people mentioned in Prudent's diatribe, where he bade the Parisian official in charge of departures to dissuade such people from seeking the American mirage. So the symbolic combat that will forge the first alliance between the guardians of orthodoxy and the ringleaders of dissidence will be the fight for the abrogation of the April Law. In their minds the law creates two classes in Icaria, and it transforms the old members, the soldiers of the vanguards and the great departures of 1848, who burned their boats, into slaves or servants entrusted with the task of washing the dirty linen of the new arrivals, privileged people, bourgeois, aristocrats. The new arrivals come without burning their bridges behind them and enjoy the benefit of satisfying options. If they don't like it in the colony, they can take back most of their contribution. If they do like it, they can display all their finery and try to win a place in line with their capabilities. So when President Cabet returns in 1852, he finds his lieutenants Prudent and Favard in agreement with the partisans of unlimited liberty and absolute equality. But he has little trouble in unmasking the egotistical calculus behind their parade of communist orthodoxy. After all, what was the aim of the April Law? By easing the material conditions for admission, it sought to revitalize a propaganda adversely affected by the disappointments of the first 2 years and by the deteriorating situation in France itself, and thus to encourage contributions in the form of men and capital that would enable them to undertake the great project, the founding of Icaria in the desert. In asking for the abrogation of this law in the name of equality, the critics are doing nothing less than undermining promotional efforts and the means to build Icaria. And why should they want to kill Icaria in this way, if not out of an egotistical desire to divide its spoils? It all fits together. The rigor with which the orthodox Prudent and Favard push for the departure of hundreds of Icarians, arguing that one must deal with the evil and root out all the habits, all the defects, everything, incompatible with communitarian life. 75 has the same objective as the demagogy that commands the rich to burn their boats and the sensual appetite that, under the appearance of great community works, goes away to hide its vices and concoct its intrigues far from the gaze of the administration. The aim of refusing to refund contributions is to increase the community portion, and the aim of forcing as many colonists as possible to leave, especially the rich ones, is to reduce the number of those who have a right to a share. And what lies behind this desire for sharing if not appetites that have been whetted, in the father's absence, by indulgence toward hunting, tobacco, and whiskey? Thus the unnatural alliance of rigorist bureaucrats, hard workers, and revolutionary pleasure seekers avows its logic and its purpose, to dissolve the great community and keep the money of all those driven out, to get rid of the widows, orphans, old people, and disabled, who burden the colony with the weight of fraternity, to share out the spoils and live in individualism or in small private associations. 76 The latter would be egotistical associations of workers laboring hard but on their own hours and for themselves alone, proscribing the hierarchy of directors and directed, the luxuries of bourgeois comfort, and aristocratic distinctions, but devoted to the coarse sensual pleasures of tobacco, whiskey, and the hunt. Individualistic communities already prefigured in the little republics, the little secret societies of the mobile workshops of the woodcutters and miners, on the fields several leagues away where the farmers spend the busy season together, on the flatboat that spends its week between Nauvoo, the islands, and Keokuk, and at the mill, the distillery, and the nearby house that had to be rented to lodge their workers during peak periods, when they worked day and night. So it all fits together. And the high-sounding words of Citizen Prudent, burning one's boats, burning one's bridges, Sword of Damocles, serfs, slaves, bourgeois, aristocrats, privileged, are incapable of disguising the individualism that is contaminating the fraternal morality of communism through the roundabout pathways of worker pride or doctrinal purity. It is no accident then that between the battle over the April Law won by Cabet in 1852 and the Great Icarian Crisis of 1855 to 1856 lost by him, the essential battle in the life of the community centers on the moral reform of November 1853.77. The ensemble of 37 points submitted to the General Assembly by Cabet clearly brings out the link, and the order of priorities, between the productive progress of the colony preparing to immigrate to the desert of Iowa, where it has just bought land and sent its first detachments, and the reform of individual colonists. To be sure, Articles 34 and 35, calling for better chosen workshop bosses to watch over, direct, and report more completely on the work done, are adopted unanimously. But one would be surprised to find them near the end of the list, coming after Article 33, which calls for the embellishment of the common room and the maintenance of the grass and flowers on the walkway, if one did not realize that these material improvements are strict consequences of the moral principles in preceding articles. Affirmation of an Icarian religion, Article 29, 6 opposed, need for an Icarian course of lectures to teach Icarian principles, and obligatory attendance at the course, Article 24, unanimous, prohibition of criticisms outside the constitutional framework of the General Assembly, Articles 25 and 26, unanimous out of respect for the Constitution, devotion to the women and children, and observation of the proprieties required to further respect for the former and the education of the latter, Articles 3 and 28. But the major matter and the core of the reform are Articles 9 to 22. Articles 9 to 11 prohibit the use of whiskey, except as strictly regulated by the General Assembly, unanimous out of respect for the General Assembly. Article 22 prohibits hunting and fishing as pleasures and meets the full complement of opponents, 28. And, above all, Articles 12 to 22, opposed by 17 who cannot be swayed, lay down minute details about refusing admission to smokers and the circumstances of time and place when the pipe and chewing tobacco may be tolerated in the case of old members who claim that they cannot break the habit. For the question of principle far outweighs the reckoning of the material damages imputed to hunting and tobacco. My opinion, my conviction is, that the use of tobacco is unnecessary, pointless, expensive, harmful to health, dangerous, senseless, etc. More serious still, I am convinced that it is detrimental, not only to work, but also to study, learning, moralization. I am convinced that it fosters sensualism, materialism, egotism, and that it extinguishes the sentiments of dedication and fraternity as well as the ideas of duty and mission. I am convinced that tobacco, in its effects, is the destruction of our Icarian doctrine, that it paves the way for the violation of all our principles, that it is essentially and eminently anti-Icarian, and that it will lead our community to ruin without fail. For me, then, the issue of tobacco takes in all the other issues. In our system of Icarian community, everything fits together, is connected and complementary. All the indicated conditions are necessary. With the abuse of tobacco, all sorts of abuses will follow. With reform of tobacco, all the other reforms will become easy. Without that reform, no other reform is possible. 78. It all fits together, of course, but how is it that the question of tobacco could be the keystone of the community arch? And how can we determine or appreciate what goes back to the analysis of egotism, tobacco, sensualist enjoyment within the worker's scope, what follows from the principle of obedience to their father, versus the defiance of his authority and the specific insult to him, since he is bothered by tobacco smoke, the noise of loud conversations, and the noise of slammed doors, and what has to do with the taste for secrecy, which needs to be forbidden to be practiced. But behind the paternal fancy linked to the question of tobacco, there is also a perfectly down-to-earth conception of the buildup of communism, even though the touchiness of his proletarian children obliges their father to present it in ambiguous terms. We need to increase our number, since we want to form a people. We need men who will bring us not only their arms, but also all sorts of talents and money. But how might we be able to propagandize effectively? There are rich men and women, sympathetic to the cause of the people and progress, disposed to sacrifice everything to join up with sober and thrifty workers, imbued with the sentiment of human dignity, fraternal, refined, clean, etc., etc. But how can we induce them to leave their homeland, cross the ocean, brave dangers and hardships, to come into the midst of a sensualist and egotistical people, smoking and chewing tobacco, etc., etc.? 79. Clearly it is not the unbridled sensualism embodied in the use of tobacco that threatens to repel these people sympathetic to the cause of the people and progress. Rather, it is the odor of the pipe and the dirty face and beard of tobacco-chewing workers, who are probably brawlers as well, ill-dressed, and lacking in manners toward ladies. That is also why the issue of tobacco is linked to the matter of embellishing the common house, planting grass on the esplanade, tending flowers, decorating the refectory, putting oilcloths on its rough-hewn tables, and replacing the wrought iron dinnerware, which looks black even when it is clean, 80 with crockery. For this flirtatious propagandizing through the eyes should combine with the reform of proletarian habits to attract abilities and capital sums sympathetic to the cause of the people and indispensable for the building of Icaria. The battle over the definition of egotism is, in fact, a conflict over the course of the Icarian political economy as well. The hard workers, led by the industrious joiner, farmer, and administrator Gerard, challenge Cabet's economic competence, denounce the burden imposed by incompetent and unproductive people, propose the creation of new industrial enterprises, and envisage forms of competition at work. But Cabet sticks to a simple economic principle: capital is needed to create enterprises. And so, in the face of disappointing results, the balance sheets of community activity published under Cabet's responsibility tend to put less and less emphasis on persevering effort and solidarity in trying ordeals, and more emphasis on the limits of what can be done without capital. Thus, the account of workshop activities in September 1855 stresses that almost all the workshops are in their infancy. 81 improvements at the mill and the distillery would require large expenditures, and fairly large sums would be needed for grain purchases. For Icarian agriculture continues to operate under precarious conditions, rented lands far removed from headquarters and habituating their workers to individual living. It would take money to remedy that situation. As for livestock, the colony so far has been limited to what was strictly necessary. It has only 14 horses and 25 oxen for plowing and transport, 400 to 500 pigs providing menus that are a bit monotonous, and some 20 fine cows, whose 80 to 140 liters of milk obviously cannot feed the 500 community members and assure them milk with their morning coffee, one of the main Icarian frustrations. The cows' heads leave much to be desired also, because they would require large expenditures of money or time. New sources of income would also have to be found by establishing some large and lucrative industry, but large sums of capital are needed to create big industries. The Icarian desert in Iowa is now inhabited by 57 pioneers, and it is hoped that construction of the first Icarian town will begin in the spring. Its hygienic lodgings will be laid out diagonally vis-a-vis the cardinal points, but obviously the complete and definitive transfer will necessarily take time and a great deal of money. The conditions for building Icaria are clear, then. It is sheer folly or treacherous calculation on the part of the supposed guardians of communist doctrine and laborers in the major Icarian enterprises to want to create a new and ridiculous aristocracy of strong arms, to set up a party of strong men or workers in opposition to new people, bourgeois people, intellectuals, and aristocrats. 82 The primacy of production can only mean the primacy of capital. But capital goes only where it finds disciplined and orderly work. And it must be put to work by talented men, such as those who gradually gather around Cabet and replace the proletarians of the old guard, the American Emil Baxter, son of a St. Quentin manufacturer and experienced in all sorts of business matters, who does his best to persuade one of his friends, a prosperous manufacturer and unwitting communist, to contribute his expertise and his capital to the colony. 83 Farmer Haymart, once a soldier in Africa, who returned from military service to learn agronomy and transform his lands into a model estate. The Reynaud family, Father Reynaud, a democratic proprietor victimized by repression, contributes properties worth 20,000 francs to the cause. His wife takes over the school for little girls that was the haunt of dissidents not long ago, and their son is the best hope of the school for boys. The accounting expert Dujardin, and lawyer Mercadier, a man of action as well as of learning and eloquence. In the spelling out of the two preconditions for the project, time and money, the workers should readily recognize their portion. It is that of time, that is, hard work and patience. If capital is to come and be put to work, the colony must have decent, first-rate workers who do not repel persons sympathetic to the people's cause, Icarians who give up their vanity as proletarians or communist veterans to give a fraternal welcome to men of ability, disciplined workers who leave it to capital and talent to prepare the great project and contribute the effort that depends on them. And they will do this by allowing themselves to be organized as need and competence require, by devoting themselves to work without wasting time in chatting or criticizing, by husbanding materials, keeping tools in good repair, and preserving their labor power from the perils of tobacco, whiskey, and hunting. So what is required of them is something very different from the disorder created in the workshops by the self-styled partisans of industrial enterprises. Some have arranged their shops as they felt like it, placing men of the same opinions together. A worker leaves his shop to go to another, refuses the assigned task, refuses to give back his tools, or breaks them to get out of a job he doesn't like. 84 Not to mention the peculiar practices of those strange partisans of industry who, like Joiner Chartrey, in charge of the sawmill, break their tools to force the management to modernize the plant. So it all fits together in the building of Icaria and in the primacy of the fraternity that governs it. The preconditions for economic growth, the moralization of the workers, and the means of propaganda dovetail, as we learn from the task of embellishing the refectory that is prescribed in Article 33. They will have to wait a bit for the crockery. But already painter Schroeder, himself a bit of a dissident nonetheless, is at work decorating its walls with inscriptions that combine the aesthetic requirements of propaganda through the eyes with lessons suited to reviving the communist morality and fraternal discipline of the Icarian workers. You must plow and sow before you reap. The era of foundation, of labor and fatigue, is not the era of enjoyment and repose. There is no fruitful work without organization, without order, without direction and discipline. License and anarchy are the enemies of liberty. The aristocracy of muscles would not be fairer than the aristocracy of birth. Man is not nourished by bread alone, but also by doctrine. Don't say. Let no one say anything, so that all ills may be hidden. Say, rather. Let everyone say everything, so that no ill may be unknown. 85. But there may be a less winning reason why the maxims of the Icarian course of lectures must be painted in multicolored letters on all the walls of the common room. It is that the Icarian course is impossible to hold. This is not a new situation. From the very start, the very conditions that make the course indispensable also make it impracticable. The course of lessons is designed to teach the principles of Icarian fraternity to those not literate enough to read the works of the founder, and to recall them to those who are letting themselves be corrupted by habits inherited from the old world. And it has a very specific purpose, to promote the unity of thought required for unity of action, to ensure that all speak, write, and act as one human being with one single heart. But for the course to produce this unanimity, there must already be unanimity on the principle that it be held and that attendance be obligatory. Everyone must attend, otherwise, its purpose will not be achieved. 86 It is also necessary that no conflict in the community prevent the founder from devoting himself to the preparation of the course. But, alas, that is what has kept arising. Planned before the departure, the course could not be held in the first 3 years because of difficulties and disagreements. When it had just started, it was interrupted in January 1851 by Cabet's trip to France. Article 24 of the Reform of November 1853 called for the resumption of the course and obligatory attendance. Unfortunately, it had to be stopped at the end of 3 months because the opposing party had found ways to directly counter its whole purpose. To those who asked them, "Aren't you going to the course?" they replied, "No, I prefer to smoke my pipe rather than go to hear a sermon." Or, "I have already heard that humbug 100 times." When they attended, they assumed a mocking air and tried to distract the attention of those around them with coarse jokes. 87. The attitude of these opponents lays bare the futility of a discourse on fraternity whose whole effect was played out in the staged unanimity surrounding endorsement of the idea. It does not even take hostile talk to ruin it. All it takes is the silent opposition of one of the lost children who affects to read a newspaper during a ceremony in which the president is laboring to give a talk on fraternity. 88. And, indeed, what might these opponents learn about the subject that is new? These are men who now have behind them 10 or 15 years of communist militancy and Icarian teaching, former lieutenants Favard and Prudent, Clerk Marchand, a survivor of the first vanguard, Busk, former editor of Le Travail in Lyons, Glover Morat and cabinet-maker Musserin, who regularly attended meetings on Rue Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Montaldo the Spaniard, who was propagating the doctrine in Barcelona before 1848. The operative fraternity now is their fraternity, but of course it is a false fraternity of partisan hiring, of vices they agree to conceal, of conspiracies plotted in silence. It is the fraternity of materialist communists and secret societies that has found its leader in Glover Morat, who was undoubtedly sent by the enemy to ruin Icaria. In France he was a devoted reader of the individualistic and anarchistic Proudhon, although no one knows exactly where he found time to study him so thoroughly, and he is always ready to outdo the master in using words beyond the understanding of the workers. 89. An active, intelligent, and daring man, he could certainly have been a distinguished man if he had followed the path of duty, but he was a pleasure-seeking sensualist and rake, with a passion for billiards, etc., hence not much of a worker, and therefore inclined to secret societies, riots, and insurrection. 90. He had thrown himself into the June insurrection and found himself, by chance, at the Fontainebleau barrier where General Brea was assassinated, a deed from which he was exonerated, again by chance. Then he came to carry out his Jesuitical mission in this community, his first act being to ravish, before the eyes of his wife, the female companion of the friend who had paid for his passage. Futile, too, are these shocking revelations, which the sole publisher and editor of the Revue Icarienne uses to illustrate the principle of publicity that is the soul of communitarian life. They can only reinforce the alliance of workers and pleasure seekers, of dissidents and orthodox, in the little private associations where the opposition maneuvers to isolate or exclude the devoted followers of M. Cabet. In the isolated shops of the mill, the distillery, and the sawmill, the former co-director of the community, Favard, and the former manager of Le Populaire, merchant Cotitron from Rouen, have joined up with longtime dissident Chartres. There they all put up with the excessive drinking of former tailor Fund and former shoemaker Sturck. In the coopering shop Prudent has joined up with longtime dissidents Therme and Labrennerie, the sensualist Beiton, a determined opponent of the reform, and the two sons of the former shoemaker and philosopher of Orsay, Valade, who himself resolved to persevere in his vice of smoking after Cabet called smokers pigs. On the flatboat former director Montaldo comes to an understanding with the dissidents and drinkers, tailor Bormans, weaver Richard, shoemaker Voigt-Urier and marble cutter Ryandel. In the mobile workshops carpenter Farrandon and wheelwrights Matthew and Cotteron first seek a handshake from Cooper Beiton, dissidents Therme, Serbold, and Labrennerie, and even the Bohemian Jew Katz, famous and despised not long ago for his laziness. All of them are now beyond the reach of fraternal discourse and paternal admonitions, solidly encamped in the bastions where the party of the strong, the Hercules, the Reds, the old-timers, and the revolutionaries encircles and isolates in a division as imaginary as it is real the party of the devoted encamped at the center of the colony. That party includes the administrators and aristocrats Reynaud, Baxter, Haymart, and Dujardin, the fine talkers like Mercadier, Lawyer, and Gascon, the stool pigeons who, like pork butcher Romanoff and weaver Bigot, report the refectory conversations and refrains of the opponents, the weak workers of the sedentary workshops, shoemakers, tailors, and joiners, the infirm, like Taylor Walkfin, a survivor on crutches of the first vanguard, now posted to the infirmary, the old men, like Cledes from Toulouse, who is employed in the refectory, and Coef from Vienne, who is in charge of distribution, and other faithful who can no more be armed by the litany of lectures on morality and fraternity than can the opponents be disarmed by it. So it is a closed circle of education from now on. Failing to give the course, the father of the community can keep printing and commenting indefinitely on the 48 conditions for admission in the Revue Acarienne and various brochures. He can show once again how the fraternal principles are being violated, by the men who smoke in the workshops, break their tools, voice criticisms outside the General Assembly, use community wood to make toys for their children, consume 16 liters of whiskey in 6 days to make peach salad, and go so far as to break window panes to get at their favorite beverage, by the women who refuse to turn in their jewels, squeeze the waists of their little daughters into corsets to the point of suffocating them, wage war on the school regulation forbidding the curling and braiding of hair, and sometimes go so far as to kill their children with indigestion while complaining about Icaria's meager fare, by the little boys who are determined to eat unripe fruit, the girls who write love letters and swallow them when one tries to take them away, the youngsters fresh out of school who talk disrespectfully to their elders. And by the old man who caused his own death by stuffing himself with melon during a cholera epidemic. 91 The very mixture of male, revolutionary forms of sensualism with female, aristocratic forms of egotism can only increase the dissident front and close the reformer, more than ever, in the circle of popular moralization. The more miserable the people are by virtue of their ignorance, inexperience, and blindness, the more resolved I am to persevere in my dedication, because I say to myself that the unhappiness of humanity will be perpetual unless someone has the courage to dedicate himself to putting an end to it by a better organization of society. 92. But to put an end to the ignorance and blindness of the Acarian people, one must eliminate the obstacles to the necessary education that are being placed by the people or, rather, by the party corrupting them. The last commentary on the 48 conditions for admission clearly points up the means to escape the circle. The first condition is that one be thoroughly acquainted with the Acarian system, which presupposes the reopening of the course of lectures, but for that it is absolutely necessary that I have more authority and no opposition. 93 The seventh condition is respect for fraternity, which is the soul of the community, but to give fraternal feelings the force and charm that are properly theirs will require efforts and means involving great power in the management of the society. The eighth condition forbids members to abuse one another, but the old habits of the old world could gravely trouble the society if the guardian of public peace did not have the authority needed to wipe out forever these remnants of barbarism. In short, there must be a quick return to the principles of Acarian fraternity, but how is this to be done? By combining the persuasion of the Acarian course with the firmness and vigilance of a more empowered administration. No fraternity without education, and no education without the authority needed to compel the rebels to submit or resign. What claims to be a republic of work must be brought back to its true source, the paternal dictatorship of love. One must save this Icaria, which does not belong to the shareholders of Nauvoo but to the cause of humanity. Icaria no longer exists today, hence I must resurrect it. 94. It is a call for the return of Acarian authority to the man who rightfully incarnates its full legitimacy, its founder. In the 1847 charter of the society he had written, in the interest of frankness, that the official manager for the 10 years of transition would be M. Cabet. But after the second dissidence he had thought it wise to propose the bastard government that ever since has had the doctrinal legitimacy of the father's authority existing alongside the democratic and formal republic of associated workers. Under this multiple management, the president and his 5 co-directors submit to the voting of the General Assembly. The only difference, unwritten but obvious, is that the 5 other managers submit to the choice of their brothers, whereas the president has the legitimacy of his paternal authority confirmed by the unanimous acknowledgement of his children. In December 1855 Cabet denounces this double authority. He asks for a presidential term of 4 years. He wants supreme authority over everything having to do with education, the distribution of accommodations, the distribution of workers in the workshops, and the makeup of those workshops. Workshop directors or administrators are to be appointed to deal more specifically with financial matters. And committees are to be appointed to oversee the fulfillment of the rules and regulations and ensure decency, propriety, simplicity, order, carefulness, thriftiness, and the health of the children at the time of their arrival. 95. This is an attempted coup d'état by Cabet, and his opponents, used to taking up arms against monarchical ordinances, rise up against it, all the more successfully since he lacks the material means to carry it out. Faced with an opposition arrayed in the insignia of the defense of the Constitution, Cabet's paternal authority has no recourse except to Icarian public opinion. But the latter is powerless because it has allowed its unanimity to be impaired by the scheming of one party. The Cabet coup d'état permits the 2 parties to mimic the great sessions of the revolutionary assemblies in their Nauvoo meetings between December 1855 and May 1856. But its main effect is to reveal the father's authority in all its nakedness and bring its majesty down to the bourgeois level of the vaudevilles and dramas so dear to the unpolished Icarian theatre. In the terrible nighttime session of May 12, 1856, that saw his dethronement, it is not surprising that Cabet should take particular note of the comment by Favard, the same man who once recommended that the workers be governed with an iron rod. Our president no longer wants the Constitution. He wants to govern as an absolute master, as a papa, a veritable papa. A patriarch is not what we need. 96. Cabet undoubtedly has some right to be astonished that the speaker should try to evoke ridicule with the words papa and patriarch, attack all the more unbecoming in the mouth of the brother of his son-in-law. But in this parricide, which he will denounce from that night in May when the majority of his children strip him of his authority to the November night when he will die far from the colony with his still loyal children around him, are we not to see something other than a mere settling of family accounts? Namely, the end of the time when worker dreams of another world could recognize themselves in the offer of love made by those men who sacrifice their fortune and social position to the cause of the people? The end of the time when the verse of St. Matthew's Gospel bidding the master to be the servant of all implied a reciprocal acknowledgement accepted by the most ardent Republicans and Communists, that is, that authority belonged rightfully to those who had the most to lose and were therefore making the greatest sacrifice. This logic was evident to all, once upon a time. Today Cabet breathlessly tries to recall it to engraver Lafayette, who had once been an apologist for the carefree life of the colony and co-author of a letter of homage to Cabet, who, as theoretician, has merited the title Father of the People. His lost son now talks about the courage shown by sedentary workers grappling with the tough work of farming and about men used to a certain degree of comfort in their lives as individuals who have seen their loved ones die for want of a doctor. Cabet has a ready response. For 7 years he has sacrificed himself. But did he do it for me or for himself? Was it not, as he said in his toast of February 3, 1855, for the certainty that when he would be sick, the community would take care of him, his wife, and his children, giving him the means to go out walking, cane in hand, like a fine bourgeois gentleman? And I also recall that when he might well have taken the opportunity to address a word of thanks to the head, who was sacrificing himself to procure for him such an enviable lot, he spoke only of the community. He had not a single word for the man who had spent his nights and days organizing things, who had sacrificed everything, fortune and family, to cross the ocean, braving all sorts of fatigues and dangers to ensure the happiness of his brothers. 97. All these demonstrations are now taken the wrong way. The nights of paternal devotion are now nothing more than the spare time activities of a lazy man and the sleepless nights of a despot seeking to amass dossiers and reports on his opponents and right now to organize a guard to protect himself from the parricides. They, for their part, are sleeping peacefully in their beds after a day of hard work. 98. What about the alleged inequality of the sacrifice made by workers materially interested in improving their working class lot on the one hand, and the man who spends himself solely for the welfare of the cause on the other? That is simply the haughty conceit of the philanthropist, who disparages the material situation and moral aspirations of his companions to get across his own merits. When Monsieur Cabet criticizes what he calls the opposition for not being worth a damn as compared with what he calls the bourgeois people, the men of insight and intelligence, that means he supposedly dragged us out of the depths of poverty in order to cover us with the shame of a black ingratitude. Let Monsieur Cabet give an account of our contributions, of our subscriptions and others. We shall see whether or not we were hard workers capable of creating our independence by our work. 99. To the man who now is nothing more than Monsieur Cabet, the rediscovered vanity of the good worker announces that the ages of love are past and gone. The workers bid farewell to the friends of the people, the repetition of the great revolutionary scenes and the show of call-used hands are revived in the pioneer pride of these self-made men. Should we see this production as the prefiguration of the chance that will teach workers tomorrow that there is no supreme savior, that they must save themselves? Or is it possible that the murder itself is merely a substitute, that hating the father is merely a disguised way of living the failure of the communitarian idea, of taking disgust for doctrinal fidelity still? Theirs is a disgust born of an accumulation of little things that have rubbed away at fraternal faith and worn it to shreds, bitterness at one's table mates for emptying the butter dish before it gets to the end of the table, then anger at the cooks who come up with a solution fit for children and cut the butter into equal shares before serving it, the humiliation of presenting requests for clothes to the committee, of being reproached for negligence and told how to be thrifty as clothes are handed out, of having one's own requests turned down when those of less careful and deserving brothers are honored, the weariness of seeing fewer and fewer people volunteer to unload the flatboat on Sunday mornings, until one Sunday only one man volunteers. 100. Perhaps this explains the ambiguity of those manifestations of communitarian orthodoxy embodied in sabotage of community tools or activities, and the fury unleashed against a despotic father whom they enjoy hanging or burning in effigy in order to avoid avowing openly and honestly that their faith is dead. This is the lie denounced by those who leave the battlefield and return to the old world, since there is no new world, so as not to participate in the hypocritical staging of the Icarian Republic's salvation. For it's either one of two things. Either you want the community or you don't want it. In the first case, if you want the community, if you admit that it is better than individualism, then how could you forget that its author is precisely the man who is the butt of your outrages, and that for this reason alone you owe him more regard and consideration, not to mention respect and thanks? If, on the other hand, after your actual experience with the system, you find it defective, impossible without lies for the outside world and espionage and tyranny within, then in the interest of truth, your family and your friends, why don't you speak your mind openly? 101. What typographer Seaton would like to see admitted frankly by his comrades is the robust truth that Émile Vallet, a son of the shoemaker-philosopher of Orsay who became the painter-philosopher of Nauvoo, would hammer home 30 years later. He would put it in the 1884 issue of the Revue Acarienne, where the last colonists of the Iowa desert were debating with the former inhabitants of Nauvoo and representatives of the young worker movement over whether they ought to have gone there and whether it was the ship or the crew that had been the problem. Why not be honest and admit frankly that we made a mistake, that we donned a habit that is much too long for us, that we did everything we could to behave decently, but we step on it because it is too big for us. Human nature does not agree with the principles of communism, or the principles of communism do not agree with human nature. 102. In another account Émile Vallet again excuses both the Icarian workers and the founder, The majority of the members composing the Icarian society was a selection from the best laboring class of France. The most laborious, honest, economical, intelligent, and philanthropic. Cabet, on his side, was determined to sacrifice his career, his family, happiness, even his life, out of love for the laboring class and to show the practicability of communism. They and he were in earnest sick. But they were human. The ego was too strong to be subdued by the will. They were under the influence of their sensations. Human nature. The beast began to show itself, plainly upsetting all the beautiful dreams. 103. One should not be taken in too much by the seeming simplicity of this moral. If philosopher individualist Émile Vallet can converse in terms of human nature in the review of the last Icarian squadron, the reason is that human nature in 1885 Nauvoo is no longer what it was in 1845 or say, that is, the false nature produced by a bad societal organization and a faulty education that was to be corrected by the rational organization and solid education of the new city. Human nature, too, has stayed in step with the progress, science, industry, and education that have, for 40 years, brought together in countless unforeseen ways the reasons of individualism and those of communism, the paths of big business and those of worker emancipation. Vallet is not inviting his communist adversaries and friends to take note of the immutability of human societies or to return to ancient values. He is inviting them to grasp and appreciate the evolution that is transforming both material conditions and human mentalities, that will unite the incompatibilities of an earlier day and make truly possible the dream that shipwrecked the Icarians in pursuit of it. Vallet appeals to an experience shared by those who have returned to the battles of individualism without ceasing to be militants for progress, and by those who continued to pursue the Icarian dream after their father's death. Of those who continued to pursue the dream of community, the rebellious majority left Nauvoo for the promised land of Iowa. Those who remained loyal to their father gathered in St. Louis and then in Cheltenham, Missouri, rest stops on a desert journey they will never resume. It is with the majority in Iowa that the philosopher of Nauvoo, Vallet, argues his case. But the history of the Loyalists in Cheltenham would undoubtedly be the best illustration of his philosophy of Icarian history. For while the strong workers of the majority were at work paying off their debts in Nauvoo and clearing land in Corning, Iowa, the shoemakers, tailors, weak workers, good students, and fine talkers of the minority were at work laying down the laws and principles of their republic. The death of their father now compelled every citizen to assume responsibility for a republic that would obviously be a new thing in history. We are inaugurating something of which we find no examples. We have seen warrior peoples, secret societies, industrial and artistic nations. We, for our part, want to be a reformer people, a philosopher people. 104. So this philosophic people takes Icarian doctrine and organization into its own hands. It sets about weighing each article of its new constitution and busies its print shop, for want of more remunerative work, in publishing its law bulletins, on the social contract, adopted after 5 meetings, on the organization of work, on tobacco, on taking inventory, on dealing with outsiders, and so on. It solemnly resumes an Icarian course of study. This is no longer the father's course of sermons, but a mutual schooling. The young people fresh from the Icarian school learn by teaching others, and female citizens, who do not have the right to vote yet, now take the floor to teach. Citizen Grubert, the widow of Nauvoo's music teacher, gives lessons on what constitutes true happiness, and her daughter Claudine is deemed experienced enough to analyze the causes of evil. The former director of the girls' school in Nauvoo extols the virtues of politeness, and her son Charles Raynaud extols those of emulation. Jules Cleed celebrates fraternity, and Louis Gillett celebrates goodwill. President Mercadier concerns himself especially with public festivals, which should be part of the course of instruction and thus form a complete system dovetailing with the social order we propose to establish. 105. It is the social order of a worker people that rejects both the vanity of the new woodcutters, miners, and bargemen of Nauvoo and the family routine that takes labor power away from productive work and uses it up in useless mending and repairing. The law on the organization of work reforms the workshops, which must now bring in serious returns, and it imposes silence as a matter of salvation. 106 The Commission de Detroit eliminates mending and concentrates the efforts of dressmakers and tailors, who are beginning to be mechanized, on production and sales. And the transfer of the community to Cheltenham, in theory at least, opens the way for new remunerative industries, a spinning mill, a brewery, a nursing home, and several nursery gardens. For the nursery gardens, the Icarians in France are asked to send seeds of 10 varieties of cabbage, of 40 other vegetables, several varieties of cherries, peaches, prunes, apricots, and currants, and 60 varieties of flowers to grow in open ground until greenhouses are built. Reading the balance sheets of Director Mercadier, however, one can only wonder about the future of this philosophic people. Its vocation is not to cultivate its garden but, more than ever, to accumulate material and moral forces for the building of Icaria in the desert. It is heartening to see that the colony, now at last precise in the accounting that was not Cabot's strong point, is beginning to show returns. We are earning about $140 a week, tailors, $2, shoemakers, 15, coopers, 15, miscellaneous, 2. I estimate that this season we will produce an average of $180 a week. I estimate that expenditures will rise to $75 a week. 107. But there is reason for uneasiness also, given the pace of the community's economy and goodwill. How many years will it take to realize the primitive accumulation for Icaria? And how many articles must be added to the statutes on the organization of work to put an end to the rebelliousness of Mason lawyer? He comes late to work, dawdles, talks during work, says that no one would want to knock himself out at spinning, refused to go on the mulberry detail and made fun of those who did, stops during work to take a sort of English course with Citizen Daisy, went to dine with a hostile dissident, causes trouble in the General Assembly, and criticizes everything. 108 But if one wants to reinforce Icarian legislation, isn't one in danger of curing evil with evil? Is it not possible that the lawmaking passion of the philosophic people only seems to be opposed to disorder in production and actually goes back to the one and only source of communitarian ills, the perversion of the Icarian spirit by the revolutionary spirit? Reading reports of the sessions that the General Assembly devotes to review and revision of the Constitution, one is impressed first and foremost by the serious tone and skill in difficult debates that have been acquired by the former students of teacher Cabot. There are long and detailed debates, projects posted in the refectory for the reflection of all, efforts by the Committee of Conciliation, and supplementary discussions carried over to the workshop of the tailors after dinner. Unfortunately, the result of all that is a new schism, which, in March 1859, deprives the colony of 1/3 of its members and the core of the old guard of devoted followers. But that is no longer surprising. For the old Icarians are obviously the ones most infected with the original vice of the community, the confused mingling of the revolutionary spirit and the Icarian spirit. It was combated with difficulty by Cabot's preaching between 1840 and 1847, reinscribed in their thinking and their behavior by the ill-fated revolution of February 1848, and confirmed by the great debates in Nauvoo. So there is nothing astonishing about the apparent inconsistency of these veteran communists. They all continued to view their spirit of revolutionary solidarity as the spirit of Icarian fraternity, and their republican passion for laws and regulations as a sense of community order. So Director Mercadier in Cheltenham and Toulouse, who is in charge of the Paris office, are not distressed about what is not so much a dissidence as the end of an era, the tragic revolutionary decade that the former combatants replayed as a farce, where they could rid of all those false Icarians, all the falser in that they were longer in the movement. Icaria can now finally begin. It is only today that we are masters of ourselves and are beginning to found Icaria. 109 Is some practical verification of this statement needed? During the 3 months of parliamentary debate, the average weekly intake of the colony had been $137. In May and June, with 37 fewer workers and workshops in need of reorganization, the intake rose to $193. These figures are more eloquent than any words we might say to pass judgment on Icaria's prehistory, and they indicate the royal road of its history. With the young people who have learned true fraternity at the Icarian school, the new arrivals for whom Icarian courses are now organized in France, and the enlightened female citizens who are taking on new responsibilities, the little core of authentic Icarians will finally be able to undertake the building of Icaria. The new era, which was inaugurated on May 1, 1859, should reveal the principle of progress, work, in all its purity, a purity once stained by the revolutionary vanity of braggarts. After the last crisis, debates have been put aside and the reign of production has been inaugurated. 110 To organize this reign and kingdom, Director Mercader has drawn up a 10-year plan, 2 years to settle the debts of the colony, 2 years of consolidation, and 6 years of high production to amass the capital. For the founding of Icaria in the desert. That capital is the $500,000 that Cabet, like all the reformers of his generation, was expecting from the generosity of people sympathetic to the cause of progress. The new era, the era of economy, must move beyond the duality of work and ownership in which it had been enclosed up to now. Let us practice the sort of economy and work that are based on properly understood self-interest and love of the community, economy and work that come naturally, are ever present, constantly realize little gains, and produce considerable sums at the end of 1 year and the end of several years. Let us be diligent and punctual, showing the sort of initiative and relish that often double returns without any more effort or difficulty. Let us have the prudence dictated by the dangers involved in acclimation. Let us acquire the bold know-how so necessary for colonists. Let us conform more and more each day to the promptness and facility of the Americans, thanks to which America is undergoing great and quick development. 111. But isn't this communist science of Poor Richard, reinvented by the producer and director of Cheltenham, really lagging behind on the march of economic progress it claims to embrace? One senses that it is torn between a pioneer conception of bold know-how and the promptness of great American enterprises on the one hand, and the old morality of saving on the other. The reason is that the productivity objective must be reconciled with the formation of Icarians who should be fraternal before being strong, thrifty before being enterprising. To launch the battle of Icarian accumulation, there is a need for individuals who measure up to the definition of the Icarian as one who is honest, decent, hard-working, but, above all, good and fraternal. 112 That is the goal of the Icarian course of study. It is also the goal of the Sunday entertainments in which men and women, young and old, are to participate equally, and in which goodwill counts for more than does know-how. Such is the evening entertainment of November 13, 1859.113. Citizen Druessant, shoemaker and member of the entertainment committee, announced the start of the entertainment. The music of the students was a march, pretty rather than new, which left something to be desired as a harmonious whole. Then Citizen Defay, her voice slightly dimmed by the emotion of this first offering, sang the ballad Marguerite, Fermez les yeux. Citizen Byra, wife of the last soldier of the first vanguard, had a cold and proved only her goodwill by singing Le Petit Mousse Blanc. Another woman, Citizen Vinsot, did a fine job with Balthazar, a song depicting the destitution of Lazarus at the rich man's door, and the daughter of deceased Taylor Glunt sang an appropriate song, L'Orpheline. The girls recited several poems, mingling elegy with social criticism, L'Enfant du riche et l'Enfant du pauvre, Naître, Croître et vieillir by Joseph de Jacques, who himself cannot find too much sarcasm for the virtuous circle of the Icarian family, and Le Ruisseau of the young Charles Raynaud. The girls spoke naturally and with expression, but with wooden gestures and a diction too curt for pieces that call for ample gestures and a slow, accentuated pronunciation. Young Louis Gillett injected a less languid note with the loony disguise in which he sang Le Foule Macaton. The public also forgave him for tripping up and having to start over. But if they had good-natured applause for all these manifestations of fraternal goodwill, it was a song memento of 1848 that managed to reawaken their enthusiasm. In a burst of patriotism, the whole assembly joined Citizen Sainton in repeating the refrain of Pierre Dupont's Chant des Soldats. Les peuples sont pour nous des frères, 3 times. Et les tyrants de ennemis. To us the peoples are our brothers. And tyrants are enemies. The evening ended with another memento, the Icarian chant du depart. So everyone could retire with a joyous heart, a radiant soul, a tranquil conscience, hence ready to take up tomorrow's work with new energy and ardor. And Mercader could underline with satisfaction the difference between this entertainment and the recreations of individualism, composed of coarse farces, filthy masquerades, vile, disgusting, degrading hodgepodges. 114 The newly arriving men and women are certainly aware of the progress in community mores resulting from the elimination of tobacco from the Icarian course and its entertainments. The women, in particular, take note of the improvement in male behavior. Writes Madame Lavat, you never hear coarse talk or swear words. You can go anywhere with them at any time without having to blush, because all of them, from the youngest to the oldest, treat us with the greatest respect. 115 Contrasting with these valuations of colony life are the shock and dismay of men and women like Citizen Sauger and Citizen Claudine Mauvaise, who for family reasons have had to leave the colony permanently or temporarily and now are back in the outside world. Here we are in the land of exile. When one has tasted Icarian life and is even a bit of an Icarian, one can no longer live in this chaos. The old world scares me. I cannot live here much longer. It tore my heart to see wretched women, dirty and in tattered rags, using words which I usually did not understand but which I guessed to be very coarse. I also suffered a great deal in the shop where I worked. I could never have a sensible conversation with the women working alongside me. They were only concerned with trifles, or with speaking ill of one another. 116. Such is the paradox of the Icarian colony. It maintains the nostalgic memories of those who have left it much better than it retains those who live in it. Bidding farewell to the colony, Citizen Cum declares, the prevailing decency and the elimination of the coarse remarks that existed in the workshops of individualism proved once more to me that the community was making people moral. 117 But these compliments about morality cannot compensate for the laboring arms that disappear from the effort to carry out the 10-year plan of Icaria. And so the President's address of June 24, 1860, on economy presages a more combative conception of Icarian labor and economy for 1861. In 1861 the workshops will have to manufacture on a large scale, work quickly, not waste a single moment in the year. At the same time, the colony will have to move away from its family routine and envisage the market for its production and consumption in a larger order, not that of shopkeeper exchanges, but rather that of a worldwide trade. In 1861 we shall have to concern ourselves with a matter that has been overly neglected, commerce. We say that our principles abolish commerce. But if we understand the point of this statement correctly, we will be convinced that commerce is not abolished for us insofar as it is useful. We propose to abolish fraud, the waste of time, avarice, and the hoarding of commodities, that is, the abuses and troublesome aspects of commerce. But commerce, understood as the exchange of products, should be encouraged and practiced by us. Up to now it has been neglected too much in the community, and that has been a big mistake. We must begin to correct it by familiarizing ourselves with the main products we consume, and with the countries that can provide us with them. We must be familiar with the commodities and raw materials provided by the markets of New York, England, France, Paris, Rio de Janeiro, Buenos Aires, etc. In 1861 we must begin to familiarize ourselves with the idiom and habits of commerce. 118. In prefiguring the problematic and rhetoric of the communist state capitalists of 1920, the communist economism of 1860 merely reveals its own ridiculousness. For it is in a situation where a reserve fund of $200 would be quite useful for unforeseen community expenses, and where, in the absence of capital or government, it does not even possess the industrial army described by the Icarian law on the organization of work. For if the arrivals of 1860 are no longer the badly reformed revolutionaries that the colony has finally rid itself of, it would be hard to say exactly who or what they are. Citizen Fordel was not serious enough, or enough of an Icarian, to be admitted at the end of his probationary period. The younger Sablier was not an Icarian at all, and his father, whose contribution was paid by the Paris Bureau for his services as a propaganda veteran, was no more of an Icarian than he. Citizen Polly's, a woman who said she was paving the way for the arrival of her husband, crossed the Atlantic only to flee him. Madame Michel had been presented as a person who knew nothing about the Icarian idea, and this opinion proved to be fully justified. As for Citizen Tesson, he concealed his money, criticized the lack of progress in Icaria, and ended his experiment by saying that he had shown enough dedication and was sick of it. 119. It is not surprising that Director Mercadier asks himself and the Parisian official in charge of departures if there will be many Icarians of this sort and if it is worth continuing Icaria. But what exactly is he complaining about? He did not want any more revolutionaries, and these people do not seem to suffer from barricade fever. He wanted good, decent, hard-working, fraternal people, and these people were probably that sort, but in France, with their lives and habits and everything else fixed and regular for a long time, they simply lacked the virtue they had not had the occasion to see so close up in France: perseverance at work in the face of drawbacks. 120. Moreover, these arrivals readily excuse themselves by admitting that they are not combative men. They are not dissidents, revolutionaries, or false Icarians. They are simply non-Icarians, a new variety of the inexhaustible family of people who come to enjoy Icaria rather than build it. But what if this persistent mistake was the result of the false approach adopted by Icaria? Mercadier admits this himself, without taking heed, when he analyzes the thinking of these transient Icarians. Rightly or wrongly, they miss the material position they left behind. And since no philosophical idea enters to fill the void that can be created by the loss of material satisfactions, they get discouraged. 121. But isn't the absence of a philosophical idea to be blamed on the colony rather than on the new arrivals? Don't they complain about seeing so little harmony, sympathy and fraternity among the members of the society? Don't they criticize the state of neglect in which Icarian education has been left? Upon their arrival they were astonished not to find the solemnities that once surrounded fraternal welcome. 122. To be sure, the community can answer that charge, if the colony has not been able to offer a solemn welcome to the most recent arrivals. The reason is that it has been too absorbed in its work. It is only imitating the example of its director, former law student Mercadier, who spends his days in wagon transport between Cheltenham and St. Louis and then tends to his animals before plunging into his nighttime administrative work. But this good reason reveals the radical flaw in the course chosen, the flaw that Bellows vainly tried to combat in writing to Mercadier. More than 100 pages to prove to him that in choosing a president, the society meant to provide itself with a guide as well as an administrator, not a wagoner and commissionaire, that the functions of president were essentially and primarily those of surveillance and initiation, that he was to watch over all the parties and the social movement as a whole, in order to ensure observation of the rules and, above all, observation and practice of the very principle of the society. 123. In the approach based on work and production, which at first seemed to him to be stamped in the gold of the Icarian principle, the guardian of the Icarian heritage in Paris came to recognize too late the latest and most cunning corruption of Icarian doctrine by the revolutionary impatience that is connected with the spirit of pleasurable possession. The dedication of wagoner President Mercadier is nothing but a reverse reproduction of the demagogy of Nauvoo's strong workers and Reds, the application in our colony of direct government by the people, that chimera invented by jealousy in the midst of our European discords and revolutions. 124. If you replace the father, founder of a new moral world, with a shock troop worker intellectual and base the future of communism solely on increased productivity and apprenticeship in commerce, then You should not be surprised to see the arrival of people who judge the community in terms of the well-being it can provide them. For you are simply confirming the narrow, automatic view of the working class. Most of them see Icarian doctrine merely as a system of social organization that guarantees workers against poverty better than individualism does. What they understand best is the organization of work in common, which, through the use of machines and the new forces that science has made available to humanity, allows for a large enough production to satisfy the needs of all in large measure. But, as we have seen already, that is only one side, one part, of our project, the system of social organization. There remains the moral side, our doctrine. Point 125. So Icarian propaganda was duty-bound to re-establish the primacy of moral commandment over material organization. Instead of that, our publications generally contain nothing but reports on the operations of the society, its laws and rules, in short, anything and everything having to do with the organization of the Icarian system. We find a considerable lacuna in our teaching, and the result is that we train incomplete Icarians. Moreover, in the letters of colony members and especially in the complaints of dissidents, we repeatedly come across these words, "I like it" or "I don't like it" here in the community. At the very least, these words are very strange on the lips of people who have taken the designation soldiers of humanity, who have left home and family to go 3,000 miles away and build a model society in order to regenerate the world. Point 126. If the educators allow themselves to be educated by those they are supposed to teach, then failure is inevitable. And a pitiless logic governs this apparently paradoxical situation. From the material standpoint, the Cheltenham Society seems to be alive, its life more vibrant than ever, but from the moral standpoint, it is crumbling bit by bit. 127. No longer capable of correcting the flaw that is killing the colony, the man in Paris responsible for propaganda prefers to abandon it to its fate. Many remarks would be in order with regard to the analysis of Citizen Belouz, especially with regard to the vibrant material life that he contrasts to the moral feebleness of the colony. The truth is that the colony is in the throes of death, not having been able to fulfill the first objective of its plan, paying off its debts. The reason is that the moment it chose for its economic takeoff coincided, unfortunately, with the general economic crisis, then with the Civil War, when half of its members headed elsewhere to defend the cause of right and liberty. Belouz's explanation links the egotism destroying the community with the persistence of the demagogic chimera. But isn't that explanation contradicted by the perseverance of the Nauvoo rebels, who alone will hold up the Icarian banner for 3 more decades at their farming retreat in Corning? But the crux of the matter does not lie there. It lies, rather, in the way in which Belouz, the guardian of Icarian doctrine, evades and then wriggles out of the questions one might rightly ask him. How should they have gone about impressing on people's spirits the very simple doctrine that the master expounded in countless articles, pamphlets, lectures, and addresses without ever having been able to form a single true Icarian? What actions should have been, manifestations of this communitarian fraternity that is not to be equated with revolutionary solidarity, constitutional strictness, or the collective tension of production? How is one to forge this Icarian faith that one must have before launching into its practice, but that never ceases to be corrupted by practice? Is Icaria bound to perish without ever having begun because they never knew what an Icarian was? It is here that Citizen Belouz wriggles out of the problem, under the modest guise of offering a practical solution for the problem of Icarian formation. It is now pretty well established that no course in fraternity can possibly replace the period of transition between individualism and communism that the author of Journey to Icaria had envisioned to form the ideas, mores, and capabilities of Icarians, but that the founder of Icaria, persecuted by his enemies and pressed by his impatient disciples, had not been able to carry out in reality. But, says Belouz, right in the heart of the old world there is a transitional system capable of developing practical abilities, understanding, and a sense of fraternity at the same pace, the system of worker associations. Some might well argue that the experiment was tried in 1848 and that it hardly passed its material or moral tests. But, says Balouz, these kinds of operations always go badly in the disorderly periods that naturally follow great social upheavals. To develop and grow, these institutions need calmness in human spirits and security in business and labor. 128 The prosperity of the file cutters, armchair joiners, chair turners, piano makers, masons, and others bears ample witness to the economic viability of this institution and its potential as a force for social education. So the thing to do is to get resolutely involved in the association movement, which is stirring with new life. These associations will then become veritable nurseries rearing Icarians, people anxious to practice more completely the solidarity in which they have been formed by practice. 129. Some might again retort that this approach is hardly more suitable than that of Mercader for separating the Icarian idea from the surrounding succession of ideas about production and well-being. And they could remind Balouz of the scorn that the theoretician of Icaria had for these petty associations just right for improving the individual material lot of their members, but incapable of serving the great cause of humanity. But that is precisely what distinguishes Balouz's new proposal from the false economistic approach of Cheltenham. The very limitations of worker association rule out the possibility of confusing, as the Cheltenham approach did, the paltriness of the organization of work with the new communist world. Above all, let us have no fear that association ideas will absorb Icarian ideas. That is impossible. Does the pale brightness of a star eclipse the brilliant light of the sun? Does the rivulet absorb the river? No. Associations will become veritable nurseries of Icarians. 130. But do the Icarians who talk like this assume that their brothers are so ignorant that they do not know that the ratio of star to sun is exactly the opposite in the realm of science, which now governs human progress? The apparent modesty of the provisional morality that keeps the dream of the promised land in reserve is there only to hide the fact that there is no promised land any more, that the great idea was, in fact, one of those little rivulets that believed they would get there, only to end up disappearing in the great river of progress. Without too much heartbreak, one must get used to the idea that morality is incapable of begetting a new world for a rejuvenated humanity, that at most it can moderate the relationship between the education of individuals and the objective progress embodied in the new scientific and industrial achievements. Worker association is no longer the result of a moral effort to redress the flaws of a false societal education, it is the need of our time. Isn't it being forced even on those least sympathetic to it, fortune's favorites? To no avail would philosophers and moralists have preached union, solidarity, association, to those egotists. But the development of production forces has constrained them to create those stock companies in which the owner is associated with his janitor and the errand boy on the street corner. What the philosopher would have been incapable of doing, the steam engine has accomplished. 131 It will ultimately be the same for those workers whose situation should have led them to association spontaneously. If propaganda work has had only modest success in bringing them to association, necessity is going to force it on them. For they are faced with machines that are competing with them today but could reduce their toil and increase their well-being tomorrow. They are the instrument of their emancipation. It is they that will make them real citizens, free and independent human beings. 132 Provided, of course, that the workers are assured intellectual and material mastery over the machines, and association is their only chance for ensuring that. The combined power and objectified labor of the machine imposes association and gives it its model, a new identity of necessity and liberty that gives association the same attributes and effects the machine has. It is the thing that will emancipate the worker, raise him to the dignity of a free human being, bring comfort and convenience to his family, and facilitate the intellectual and moral development of all its members. 133 So there is no point in quibbling over which liberates which, in debating whether association is liberative as a means of appropriating the machine or whether the machine is liberative insofar as it is the property of an association. One thing is certain. The effort, morality, and struggle of the worker, which formerly contrasted the pathways of progress with those of egotism, are meaningful today only on the basis of this objective movement that establishes the royalty of work only as the royalty of industry. Hence outside the worker, work, which even yesterday was despised and abandoned by all those who could avoid it, is honored today. It prompts the most solemn ceremonies of nations. Splendid palaces are dedicated to it, and the highest rewards are given to the winners of the great competitions that the modern nations have instituted under the designation Exposition of Industrial Products. 134. If the kingdom of work can be proclaimed today and tomorrow warrant the renewed parade of the glorious producer, the reason is that it is already objectified, outside the brains and hands of workers, in the palaces of the machine and the festivals of industry. This objectification allows escape from the vicious circle of community. Community is the only thing capable of turning the aspirations of the workers into reality, but they cannot undertake to turn it into reality without destroying its principle. The communist dream can be saved only by removing it from the contradiction that unceasingly reveals pleasurable possession at the heart of dedication, individualism at the heart of community, the old world at the heart of the new world. The objectification of the kingdom of work will henceforth prevent it from being mingled confusedly with the animal kingdom of egotistical enjoyment, the longing for which was disguised as producer pride and communist fraternity. It is not that the iron age of the machine has come along to put an end to the golden age of the communitarian dream. It is because community is impossible that the machine offers its promise to those who are willing to defer their dream and recognize that the only road to a new society finds its source and principle in this objective socialization of productive forces wherein liberty is making a new covenant with necessity, the principle of well-being with the principle of education. Community must be set aside in order to open the way to communism, its way being the way of all. It is certainly true that there is no Icaria, and Taylor Bourgeois will die in the desert named Dallas without having been able to pay his promised visit to his brothers in Corning. But perhaps it was fitting and necessary to get lost on the way in order to find the true way to happy tomorrows on the great river that the steamboat traverses from New Orleans to Nauvoo, passing by St. Louis. There is no old and new world any longer, no roads of communism leading to lands other than those of individualism. Tomorrow's conflicts over the possible and the impossible, reform and revolution, presuppose common acknowledgement of the new geography of the pathways of the future. The scandalous phrase of a trader of the future sums up nicely the inevitable certainty that presents itself to all. From now on, it is not the goal but the movement that counts, not the promised land but the river, not the river but the machine that tames and traverses it. But this shared certainty can be expressed and practiced in two ways. One is the way of the philosopher of Nauvoo, Émile Valade, who spells it out for the last veterans of Icaria and for the young, impatient anarchists of Europe in 1886. It is the slow way of the reforming, educating industrial republic. The pear must grow and ripen before it falls. But, you will say, we are tired of waiting, your evolutionary method is too long. If, by a bold stroke, we could make ourselves masters of the situation and put our ideas into practice, we would force the march of progress. Perhaps you are right. But to carry out a bold stroke, one must have the strength, and you do not. And the people, not being up to it, will turn against you at the first mistake you make. The new economic situation, large-scale production, is going to impose a new social organization, just as the present one imposed itself on preceding ones. The machine is our savior. 135. This wisdom promises salvation through the steam engine, but only at the cost of reducing its speed to the rhythm of maturing fruits. Over against this approach stands a second way. By way of anticipation, it sees in the steam engine and its speed all the characteristics of the energy that all revolutionaries sense to be the real energy of revolution, electric energy, whose simultaneousness solves the impossible problem of communism, the problem of getting the progress of production and the progress of human spirits to coincide in a flash. This is the future that was pointed out, back in 1850, by a communist without community. Taylor Gluntz, in charge of the Icarian warehouse in St. Louis, puts it in a letter to his brother communists in Lyons. To tell you in a single word what the state of America is today, I would say that it is absolutely the same as in Europe, insofar as workers are concerned. You find rich and poor, exploiters and exploited. So the social question is debated in all the big cities. In our city there are meetings that communists attend to propagandize, and soon there will be more communists in America than in Europe. The number of workers without work and even the number of beggars is increasing rapidly in the United States, but social progress moves ahead as quickly as the steamboat on its rivers. 136. Epilogue. The night of October. Evening of lost battles, dawn of the new age. Fantasies that have vanished in the sunlight of science, or a once solitary utterance that has become the flesh and blood of a socialist movement dovetailing with the law governing the universal evolution of beings. To be sure, there are those who can do sums without remainders, thanks to their long experience in keeping the books of worker associations. Such are the former barricade man Abel Davod and the former man of l'Atelier Magloire Capron, whose Moniteur de Syndicats Ouvriers is celebrating this night in October 1891. For young and old workers are coming to take their place in line and put their hands on the fruits of what may well be the exemplary project of the century. Tomorrow, you see, the painting business Le Travail is going to divide up 250,000 francs among all those who have contributed to its success over the past 50 years. That sum will come from the enormous reserves of the house founded by the pioneer of participation, the former worker painter who became a philanthropic patron and militant Fourierist, Edmé Jean Leclerc. What happiness it is for working class families to take in a rich harvest of coins, the fruits of bygone labor, in autumn, as winter approaches. There you saw handsome young men, frail old men, many fathers of families in their prime, widows of workers who died at work, and venerable workshop ruins crushed by the weight of age. The last, the white-bearded pensioners, were allowed free access as a favor, but the others lined up heroically. The first three arrived at 1:30 a.m. to take their place outside 11 Rue St. Georges. A huge group had joined them by 3 a.m. By the light of a lamp post, some of them made up numbers and put them on their hats to verify their place in line. A young scene painter with a lively imagination, who was one of the first in line, told us that during his long vigil he had seen two apparitions hovering in the night sky above the houses on Rue St. Georges. One, glorious and radiant as a star, was the figure of the worker painter Leclerc looking down at his magnificent project. The other, contrite and humiliated, was the sad figure of the hapless police superintendent of this same district, who, back in 1842, by order of the ultra-individualist and ultra-bourgeois government of Louis Philippe, had notified Leclerc that he was expressly forbidden to assemble his workers in order to give them a share in his profits. 1. Hours of expectant waiting, very different from the night sweeter than day celebrated only about 10 years ago by the nostalgic barcarolle of the tales of Hoffmann. Would today's worker painters give an example of realistic visions? Or is that the common fate of young people anxious for the enjoyments promised by the coming century and of apostles who now benefit from the comforting economies of their forced labor? By 1879, when he published his couplets under the title La Forêt de Bondy, even Rendergani seemed inclined to sacrifice the illusions of his metaphysical nights for the new sunshine of the workers' day. The day is falling, soon a misty night will cover with sorrows the dream that I dig. In the forest again, with an enchanted gaze, I see, as I go, freedom walking. She turned around and her farewell gives me the index of the errors that I must abandon. I will find her wider in the chest. In a beautiful day gilded by the effort of work. 2. A new episode in his interminable farewell to old Dante. But our plebeian lion is in great danger of missing his latest rendezvous with the French Republic, the nursing, laboring Marianne. For a new hallucination has stopped him before a freshly plastered wall of the proprietary order, and its whiteness invites him to a strange task. In it the work of a worker eager to catch up with his idol gets lost again in the lamentation of the proletarian and the pencil drawings of the rebellious child. I reach the wall of a cool masonry park. This plaster truly has in these places the whiteness of alabaster. I don't know what idea, with a living cry, appears on this wall and stops me in front of it. My heart resounds under my bristling flesh. My forehead bears the weight of a senseless crowd. In the fleeting tones of the evening, mixed with chiaroscuro. I'm going to sketch it on the plaster of this wall. The passerby will read our pains and our crimes. That death comes to watch while searching our abysses. With a workman's hand, at work, and let's coal. Well-known beings by muffling their names. Point 3. But no passerby will read the pencilings of the old joiner. Without any hope for their publication, he collects his thoughts of a half-century under the title Le Belvedere. Lacking a publisher sensitive to the oddness of his views, he undoubtedly could have paid for the cost of publication out of his investment revenues. But he was not one to forget the advice he had given the too thrifty philanthropist of the Bois Colombes project, former tapestry worker Julien Gall. Let us cast the revenues of our fortune to all the winds of human deliverance, for so Gani placed a portion of his income in the service of the Mutual Aid Society of former Saint Simonians, La Famille. As for the rest, the joiner resistant to the railway order succumbed to the charm of canals, investing it in the Panama Canal that was to be built by a French company in the 1880s. So Gani no longer has the wherewithal to publish these meditations, even though they have to do with the happiness of the human race. My intellectual products are lost and gone. All their conscientious theorems, which I would have liked to communicate to human beings, have dried up and blown away, like the dead leaves of the month of Brumaire. My thoughts are scattered in the darkness and debris of myself. An octogenarian ruin, time blows on the gravel of my body as it crumbles on the edge of the grave. It is an existence to be begun again. 5. Fortunately, Gani believes in the transmigration of souls. For one can hardly count on the men of succeeding generations to embrace and pass on the transcendental theorems of the plebeian philosopher. The upcoming generations do not like the works of their elders except insofar as they can extract the rational core of their social criticism from its mystical gang. The theoretician of integral socialism, former Shepherd Benoit Malin, puts it bluntly to the master of the generation now in its 80s, former Saint Simonian missionary and theoretician of collectivism Constantin Pecker. From the standpoint of economics, it is in you that I found the most correct criticism of bourgeois individualism and the basis for the evolutionist communism that is my socialist creed. In philosophy or in religion, as you probably like to put it, we would be in less agreement. Neither the God of Rousseau nor the Jesus of the 1848 socialists has been able to establish my political faith. Diderot, Spinoza, Hegel, Schopenhauer, and the modern materialists are my favorites. My generation wants it thus, but I am not wholly with it, and my friends claim that I have preserved not a few mystical prejudices. Point 6. The new sons of science and the advancing proletariat that some of the younger and more frivolous people would readily take back to the argand lamps of singing societies and the outdated Epicureanism of the Goget Republic. Thus, typographer Mark Gilland has not done with celebrating the garrets where we make love at 20 and with rhyming chanson with Listen, Zephyrs with Soupirs, Taille Enchanteresse with Volage Matrice, and Grace Leger with Trace Ephemera. As the new century dawns, he undoubtedly continues to hail the morning star of the Republic Immortelle as his father did. But is it his fault if he has retained, more than the gospel of a father who disappeared prematurely, the simple and slightly skeptical pastoral of his grandfather Maigu, the weaver, poet of Lizy-sur-Arc? Mais genai pas d'illusion. Elegalité n'est que chimère. Point 7. But I have no illusions. Equality is mere chimera. But the lilac season and the competent month of the new Labor Day, May, summon up somewhat less conventional souvenirs of love and more tenacious illusions for another patriarch. The former head of the phalanstery school had returned, disabused, from the banks of the Red River, to which he had been transported by the invariable loquacity of Taylor Bourgeois. But in early May 1890, he received a curious love letter from a widow who was his contemporary. Does Victor Considerant remember Jean Désiré? If he does, let him write her a word. She has forgotten nothing, neither Fourier nor the youthful sentiments of 1832. And she lives calmly in voluntary solitude, her heart filled with memories of her whole impassioned life. Point 8. If the widow Gay, alias Jean Désiré, alias Desiree Verret, writes from her retreat in Brussels to a lover lost 53 years earlier, it is not out of any senile attachment to memories and witnesses of the good old days. The seamstress who founded La Femme Libre has an old doubt to clear up and a confession to make to the one-time editor of La Phalange. Among the brief loves that preceded his marriage to the daughter of an eminent Fourierist, hasn't he retained the memory of a good girl, quick to give herself and easy to leave? 9. But he should know that the same pride that today requires his acknowledgement defrauded him then of the reward of his good fortune. I loved you passionately. But I never found a word of love to say to you, nor a caress to give you. 10. This double miscalculation, between the falsely facile loves of the male intellectual and the too proud sentiments of the proletarian woman, was undoubtedly necessary to shape the dominant passion of their two characters, which is also the essential force behind progress, social love. It was also necessary to complete the primary education wherein this woman, who never found happiness except in the life of emotion and passionate love, found herself drawn to the apostles of social ideas even before being responsive to sensual emotions. 11. And so she is not nostalgic about the disappointments of the free woman. I dreamed of free love and I knew that your sentiments were engaged and that the line of your destiny was marked out, but I loved your apostle's soul, and I united my soul with yours in the social love that has been the dominant passion of my life. 12. Quite aside from the abandonment of the female lover and the doctrinal disillusionment of the free woman, isn't this happy social love also doomed thereby to impotence? Doesn't the impossible love of the apostle and the seamstress point up the logic that left the phalanstery in a state of utopia by letting social love get lost in the too learned Fourierist schema of the Kabbalist, the butterfly, and the composite? This is the deeper import of the mistake in social physics underlying the manic and inapplicable rigorism of phalanstery organization. The promoter of this social theory, the most diverse in its unity that has ever been elaborated, had the intention, so natural to complete geniuses, of asserting himself completely and consistently in the whole and in every detail. These geniuses do not take into account individual narrowness, or the fact that a molecule is not an entity. 13. The impossible synthesis of the one and the many is due to a failure to appreciate the vital agent required to link the social molecules, that is, the universal soul, which is not to be found in the simple physics of atoms and combinations of social forces but which will come to be known as the reward for the practice of universal solidarity. In this rekindled opposition between a learned physics of egotistical atoms and a popular physics of humanitarian waves and fluids, the original social stake comes out clearly. The rigidity of phalanstery combinations of the one and the many is at once cause and effect of the option taken, of the prejudice that sacrificed proletarian loves and popular aspirations to the quest for capital investments and other forms of support that the powerful of the earth could contribute toward the realization of the phalanstery system. So the fate of the associative utopia was decided at the same time that the marriage of its spokesman was decided. And these individual findings prompt a broader examination of conscience about the proletarian adventures and bourgeois marriages of the social apostolate, and you yourself, my dear old friend, are you not suffering from this rigidity? Haven't you suffered from it? Hasn't it sometimes driven away the tender sympathies that would have made you happy and that would have inspired what would have made you as great as the master, whose doctrine you would have applied by appealing to the sentiments of the disinherited rather than by appealing to the cupidity of the ambitious and the pleasure-seeking? 14. Another rendezvous that failed to take place between the bourgeois apostles and the dreams and aspirations of the common people? The blazing flame of a still lively love that is, alas, powerless to shed light on the thoughts of the multitude and the pathways to the future? I love you all the same, but 58 years too late for you and me. 15. Isn't it regret over that lost opportunity that shows up clearly in the photograph considerant sent her? The picture in which she delights to see the features of her friend and the visage of an apostle also saddens her for two reasons. First, instead of this stiff and somewhat outdated image, she would have preferred a photograph of him as he is now, with no deliberate posing or planned coyness. Second, she would also have liked to recognize another image in it, that of a fine, high-minded philosopher, as unskeptical as possible. 16. But looking at the photograph closely, she detects a very different expression. is it a hallucination of my eyes? It seems to me that your eyes are fraught with reproach for civilization, and that your mouth expresses a painful discouragement. 17 Desiree's sight, greatly enfeebled by progressive amaurosis, has not deceived her. That is how those who were eyewitnesses to his last years depict the old head of the Fourierist school, an odd old man who brought back from Texas an astonishing Mexican peasant outfit but few illusions, still faithful to the Fourierist cause, but convinced of the need for long preparatory studies, hence rushing about from the museum to the Sorbonne, and from the Sorbonne to the Collège de France. Over against these round trips of hope and bitterness between the metropolis of science and the virgin lands of the American utopia, the female solitary of Place Saint-Gudule in Brussels sets the confident lesson of her different course of travel, closer in space but farther ahead on the road to the New World. Her course was through the cities of exile for the democratic revolution that had become the metropolises of the international working class movement and of the socialist revolution, London, Geneva, Brussels, and so on. She had traveled through Europe following her husband, Jules Gay, a communist by conviction and a bibliophile by trade, once a promoter of free unions and the trips around the world promised by El Humanitaire. She had also done a great deal of collecting for the First International and headed its female branch for a time. Now she found herself again alone, and independent because of the small fortune left to her by her son and her husband. Her choice was to remain in this land of exile, which some today like to regard as the exemplary locale of the social movement. If the Belgian capital was preparing to host the Congress of the Second International, it was perhaps because the land of César de Pépy, given the Marxism of the Germans, the trade unionism of the English, and the theoretically integral but more often municipal socialism of the French, offered the best promise of resolving the contradictions of the socialist hope. It symbolized a union between the organization of the militant proletariat, offspring of the fight for democracy, and the sociability of associations and cooperatives, offspring of the utopian tradition. It symbolized the rooting of the thinking of the New World in the positivity of the fundamental people. And so, to observe the social crisis that now confronts humanity and is of interest to her, the old woman chose to situate herself at the center of this microcosm where the needed density of popular sympathies was combining with the powerful passion of youth. This concentration of so many different individuals nurtures a down-to-earth sympathetic current. The movement, seen up close here as a whole, is a curious thing to study insofar as it is a mixture of enthusiasm, sentiment, and, above all, the positivity that typifies the Belgian character. Once upon a time I used to say jokingly that Belgium was a mere baby. Now it is entering its virile, passionate stage. Such must have been initiator peoples in moving from theory to practice. 18. This youthful power certainly imposes a difficult task on socialist educators. The widow Gay, who dreamed 60 years ago of troops of little apostles and of urchins playing industrial armies, is now pained to see children escaping priestly indoctrination only to wander as pitiful beggars through the streets. On a different front, anarchist impatience threatens to degrade the utopia of the general strike. So the solitary woman cannot really stay in the modest place she assigns herself. She cannot remain a mere spectator of a social movement that she assists with her little might and her lively sympathy. In addressing herself once again to the apostle and lover, she is not simply trying to assure herself of his consideration or to exchange memories of love, albeit social love. She is also trying to renew this love in a new communion and a new project. It is certainly true that the opportunity was missed and that one must begin from the beginning again, but they can and should begin again in the brief interval between now and their deaths. Reread Destiny Sociale, pick out what is applicable to today and immediate needs, make a little journal of scientific utopianism, and light will spring from this match. If I were a great lady above the masculine point of honor, I would say to you, let us together found the school of scientific and social utopianism. Let us resuscitate the modern innovators. It would be good, to do for the scientific utopia what Jean Mace, Verne, Flammarion, and Hetzel have done to popularize the experimental sciences. In short, we must inject theory into action, starting with children and women. 19. Now more than ever is the time to adopt the approach rejected 50 years ago, to commit the demonstrations and projections of utopia to an alliance with the passionate force and down-to-earth sympathetic currents of the multitude. We must address ourselves to the illiterate, to the crowd anxious to know what is wanted by these human beings who do not have their banners blessed, who do not enroll in church clubs, and who discipline themselves to march harmoniously to their moral and material uplifting. Science must prove and reassure, and enlightenment must dispel phantoms. Strength and health are given to elders to teach the young. 20. The abortive failures of utopian hope are far from proving its sterility or tempting human beings to abandon it for the certitudes of science. Utopia has been the mother of the exact sciences and, like many fertile mothers, she has often produced embryos that were sterile or too fragile, embryos born prematurely or under bad circumstances. Utopia is as old as the organized world. She is the vanguard of the new societies. And she will fashion society, harmony, when human genius makes it a reality through learned demonstrations that dissociate her from obscurities and temporary impossibilities. 21. So a school of scientific utopianism would leave to utopias their poetic grandeur and legends of the future, subjecting to the scrutiny of reason and experience what could be gleaned from them in the way of practice to move beyond old social follies. 22 For the new world is not beginning on the distant sands of Egyptian deserts or in the woodlands of Texas. It is taking shape every day before our eyes and in our heads. The first lineaments of phalanstery are visible already, greater than we dreamed, and the materials are coming together from everywhere. Everyone in the world is at work on it, whether they know it or not, and for those who see these things from on high, the evolution is marvelous. Though I be taken for a visionary, in fancy I already live in this new world. 23. How could she not be taken for a visionary when we read her own description of the ecstasies she felt at the dawning of the October day that marked the anniversary of Fourier's death? I opened my eyes in the midst of a gentle light and a sensation of tender calmness, as if I were hovering, moving without any awareness of movement. For some time I remained in this heavenly and earthly beatitude. The feeling remained with me as a persistent perfume. I recalled having heard Fourier describe a similar effect, which he thought was the state of the souls who love us and thus hover around us in our atmosphere. 24. The skeptical friend and rigid reasoner to whom she dedicates this vision would have every right to explain it in terms of the venerable physics of compensations. His old girlfriend is becoming blind. This universal phalanstery, whose federations, groups, series, and industrial armies she already sees, may well have the same meaning as the illusions that, a half-century earlier, consoled a father afflicted with blindness. My father, who had lived to 90 in full possession of his strength and faculties, had been blind for several years. He believed that the fortifications of Paris under construction were the foundations of social palaces. A wicked practical joker told him the truth that kindly people were keeping from him. He suffered a brain stroke and died several days later of grief and disillusionment. 25. Is it the age-old story of illusion lulling the peaceful dreams of the blind and of fatal returns to reality? The matter is complicated by the fact that octogenarian Désirée Verret suffers from two illnesses rather than one. Besides her amaurosis, she is afflicted with nerves. The latter seems to be a more benign affliction, which can be easily attended to. She herself indicates the remedy, calling to mind the household occupations of her old widower friend. I amuse myself thinking of all the little household chores that take up a good part of your time. I would like to have lots of little manias that become needs and feed little desires and impatiences. It is the active life of our age period that is hygienic to cultivate with philosophy. Each age period has its own. How calm and rested the brain becomes after these little exercises. Unfortunately for my nerves, I have always lived outside myself and for others insofar as the practical details of existence are concerned. After the struggle I used to fly off into the clouds of reverie, where I fashioned an ideal world for myself. Real, earthly life has always been painful for me. 26. But what about this hygiene and philosophy that calm the nerves and rest the brains of old people? Aren't they merely the theory and practice of the housekeeping servitude against which the first two young seamstresses, Marie Raine and Jean Desiree, revolted 60 years ago? They make old age gentle only for those who have lost their lives in that servitude. Such was little Sophie Berenger, of whom her mother was so proud. She could not escape the real, practical existence of proletarian and domestic servitudes. My life is of no use, neither for me nor for others. And I really feel, you see, that it could have been otherwise. If you only knew how much I suffer because I have come to know in marriage only what dogs, bears, and wolves know. It is a harsh suffering, a life sacrificed without purpose, without enjoyment for others or oneself. 27 Living outside oneself, for others or in the ideal world of utopia, was the condition for experiencing the enjoyment of one who lives without a master. And the life of utopia, dreamed for oneself or for others, is neither opposed nor subject to the clear-eyed analysis of illusions. Although I have lived more on dreams than on realities, I fear illusions. I destroy them by analyzing them, given that age has calmed my passions. But I have enough left to satisfy the optimism that colors my disappointments and sustains me. 28. So we have here something very different from the identical symptoms of a hereditary malady. The incurable nervous troubles of utopia are not to be identified with the phantasms provoked by loss of sight. On the contrary, only blindness could bring our utopian back to earth, forcing on her the hygiene of the little needs and desires of real, practical life. For more than 8 years now, since I suddenly have become almost blind, I have been working on all sorts of little arrangements to get around with my eyes closed. And I may end up acquiring some physical manias that will replace the eccentricities of my brain. 29. That is possible, but unlikely. But when she might have been able to tell us, she could no longer do so. To the chronicle of her loves she will now add only these few words, by way of an epitaph: be indulgent toward your constant girlfriend. We will not learn how she went into her night. Outline chronology. Outline chronology. 1830. July 27 to 29, Paris Revolution. Fall of Charles X. August 1, Louis Philippe accepts lieutenant generalship of the realm. August, September, worker agitations and strikes, particularly among the Paris typographers. October, the Saint-Simonians transfer to Tate-Bout Hall. The course of lectures begun in April at the Hôtel de Gesvres, Rue Mancini. December, Le Globe, editor, Pierre Leroux, becomes the Journal de la Doctrine Saint-Simonine. 1831. February 15, an anti-legitimist and anti-clerical riot leads to the sacking of the Archbishop's residence. The first 5 Saint-Simonian workers meet on the evening of the riot. April, the Russian army invades Poland in response to the revolution of November 30. Threat of European war. Louis Philippe chooses non-intervention. July, General Communion of the Saint-Simonian family. Organization of propaganda work among the working class by neighborhoods. September 7, order restored in Warsaw. November, a break takes place between the two supreme fathers of the Saint-Simonian religion, Enfantin and Bazard, over the issues of the new morality and the couple, priest. Enfantin issues his appeal to woman and the proletarian and proclaims the organization of industry. Dissolution of the organization by neighborhoods. November 21, insurrection of the Lion Silk Weavers. 1832. January, banning of Saint-Simonian courses of lectures and indictment of the Saint-Simonian leaders. February, cholera in Paris. March, April, financial bankruptcy of the Saint-Simonians. Le Globe halts publication. Enfantin announces his withdrawal to Menilmontant with 40 of his sons, April 20. June 1, publication of the newspaper Phalanstère by Victor Considerant. Some Saint-Simonian intellectuals and workers turn to Fourierism. June 5 to 6, Republican insurrection, known as the Cloître Sainte-Marie insurrection. June 6, Saint-Simonians take the habit at Ménilmontant to the sound of cannonade in Paris. July, opening of the temple works. Banning of Sunday meetings at Ménilmontant, which had drawn as many as 2,000 people. Désiré Verret and Reinickendorf publish La Femme Libre. It will change its name several times, and it will be picked up by Suzanne Voilquin and published until her departure for Egypt in 1834. August, Enfantin, Chevalier, and Duvalier, charged with immorality and violations of the laws governing associations, are sentenced to 1 year in prison. A second trial on charges of fraud will end in acquittal in October. November, December, 5 detachments of Saint-Simonian missionaries, a total of about 40 people, leave Paris successively for Lyons, the center for the formation of the Peaceable Army of Workers. Enfantin enters prison. 1833. April, dissolution of the Saint-Simonian family in Lyons. August, freed from prison, Enfantin heads for Egypt. There the companions of the woman have prepared for his arrival. September, November, wave of strikes, often sparked by militants of the Society of the Rights of Man. Striking Paris tailors create a national workshop. Many prosecutions and convictions. Collapse of the Fourierist colony of Condé-sur-Vesgre. Failure of a Saint-Simonian project envisioned in Louisiana. Lamennais, Paroles d'Uncroyant. 1834. April, the law on associations provokes Republican insurrections in Lyons and then in Paris, April 9 to 14. Founding of the Association of Gilt Jewelers, inspired by the principles of Philippe Butches. 1835. The Saint-Simonian enterprise in Egypt goes awry. Postponement of the dam on the Nile and plague. In France, Ménilmontant is sold. Barbes and Blanqui create the secret society of the families. Butches resumes publication of El Européen, Journal de Morale et de Philosophie. 1837. Return of Enfantin to France. Suicide of Reinickendorf. Liaison between Désiré Verret and Victor Considerant. Marriage of Considerant to Clarice Vigoureuse. Lamennais, Le Livre du Peuple. 1838. Aut. de Associations d'Ouvriers. 1839. May, Suzanne Voilquin departs for Russia. Failure of the attempted insurrection organized by Barbes and Blanqui. November, Saint-Simonian workers, Vincard, Desplanches, Van Ostal, create La Roche Populaire, together with Fourierists, Lenoir, Fugger, and Democrats, Lambert, Supernant, Gilland, who later withdraw. Publication is interrupted in 1842. It is followed by L'Union, 1843 to 1846. Perdiguier, Le Livre du Compagnonnage. 1840. July, international tension and a wave of nationalism in connection with the question of Egypt. Communist banquet in Belleville. July, September, worker agitation and strikes. Gatherings of several thousand strikers on the plain of Bondy. September, publication of El Atelier, founded by 150 workers of diverse tendencies but soon taken over by the Butches Party, chief collaborators, Corbin, Chev, Lenivuz, Dangui, Gilland. It is published until July 1850. October 15, attempt on the king's life by d'armes. Prosecution of communists, especially in Paris and Lyons. November, Tronson and Soireau, leaders of the coalition of tailors, are sentenced to 5 years in prison. Louis Blanc, Organisation du Travail. Proudhon, Chuscek la Propriété. Pierre Leroux, de El Humanite. Cabet, Voyage en Icarie. 1841. March, Cabet publishes Le Populaire de 1841. May, La Fraternite, managed by La Hauteur, formerly associated with Cabet, then by a group of communist workers, editor, Benoit Voisin. It disappears in 1843, then reappears in 1845. Collaborators include Savary, Mallarmé, Stevenot, and P. Vincard, and lasts until January 1848. July, El Humanitaire, a materialist communist journal, Gay, May, page, Charavi. September 13th, attempt on the life of the Duc d'Aumale, a son of Louis Philippe, by Knesset, followed by street agitations in Paris and the arrest of several shareholders of El Humanitaire. October, suicide of Adolphe Boyer, typographer, following the failure of his book. Polemics about worker writing and literature. November, trial of Knesset. Trial of El Humanitaire. Other trials of communist militants or publicists, Pilote, Seigneur Gens, etc., held throughout the autumn. Oland Rodriguez, Poésies sociales d'ouvriers. 1842. The Fourierist painting Entrepreneur Leclerc initiates worker participation in profits. Fourierist colony in Brazil Mascares. Chev, Catholicisme et démocratie, OU, Le Règne du Christ. 1844. Pecker, de la République de Dieu. 1846. January, solemn burial of Tronson, who had been freed as a dying man from the prison of Gaillon. 1846 to 1847. Economic crisis and food riots, notably in Buzancais in January 1847. 1847. May, appeal in Le Populaire, let's go to Icaria. July, start of the reformist campaign of banquets. 1848. February 3, the first Icarian vanguard, 69 persons, leaves Le Havre to found Icaria in Texas. February 24, insurrection in Paris. A republic is proclaimed. March, worker assemblies on the occasion of electing corporative delegates to the Luxembourg Commission, which was presided over by Louis Blanc. March 16 to 17, reactionary demonstrations by elite troops of the National Guard and counter-demonstrations by the people. March 19, Eugénie Niboyed publishes La Voix de Femme. Her collaborators include Jean Derouin, Désiré Gay, formerly Verret, and Pauline Roland. April 16, the National Guard, called out to restrain a gathering of workers, demonstrates to cries of, "Death to Cabet! Down with the Communists!" Persecution of Communists in the provinces. The first Icarian vanguard docks in Shreveport and learns that before July 1 it must build one house on each lot it has been granted in the territory of Cross Timber. April 23, elections to the National Assembly. Success of the right. Election of Corbin. Failure of Cabet and the worker candidates proposed by the Luxembourg Commission and the clubs. May 4, meeting of the Assembly, presided over by Butches. May 15, the Assembly is invaded by a demonstration organized by the worker clubs. The protest fails. Proceedings against Socialist Republican leaders. The first Icarian vanguard continues the journey, arriving in Icaria June 2. June 3, departure of the second Icarian vanguard from Le Havre. June 21, measures to dissolve the national workshops. June 23 to 26, Paris insurrection put down by General Cavaignac. July 5, the National Assembly accepts the proposal of Vice President Corbin and votes a credit of 3 million francs for worker associations. The Committee for the Encouragement of Worker Associations begins its work on July 12. In Texas the Icarians are hit with malaria and must stop all work. September, the leader of the second vanguard, Favart, arrives in Icaria and decides that they should pull back to Shreveport and then New Orleans. September 28, the third vanguard leaves Le Havre. November, the men of El Atelier resign from the Committee for the Encouragement of Worker Associations following the Remke affair. November, December, 4 big departures of Icarians, 300 persons. December 10, Louis Napoleon Bonaparte is elected President of the Republic. 1849. January, Cabet joins up with the Icarians in New Orleans. They are afflicted with illness and dissidence. March, the loyal Icarians settle in Nauvoo, Illinois. They are hit with cholera and, soon after, a second dissidence. May 13, election of the Legislative Assembly in France. A joint push by reactionaries and Montagnards. Failure of the moderates, including Corbin. Election of Gilland. June 13, after France's military intervention against the Roman Republic, the democratic Montagnards vainly urge the people to rebel against the French government and its violation of the Constitution. Their failure permits a purge of the Legislative Assembly. September, Cabet is convicted of fraud in absentia. 1850. El Almanach de Associations Ouvrières lists, for Paris and vicinity, 211 associations, including 28 associations of cooks and 47 associations of hairdressers. April, the April law liberalizes the financial conditions for admission to Icaria. April, May, the success of the left in several legislative by-elections persuades the majority of the Legislative Assembly to pass the law of May 31, which puts restrictions on universal suffrage. 1851. January, Third Big Icarian dissidence. July, Cabet returns to France to plead his case and is acquitted on appeal. September, disappearance of Le Populaire and creation of an ephemeral Républicain Populaire et Social. December 2, Louis Napoleon Bonaparte's coup d'état. 1852. July, Cabet returns to Icaria. December 2, re-establishment of the Empire in France. 1853. November, vote on Icarian reform. 1854. Death of Gilland at the age of 39. Perdiguier, Memoirs d'un Compagnon, published in exile in Geneva. 1855. December, establishment of the Fourierist colony of Réunion in Texas, headed by Victor Considerant. Cabet proposes to modify the Icarian constitution and give more power to the president. 1856. February, Cabet is voted down by the Icarian General Assembly, he and his loyalists become the minority. May 12 to 13, the new Icarian Red majority ousts Cabet. The Icarians are split in two for good. September, October, Cabet, excluded from the community, leaves Nauvoo with his loyalists and settles in St. Louis. He dies there on November 8. 1858. The Cabet loyalists of St. Louis, led by lawyer Mercadier, settle in Cheltenham, Missouri. 1859. Corbin, de l'enseignement professionnel. 1860. The remaining members of Nauvoo's Red majority settle in Corning, Iowa. 1861. American Civil War. Some Icarians enlist in the Union Army. 1862. World Exposition in London. French worker delegations are sent under government sponsorship. Their reports appear in the Cahiers Populaires, published by the Polaroil Group, workers who have gone over to the regime. 1863. The Icarian representative in France, Belouz, resigns from his functions, publishes Les Associations, Consequences du Progrès, and founds the Crédit au Travail. Corbin, Le Secret du Peuple de Paris. 1864. Dissolution of the Icarian community in Cheltenham. Worker Manifesto in France, known as the Manifesto of the 60. September 28, creation of the International Workingmen's Association, the first international, in London. 1865. Meeting of the Commission of Inquiry that is to draw up a law on cooperative societies. It hears testimony from surviving members of the worker associations of 1848. 1867. World Exposition in Paris. 1869. Victor Considerant returns to France after the failure of Réunion. 1877. Death of Suzanne Voilquin at the age of 75. The Icarian community in Corning, Iowa, encounters dissidents from the young Icarians. 1879. Vincard, Memoires épisodiques d'un vieux chansonnier Saint-Simonin. 1889. Gabriel Ghani dies at the age of 83. 1890 to 1891. Désiré Verret-Gay, an exile in Brussels, writes to Victor Considerant. 1891. Corbin, senator for life since 1875, dies at the age of 82. 1898. Dissolution of the Corning community of Icarians.